Generally, you said feminism is
here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideologies that make that politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, Dad? We're going to throw a bar, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you another live debate. This evening, we will be debating, is the Bible inspired by God? I have with me Jed, the Flying Spaghetti Auditor. I always love that name. And then Freedosopher. Freedosopher. Damn it. You just told me too, and I just got it wrong. I'm so sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. No.
And they're both
here.
Oh, good. They're both here to have this debate and present it to you this evening. Jed, if you could begin with your opening statement, please.
Sure thing. And thank you so much, Sarah, for hosting the debate. And thanks, Freedosopher, for agreeing to debate me. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So today we are debating the question, is the Bible inspired by God? I will be defending the negative. Now, just to be clear, I am adopting a burden of proof by making the positive claim that the Bible is, in fact, not inspired by God, rather than simply defending the null hypothesis or default position, which is to withhold belief that the Bible is inspired by God until there's evidence to support it. So we both have a burden of proof in this debate. Now, it might be useful to define terms so we're not talking past each other the whole time. The Bible is a collection of 66 books, including both the Old and New Testament. And I believe my opponent is an Orthodox Christian, so hopefully we can agree to disregard all the Catholic exclusive DLC. Now, normally, it's not up to an atheist to define God, but for the sake of this discussion, I assume we're talking about the God character from the Bible, Yahweh, whose characteristics include omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, and omnibenevolence. He created our universe in 6 days, as well as some non-physical or maybe interdimensional realm, which houses heaven and hell, the afterlife. He also incarnated himself as his own son, so he could sacrifice himself to serve as a get-out-of-jail-free card for people to avoid eternal torture, yada, yada. Now, how do we define the word inspired? What do we mean by the word? Colloquially, a person might say, I was inspired by a beautiful sunset to write a movie script about two people falling in love. Oh, how sweet. If all we mean by inspired by God is that the Bible authors thought about the concept of God and that inspired them to make shit up and write it down, then I'm happy to concede the entire debate. The Bible was inspired by the concept of God, but I don't think anyone means that in this particular context when they say that the Bible's inspired by God. It's more than that. They mean to say the actual God character in the book violated the author's free will by compelling them to write down exactly the words he dictated. The words in the Bible, in their original language, are the inerrant words of God himself. So, if that's the case, what would we expect to find in a book inspired by a tri-omni God? Well, we would definitely expect it to be historically and scientifically accurate. Perhaps it would be filled with good moral teachings and be free from contradictions. The Bible fails miserably in all of those categories. The Bible is not historically accurate. The creation myth never happened. Adam and Eve never existed. We now know that organisms, including humans, evolved over billions of years through natural selection. Noah's Ark never happened. There's never been a global flood. The Bible claims the origin of different languages can be traced back to a single event where God violated a bunch of people's free will by removing their knowledge of their native language and inserting a fabricated language that he made up into their brains. Of course, we know this isn't true. Languages evolve over time, similar to living organisms. The Exodus never happened. There's no evidence that millions of Israelites lived in Egypt during the 14th century BCE. The Bible is definitely not scientifically accurate. The Bible claims the earth is an unmoving, flat disk resting on pillars with a solid dome over it. Genesis 30 claims sheep who look at sticks with stripes while having sex will produce offspring with stripes. Revelation 6:13 claims stars can and will fall out of the sky and land on earth like figs falling from a fig tree. But if Earth even approaches one star, it would be obliterated before it even gets close enough to make contact. Everyone on Earth would be dead. Yet 2 verses later, it says after Earth makes contact with multiple stars, all the kings and princes on Earth will be hiding in caves. The Bible says a man survived 3 days inside the belly of a fish, or was it a whale? The Bible doesn't know the difference. It also classifies bats as birds in Leviticus 11. The same chapter also claims that insects walk on 4 legs. Even a first grader knows insects have 6 legs and bats are mammals. The Bible fails at first grade level biology. This is not the wisdom from the designer of the cosmos and creator of all living things. This is the confused ramblings of ignorant Bronze Age goat herders. The Bible is filled with contradictions. For example, who incited David's census? Well, 2 Samuel 24 says it was God, but 1 Chronicles 21 says it was Satan. What were the results of the census? Well, 2 Samuel says Israel had 800,000 men, but 1 Chronicles says Israel had 630,000 men. Does God ever change his mind? Well, 2 Samuel 24 says yes, but Numbers 23 and 1 Samuel 15 say no. Does God know the future? Well, no, according to 2 Samuel 24:16, but yes, according to John 3:20. We can go on and on. Another one I like is, does God hate shedding innocent blood? No, according to 2 Samuel 24, he's got no issue doing that. But yes, according to Proverbs 6:16 through 17, that's one of the things God hates the most. Now, worst of all, the Bible is morally bankrupt. The God character in particular is described as a tyrannical narcissist. God sanctions slavery in the Bible. He commands genocide. In Deuteronomy 20, he orders 600,000 men to slaughter everything that breathes and completely destroy 6 entire tribes. He also commits genocide himself when he's not ordering other people to do it. We already mentioned 2 Samuel 24:15, where God kills 70,000 innocent people for the sin of one man. He tortures people for eternity for finite crimes. He orchestrates the rape of innocent women. He kills children and babies as a punishment for the sins of their parents, which contradicts his own commands. Why would a God inspire a book that makes him look so bad? Either the God who inspired this book is actually a pathetically inept, morally bankrupt, tyrannical idiot, or the Bible wasn't actually inspired by a God. Just like every other single book in existence, it was written by ignorant, gullible, fallible humans. Thanks a lot. That's it.
Oh my. Thank you so much, Jed. I appreciate that. And Fredo, over to you, please, for your opening statement.
All right. So nice to be here. Thank you both so much. Yeah, so the first thing I'll concede is that the Bible simply makes scientific inaccuracies. I'm actually comfortable affirming that. For example, when the Bible speaks of God establishing a firmament over the earth, like that is pretty obviously a dome. Like they thought that was a solid dome, and I don't think the earth has a solid dome over it. So I am like actively willing to admit that the Bible can get things wrong. So the question is, how can I, or can I even, construct a model of inspiration which can like affirm the that can avoid just being like some guys like were inspired by the concept of God, while also accommodating these very present scientific inaccuracies. I would say I would start off by challenging with sorry, I realize this is the opening statement.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah. Yeah. I would put forward a model of divine inspiration that I would call accommodationism. Basically, I think that God, when God is dispensing divine revelation, God is trying to dispense a revelation that is understandable to people in the cultural context in which they live. And to do this, I think I do need to frame God in terms not so much of a omni-God with omnipotence, omniscience, omnibenevolence. I do think that God is all of those. But I would prefer to conceive of God in terms of just perfection. And what I mean by that is that whatever attributes God has them perfectly and to the perfect degree to which they're possible. So I think so. In suggesting that God can allow scientific errors into a text that God inspires, I am basically suggesting that I think that God has a kind of like perfect balance between his attributes. And depending on the circumstance in which God is acting, because I, along with plenty of other philosophers and theologians, actually reject the doctrine of timelessness, think that God can accommodate the culture he is speaking into. I would say that I would sorry, I zoned out there. I would sorry, thoughts aren't coming to my head.
That's okay. Do you want to go ahead and move into open floor, and maybe that'll help? Jed can help push the.
I would, yeah. I think that's probably the best course of action. I would say, actually, in a way, I when I was like making my opening statement, I was kind of thinking like, my opening statement is like really being made in reference to a lot of what Jed was saying. So in a way, it kind of
Sure. Okay.
So, yeah.
No problem. Very well done, Fredo. And as I want to just inform the audience, Fredo, this is his first debate. And so he's moving through the nerves and the jolts of being live on TV with everyone. So if we could give a round of applause in the chat, they're going to send tomatoes in the chat. That is not an insult. That is love to you. So if the audience can please do that so that Fredo knows and feels very welcome here. I think you're doing just fine.
I like tomatoes.
Tomatoes are good. Tomatoes are good.
Yeah.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Jed is also dual streaming over on his channel. If you could go over, send love, subscribe, share, send him money too. We like that. And Fredo it chose not to dual stream tonight, but he is on YouTube and on Instagram as well. So if you could go give him like, subscribe, share, show the support all the way around through Mater Nation. All right, gentlemen. We're going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. Then, of course, we will read and respond to all of the kind super chats. And our favorite part, we will move into open panel Q&A. I leave the floor open to you.
Thanks, Sarah. So, Fredo, you made a statement regarding the firmament, which was that you said they thought it was a solid dome, referring to the authors.
Yes.
But God obviously knows that there's not a solid dome over the earth, but it seems like you were suggesting that some parts of the Bible are inspired by God, but some parts are not inspired by God. Is that what you were saying?
I would start off by saying that I, as well as numerous evangelical scholars like Michael Heiser, John Walton, even a lot of even some very conservative evangelical apologists like Alicia Childers will agree that what you describe as what you just described is known as the dictation theory, and that's the idea that God just kind of like came in and like overrode the free will of the authors, basically. I don't. From what I've read, no one really seems to affirm that. I think that a lot of ideas of inspiration and inerrancy wind up like falling into that and becoming a sort of dictation theory. But I don't. But I would actually reject that. God chose the specific words that the authors would use.
Sure, and I can't speak to the opinions of the majority of Christian theologians or philosophers, but surely that is a belief held by many Christians, including a lot of pastors will preach that the Bible is the quote perfect word of God. Like John MacArthur, for example, is gone on record saying he believes that. Would you make a distinction between calling the Bible the perfect word of God and dictation? Is there a difference between those in your mind?
I would say that so the perfect word of God. I guess what do you mean?
Let me rephrase the question. And maybe I'll just ask it like this, because we're not here to debate what other people believe, but what each other believes. Do you think the Bible has errors or untrue claims within it?
Yeah, as I said in my opening statement, I think the Bible can make scientific errors.
Sure. And so that would seem to suggest that parts of the Bible, like where it claims there's a firmament, or that the earth is resting on pillars, or that the earth is a flat disk, those were all claims made by the authors that weren't inspired by God. So then the question becomes, which parts of the Bible were inspired by God and which parts weren't? And how do we know?
So I would back up to I think we're probably operating on different definitions of inspiration here. I think I do in fact actually think that the scientific errors were inspired by God. I think God was perfectly comfortable communicating that message to his intended audience. Where I would you could call that an error if you I guess my definition of like an error here would be like if God were trying to communicate this is what the sky is like if you were trying to say the atmosphere is like this thing that sustains life and it's gaseous, it's not solid, then I think he would have definitely been in error by communicating that to the audience. But I think God's intended message in, for example, Genesis, the creation account is, he's just trying to communicate that what the Israelites like consider the sky, like God was responsible for like making sure the sky is I guess
you brought up the word accommodationism, which you define as basically God's dispensing divine inspiration in a way that's meant to be understandable to the culture, in which the Bible author lives. And I'm fine with the idea that God would choose, say, flowery language or language that's understandable to people at the time to explain concepts that might be difficult for them to grasp based on their current and ignorant understanding. But I think the issue we can run into is if we use that as an excuse for blatantly untrue claims or misinformation. Like, there's no benefit to be gained by telling people that the sky is a solid dome versus just telling them that it's gas all the way up and you can go all the way to the moon if you want. I mean, there's nothing to be gained. There's no insight for telling people that the earth is covered by a flat dome. There's no benefit to it whatsoever. So it doesn't seem as though God's trying to help people understand a deeper concept. He's just making up things that aren't blatantly untrue. And I would even go as far as to say that if God's intention was to help people understand the truth of reality, like what the atmosphere is really like, then he could surely say that and communicate in a way that would be understandable to people at the time, considering that he knows exactly what's in the mind of everyone and he knows exactly what he should and could say to help everyone understand the concepts he's trying to get across. So he could easily say something like, the sky is made of the gaseous spirit that goes all the way up to the heavens, and he who ascends knows no bounds. You can make flowery language and biblically, traditional language out of any kind of concept you want.
I would say that's putting a lot of extra requirements into communicating a message that you would want to get across. My question, so I think there are two options here. I mean, definitely more than two, but like two that stand out. One of them is that God. You're welcome. One option I would say is that God can communicate all of these sorry, would you mind repeating that again? It kind of leaked out of my brain.
Yeah, so my biggest question is, why is God making up misinformation and putting it in the Bible when it's unnecessary and doesn't have any benefit to people understanding a deeper concept?
Okay, so I think we both run into the problem of God needing to use unnecessary language. and I'm not suggesting that you defend I think my problem of unnecessary language is God has to put up with okay, I'm gonna have to tolerate some inaccuracies in here, and I think the other problem of unnecessariness, you could say, is God has to use a whole bunch of extra language to possibly to the detriment of his message.
I mean, if we want to talk about things that are unnecessary in the Bible, I mean, there's entire chapters which could be cut out without any of the broader message being lost whatsoever. I think it's in, what is it? Numbers, I think. There's an entire chapter with like 89 verses, and it just goes on and on about all the things that these leaders got God for his birthday. And then so-and-so got God a bunch of dishes and plates and all this nonsense. So one thing that always crosses my mind is if God is inspiring the Bible and he knows he only has a finite amount of paper to work with, and he's going to make this one book, he's including all this stuff that any average reader would say, this is completely unnecessary, and you could chop it, you leave it on the cutting room floor, and no one would know any difference. There's tons of stuff in the Bible which is completely useless, but I'm more interested in the things in the Bible that are completely untrue. We've talked about the firmament for quite a bit. If we moved on to another topic that I brought up, like the sheep mating and producing striped sheep when they look at striped sticks. And that's not true whatsoever. And so God is basically just misleading people when he had a perfect opportunity to explain the process of artificial selection. Like if you want sheep with stripes on them, take two sheep that have stripes and have them mate. And then their offspring will be more likely to have stripes. And then you keep doing that until you get the characteristics you want. And you can manipulate organisms in this way. He had a perfect opportunity to do that. And instead, he presented a bunch of misinformation about looking at things to produce offspring that look like those things. So what was the deal with that?
I would actually say that's a broader problem of just like why didn't God include more useful stuff?
I wouldn't even say it's necessarily more useful stuff. It's things that are true versus things that are blatantly not true.
Yeah, well, I guess I was a little bit confused by you bringing up why didn't God say this instead of an untruth?
Well, there's a verse in the Bible. I think it's in where is it? Numbers. I thought I wrote it down here somewhere. I think Numbers says that God cannot lie. He's not like a man that he should tell a lie. So then if that's true, then it seems to be a contradiction that God would lie about sheep mating with other sheep while looking at striped sticks. So it's not even a matter of why didn't God talk about this instead of that. It's why didn't God tell the truth instead of lie?
Okay, I think I was a little confused about where that so why okay, so why didn't God tell a relevant truth related to the topic at hand instead of so I'm going to go back to what I said about I don't think that God mechanically selected every word that the writers used. I think like my model of inspiration, or I'm not my model, just a model of inspiration I'm suggesting is that God like God's trying to like convey like in
a message.
A
limerick.
Well,
so God has ideas that he wants to express to people, right? And then
Yeah.
you're saying he's not dictating every single word in the Bible.
Yes.
And so my next question would be, in what way is he, what's the method of inspiration? Is he putting thoughts in people's head? Is he, what's he doing?
I think that God is like, I would connect this to just a broader idea of God being sovereign. And not sovereign in like a deterministic sense where God like in a I don't want to say Calvinistic sense in worry of possibly straw manning Calvinism, but I think that God is sovereign over things in such a way that God uses humans to accomplish God's purposes. And so the Bible is
when I hear Calvinism, I think, like the idea that God is ultimately in control of everything in the universe and nothing happens that doesn't go according to his will. And so if that's the case, then you could say, and I think I understand that you're saying God is, the overseer of the entire universe. So in a roundabout way, he orchestrated the entire universe in such a way that the people who happened to write the books that eventually became the Bible wrote about things that information that he wanted to get across. Am I understanding you correctly in that?
So for the audience, I am very ADHD. I really, could you please repeat that? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm so sorry.
I want to understand your point about the mechanism of God inspiring the Bible and what would separate the Bible from any other book like Game of Thrones or The Cat in the Hat. So what's different about the Bible compared to The Cat in the Hat, where one is inspired by God and one's not? How do we, not necessarily how do we tell the difference, but from your view, what is God doing to inspire one and not the other?
I would say that so not everything in the Bible is false. Like, we would both agree on that. That's kind of a boring point to make. I would say that when God is talking about like the message God is trying to convey is what God is doing on the earth. Like what is God's plan? What is humanity's role in that? And so like when Israelites are asking the question of like, okay, what does Yahweh like want with us in reference to all these other like deities like around us? Sorry, that was a bit of a weird.
Would it be fair to say you believe that God didn't necessarily have a hand in the writing process of the Bible, but his real actions with real people in reality are what inspired people to write about what actually happened? So say God talks to Moses and Moses is just writing down his experiences with God, but God's not necessarily dictating what he writes.
I would say that happens in some instances of inspiration, but not in all instances of inspiration. you can find places in the Bible where the biblical authors will say, this was given to me like by revelation of God. But that doesn't get you to like the entire Bible was inspired, or even like this entire book was inspired. That just gets you like, or not both inspired and like directly revealed to me by God. That just gets you to like this specific message I'm about to give you is directly revealed. And to be clear, I think that is one method of inspiration, but I think some other examples of inspiration God might use include like the Holy Spirit guiding an author like while reading the Old Testament to write this down, or just get an
I guess I'm confused about what that guiding process looks like. When you say God guides an author to write the New Testament based on the Old Testament, what is God's active role? What is he doing to or for or with the author that makes them write what he wants, or makes them write a message he wants? What's his active role?
I would say that is going to depend largely on the theory of sovereignty someone holds to. But what I would say is, I think I'm not sure if inspiration is just like a one like a single aspect thing. I think it's a like, I think that the process is just different depending on myriad factors.
Sure. So different parts of the Bible were inspired by God in different ways.
Yeah,
he inspires different people in different ways. So
yes.
We talked about how some authors could be inspired to write about their experiences with God. And I'm not sure what any other examples could be. Do you think that God, like if I'm the Bible, like I say, if I'm writing a book of the Bible, is God whispering words in my, I mean, you already said he's not dictating words, so he's not whispering words in the author's ears.
No, yeah.
Do you think he's manipulating their thoughts in some way? Like he says, oh, maybe you could write about this thing, and maybe you could write about this. I mean, there's parts in the Bible where the author will write God's thoughts, or what God says to himself, or conversations between God and Satan, like in the book of Job, for example. So how on earth did the author of Job know what was going on in heaven if it weren't for God himself dictating or telling him what to write down?
Yeah. I think that God, well, I guess I guess I'm denying that dictation is the like the sole like thing that inspiration refers to. I would say that dictation, or I would be fine saying that dictation is sometimes would sometimes be in view. That would depend on like the specific text we're reading.
One thing that's interesting is that 2 Timothy 3:16 says that all scripture is God breathed. So it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on what does God breathed mean. That sounds to me a lot like dictation.
So there's there are several legitimate translation issues with regard to 2 Timothy 3:16. And I feel super weird bringing this up. Just I don't know why. I guess it feels it feels like presumptuous or whatever the way I'm about to say what I'm about to say, but oh well. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound that way. Basically, there's this line of argument going back to B.B. Warfield that translates it as God breathed, but there are other instances of the Greek word that is translated God breathed being used in various texts, like throughout the ancient world, that use the term theopneustos, which is the word translated God breathed, to refer to like God, to refer to something more along the lines of like life-giving. I think I that might be misinformation. I can't quite remember exactly how, but I do know that some options for translating 2 Timothy 3:16 wind up with all scripture is God breathing, or every scripture, or yeah, most of the issues here come from like there's just like a gap between my brain and my vocal cords. I just
sure.
Sorry.
One, we can move past 2 Timothy. I just wanted to point it out only because it seems like the Bible itself is claiming dictation of the entire Bible, and I haven't looked into different translations of this verse like you have. So all I can do is read the English translations for what they say, and that really brings up something else that you mentioned at the start too, which is that God's writing the book for a specific audience, and of course He's writing in languages like Hebrew and Greek and Aramaic, languages that He knew would die out and that no one would speak eventually. And so it's weird to me that God would write to a very, relative to the number of people that would eventually read the book, a very small number of people, less than 1% of the Bible's audience is who He's actually writing for. Surely He would know that thousands of years later, there would be billions of people reading the Bible throughout history, mostly in English. So if anything, I would think God should get the English translation perfect. And, don't worry about Hebrew just yet. I mean, Hebrew is important, of course, because the people who are writing it and experiencing it are speaking Hebrew. But maybe as soon as English came along, He could have given us a good translation in English, because we're English speakers are the vast, overwhelming majority of Bible readers. So it's weird to me that He's writing a book for an audience that's such a small proportion of the number of people that He knows will be the eventual audience.
Yeah, I was actually kind of hoping to chase down. I actually did want to say a little extra on 2 Timothy 3:16.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Basically, if it could be translated, all scripture is or God breathing, like it would mean that verse is not referring specifically to origin, but more to its function. And I understand like we're not going to be able to get into like the nuances of that, because neither of us are like really super well aware of like all the issues surrounding that. My main purpose in bringing that up was more just to say, these are some options, and there's and like this is kind of what I think we can translate it as. Do you want me to go on to the like question of Greek and Hebrew translation, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the idea that 2 Timothy, 3:16 has different ways that people have interpreted it. Maybe it's God breathed past tense, like an origin, like you said, or maybe it just means that the Bible, like it says in the second half of the verse, it's useful for teaching. It's God breathing, as if it's God speaking to us or using the words of men to communicate a message. But yeah, if that's the case, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Bible is inspired by God. But yeah, I'd love to move into like, it's mostly just a curiosity of mine, not necessarily a point against biblical inspiration, but surely God would recognize that the majority of his audience, he's almost ostracizing in the way that he's writing it.
Yeah, I would. I think that there's. I think that there's a lot of value in the process of learning about God. So I think that I think that and this is okay, so this is just speculation. So what I guess I should be clear about what I'm trying to do here is more to suggest ways of approaching this as opposed to saying this is how it is. And actually it would probably be helpful if I say this is kind of how I see all of what I'm doing in this entire debate is just kind of saying here's here different here or not different
well, all that either of us can ever do is just express our own beliefs and interpretations and opinions. And so I'm happy to at the outset I'm happy to just take everything that you say as your thoughts. You're not necessarily representative of the true Christianity. As far as I'm concerned, there is no true Christianity because there's 40,000 different denominations. And for every single person sitting in the pew, you've got some slightly different version of Christianity. So I'm just talking to you and I'm just interested in knowing what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I would say that my my approach to this would be to kind of almost say the journey is the destination, kind of. So I think I probably communicated that thought enough there.
Sure. Well, I'd love to steer us towards some of the moral bankruptcy within the Bible.
That wasn't for me to say. That wasn't me trying to say. I've communicated that thought enough. What I was trying to communicate with that was saying, I think that I got the thought across and do not need to use more words because I frequently use more words than I need to use to express thoughts. I was homeschooled growing up and didn't really get any autistic accommodations, but
hey, I was homeschooled growing up too. So at least up until 6th grade, but did you have more thoughts on translations or languages? I'm happy to move on to morality if that's cool with you.
Yeah. I was kind of wanting to hear your thoughts on my thoughts. If do you have any thoughts on me saying the journey is the destination? Or
I guess I'm not even entirely sure what that means.
Okay. Yeah.
You mentioned we need to. You're interested in learning about God, and from my point of view, learning about God seems to be impossible because I don't think any gods exist, and all we can do when we study theology is learn about what other people claim about God. The Bible is a collection of claims, and until someone can demonstrate that it's actually inspired by God or representative of true events that include a God or dictated by a God or in any way relevant to any real gods, I see no method of learning anything about God. All we can do is read things that people have claimed about God and wonder if they're true or not, and compare them with our observations about reality now and see that many of the things in the Bible don't line up, like the aforementioned scientific inaccuracies, which you conceded right from the outset. So if the Bible's filled with things that aren't true and it's filled with claims that can't be substantiated, I see no reason to think that there's any God at all or that this book was inspired by one.
Okay, I do want to go back to the first half of that, which is when you said like we can't learn about God because no gods exist.
Well, I didn't make the claim that no gods exist. I just pointed out that I'm not convinced that any gods exist.
Yeah. What I'm okay. All right. So I was trying to like kind of say there's an internal critique in this, but okay. I think there was a bit of a miscommunication on.
Sure. Well, you mentioned, you want to respond to the first half of what I was saying, which was basically just that you mentioned you want to learn about God, but I don't think that what you're doing is learning about God. I think that you're learning about claims about God made by people.
Yeah, and I was curious to think, like, do you think that when I say that learning about God is so what I was trying to convey with that is learning about God is kind of valuable in and of itself. If there is God, and that was in response to the question of like, well, why would God make it like obscure? So like we have to like do all the scholarship and make these discoveries to learn about him, it's
that's a great question. Yeah, if God is real, why can't all of us just talk to him? I mean, we can talk to him, but is he hearing us? Is he real? Does he understand what we're saying, or are we just talking to a brick wall? Why doesn't God talk to us? Why doesn't he communicate with us and actually form a real relationship with us, which includes back and forth, instead of what most Christians mean when they say they have a relationship with God, which is that they have an imaginary friend whom they talk to that they think is real, but they have no way to actually demonstrate. I mean, if there is a God, let's say that he does exist, why can't he, instead of, like you said, making us read and research this old book and do all this scholarship, why can't he just reveal himself to everyone and put a stop to the whole thing, the whole debate?
My thoughts on that are that God I think that the process of like getting to know someone is intrinsically a lot more valuable than like if we were to like kind of just be best friends like right away. I think that
well, I think that's true. And if I could point out that I think that if God wanted a relationship with me, we wouldn't necessarily be friends right away. If Jesus just showed up at my door and wanted to hang out, maybe I'll have a conversation with him and see where it goes. But I certainly would have some questions. But I think that, I mean, what we're talking about here, even if this God is real, what we would be talking about is, say, forming a relationship with a new friend. You meet someone, you start talking, you hang out, you get to know each other, what we like and dislike, you learn about each other's past, you share, stories with each other, versus doing research about a celebrity. Like, I'm not forming a relationship with Alec Baldwin if I go online and read everything I possibly can about him, because he has no idea who I am. Or if we could extend that even further to some fictional character, like there's tons of stuff to be learned about, well, I don't know, Homer Simpson from The Simpsons. There's tons of information out there. There's hundreds of episodes. There's an endless supply of content and trivia. But am I forming a relationship with a person, or am I learning facts about a fictional character? And in this case, claims about a character with, in the case of God, that we have no reason to believe actually exists.
I would say, when it comes to biblical inspiration, it gets in. I think that we have. I think that the like difference between just learning about a celebrity and learning about God is that first of all, God I think that God is like present as we learn about God and like pray. So it's kind of like we're not like we're I would say that's a different vibe, I guess.
I can understand and appreciate that you believe God is omnipresent. So he's in the room with you when you're praying and when you're learning about him. But how could we possibly tell the difference between a God who's omnipresent but is invisible and doesn't interact with us in any detectable way, and a God who doesn't exist? How do we tell the difference between those two?
I would say that we so if we believe that God is real and God is real, then I would say like we kind of do experience like or sorry
some people claim they experience God, and
yeah,
it seems like what they experience, and I've never really felt this, is that there's an overwhelming sense of calmness or euphoria, and a lot of times these feelings are brought about by church services or listening to worship music or being deep in prayer. And a lot of the same kinds of experiences can also be brought about by going to secular music concerts or through meditation. So it's a feeling that, while I've never felt in a way that I attributed to God, even when I was a Christian, a lot of people do, but I'm not sure that they are able to demonstrate that feeling of euphoria or being one with the universe is a feeling that's actually happening to them because they're experiencing God, or because their brains are experiencing something that millions of people's brains experience and can be brought about by secular means.
Yeah, so I think this is going to kind of explain a lot of the miscommunications that I've. So when I said experience, that was kind of just like an afterthought, almost a reflex. Those tend to feature very prominently in just me talking to other people.
Sure, you're fine. I had a question for you, unless you had more thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Do you think that the book of Deuteronomy is an accurate portrayal of God's words and actions?
I'm wrestling with. That's something I'm wrestling with. I mean, killing people tends to be pretty bad, I guess.
That's definitely where I was going with it. You read me like a book, because not only in Deuteronomy, but throughout the entire Old Testament, the Torah in particular, as I'm sure you know, God kills lots of innocent people in incredibly unjustified ways and orders grown men to slaughter babies and children. Now, of course, if there is a God, he's off the hook if the Torah was not actually inspired by God. But the first 5 books of the Old Testament are some of the most influential books in the history of mankind, and they're included in the Bible canon despite maybe being fraudulent from your own admission.
I don't
Fraudulent
think I
as in
ever
they're not an accurate portrayal of God's, like they're misquoting God and they're attributing actions and words to him that aren't true at all. That's what I mean by that.
Okay, so I would I would say that we do so when I say accurate portrayal, there's the yeah, there's like I'm trying to like remember what I.
Well, so let's if we could compare two different commands by God, both featured in Deuteronomy and Exodus. So the 10 Commandments, I might be bold enough to assume you think are inspired by God. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 10 Commandments are divinely inspired. And then if we just stick to Exodus, in the very same book, God sanctions slavery. That he says that you can beat slaves as long as they don't die within 2 days. So do you think that is inspired by God, Exodus 21?
Let's see, I'm not sure. Is Exodus 21 like God directly speaking to the Israelites?
I think so, yeah. But I'll pull it up really quick. I believe he's speaking to Moses. Yeah, God speaking. The whole thing is a quote from God. He says, "These are the laws you are to set before them." So God is speaking directly to Moses, and the entire chapter is a quote directly from God.
Okay. Yeah, I would. So I think that or more accurately, I've actually I'm starting to like lose the ability to form thoughts.
Sure.
Like,
well, let me tell you what I'm getting at. I'll spill the
Yeah.
beans. So in Exodus, you think that the 10 Commandments are inspired by God, and the very same book written by the same author in Exodus 21 says that you can beat slaves as long as they wake up from their trauma-induced coma within 48 hours. And you didn't necessarily go right out and say it, but there's a chance that you think this passage might not be inspired by God. So we have the same author in the same book being sometimes inspired by God and sometimes not being inspired by God. And it seems like the criteria you are using to determine which is whichever passages you're comfortable with. And so if you agree with the passage, if you agree with the commandments, then it's divine inspiration. But if you find them morally reprehensible, like most decent people would, then it's not inspired by God.
okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is I was able to like follow your line of thought. Like just my internal mental state right now is like I expected to be able to communicate way better than I am.
You're doing
right
fine.
now.
You're doing great, man.
Thank you.
You should have seen me on my first debate. I was I was mainly a train wreck because I was letting people get away with claims without backing them up, and I was letting I didn't have a host. I was it's just a stream, and I was letting people ramble on about their life story uninterrupted.
Yeah.
So I've gotten better over time, and you will too. It just takes practice.
Yeah,
you're doing great.
I will. Yeah. I will say like I have had like thoughts on a lot of the things you've like brought up, and I just have like I was just like there's just so many directions this this could go. I'm thinking like we continue having this conversation. Like I don't want to stop, but maybe like eventually maybe like after this we can like sit down and look through and see if like there's a specific thing we might want to like do another thing on. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot I'm live. I'm live. We can't edit this out. Oh.
Well, I'm happy to have more debates in the future. But for now's sake, I'm still interested in, say, the discrepancy in Exodus, where God says you should honor your father and mother, and you think God really said that. But then he also, according to the book, said, go ahead and beat your slaves whom you may own as property. And that one might not be inspired by God. And it seems like you're not sure. So I want to know, how do we determine which parts are and which parts aren't, if not for just subjective opinion?
Okay. I would like to so I'd like to then abstract from that and like probably avoid talking about topics like slavery, just because like being like growing up in a Western world, I haven't experienced like very much physical suffering, so I'm worried that I'm gonna like say, but like abstracting away from that and like asking criteria.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be slavery. I mean, you could pick anything in the Bible, anything within one book. If we stick to just Exodus or just Deuteronomy, how do we determine
criteria.
which parts are inspired and which parts aren't?
Yeah, I would at the risk of absolutely utterly misrepresenting the Wesleyan tradition, they have this thing called the Wesleyan quadrilateral, where there's scripture, reason, tradition, and experience. And basically what that's not determining which parts of the Bible are inspired. I probably John Wesley thought the entire Bible was inspired. I haven't studied him, but I would venture to guess probably. But in my case, I would use this to so I would say that the entirety of the Bible is inspired. What I was getting at earlier with the 2 Timothy 3:16 thing was more so about translating God breathed as God breathing instead. So talking about Scripture's function. All of the Bible, I think, is God breathing, and that. So I think that we can use. I'm saying that I think we can use descriptions of things like moral atrocities and scientific inaccuracies to better understand certain things. And this is where I'll add the qualifying statement. This is something I just kind of like pulled out of thin air. It's just it's a thought I've had for a while, but I don't have any like specific examples to like materialize it. But like that's just one thought I have as kind of like an exploration.
Yeah, with regards to say being able to learn or draw some sort of lesson from the moral atrocities described and sanctioned in the Bible, I think that we definitely can learn from those, but more often than not, it seems like the lesson we're learning is people back then, the authors of the Bible included, were savages who were completely morally bankrupt, and we would all be better off if we did the opposite of what the Bible commanded us to, or what the God character commands in the Bible. If he says it's okay to own slaves, then we should not own slaves. If he says go ahead and kill all these children, like he does in Deuteronomy 20, we should do the opposite and not kill those children. So if there's any lesson to be learned from studying the Bible, I think it would be almost always do the opposite. But sometimes the Bible does say the right thing, like when it says, don't steal, for example. That's a pretty good rule. Generally, it's not good to steal. But at that point, we're really just using our own moral intuition, our own moral guidelines to filter out the parts of the Bible we like and the parts that we don't like. So at that point, we're not gaining anything from the Bible. We're just analyzing it based on our own secular morality.
Yeah, I would. So this has a lot of like analogies to the scientific thing where we don't, where it's like our science is clearly. So I'm going to. I don't know why I made that point. That was kind of a pointless point for me to make. Okay.
At the start, when we were talking about like scientific accuracy, I think you mentioned like the age of the earth. I think I was wondering, do you believe that, say, Adam and Eve are real people? Do you think the creation story happened, like God made the world in 6 days? Are you a young earth creationist, or do you hold to more of a scientific view that the earth, the whole universe is 13.8 billion years? What are your thoughts on that?
I actually believe all of that except for young earth creationism. So I would say the earth was created in 6 days, or 7 days. But I believe in 14.8 billion years. I believe the Earth existed long before creation, and I believe in evolution. Does that confuse you?
Well, it sounds like you want to have your cake and eat it too, where you're accepting the scientific view, but also saying you accept the biblical view.
Yeah.
Do you think that you said you believe evolution, right? So humans evolved from
yeah.
apes. Okay.
In that case, I was just trying to be a little provocative with that.
Sure.
Basically, I'll reiterate. Basically, I think the Hebrew word that is translated "create," I think refers more to giving like order and function to things rather than material manufacturing. And so, like when God is creating the earth, God is showing up to an earth that already exists and is establishing functions to the light, and then to the firmament, and I think, and I'm kind of basing that off of there's also like parallels between Genesis and other ancient Near Eastern creation myths that I would say like there's a book series written by John Walton that kind of like goes over like discussing that, but I think that those literal 7 days were God inaugurating his cosmic temple and entering into it.
So if you believe in evolution, I'm assuming that means that you don't think Adam and Eve were actually real people. Is that right?
I actually, I would say I don't know, but I'll say if they did, then I would be fine affirming that, and if they did not, then I would also be fine affirming that.
Well, that seems a little strange to me, because the Bible claims that Adam and Eve were the first humans, and if evolution is true and that's the human origin, then there were humans before Adam and Eve, and they weren't really the first people. And so it seems like that's a big problem.
Well, I'm not really sure that Adam and Eve, that the Bible claims that Adam and Eve were the first people, because God, when God creates humans, like in Genesis 6, God baras humans, or baras, the word that it's translated, to create. Like God is sort of giving function to Adam, like humans, and like Adam and Eve are the first priest and priestess of this cosmic temple, basically. That's, and I've just summarized like a view. I'm not like claiming that this is how everyone interprets the Genesis account. I think there's a lot of risk that I'm spreading a lot of historical misinformation right now in there. If any biblical scholars are watching this, I am genuinely so sorry. I feel bad. But
well, and just as a small correction, Genesis 1 and 2 are where God made man, and not Genesis 6. Hey, stop that. Sorry, my cat was scratching.
On the sixth day. I meant on the sixth day.
Oh, got it. Yeah, on day number 6. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, Genesis 6 is where all the giant, the Nephilim and stuff happens.
Right. Yeah, that was right before the flood, where God announces his plans to commit genocide on every living thing. But it does say that God formed a man from dust in the ground and breathed the breath of life into his nostrils. But that completely contradicts the idea of evolution, where humans aren't crafted out of dirt. We're the result of, a million-year process. But just to go back to something you said earlier, you said you would be fine with the idea that Adam and Eve weren't real people. But it seems like that would be a big problem for the New Testament, because the genealogy for Jesus in Luke 3 specifically mentions that Adam, Seth, and Noah are all in the lineage of Jesus. So if you're fine with the idea that Adam didn't actually exist, then you're basically throwing the Gospel of Luke in the garbage can.
I think that's conflating. That's first of all, if I don't believe that Adam and Eve existed, and I believe that Luke's genealogy includes Adam as part of the line of Jesus, I'm not throwing out the entire Gospel of Luke. I would be claiming that the author of Luke got something, got one of the, at least one thing, either incorrect about the genealogy or like was trying to communicate something else.
Sure, but if the author of Luke is getting things wrong in Jesus's genealogy, then that would seem to me that the Gospels Luke is not inspired by God, because God wouldn't inspire an error. He would make sure that his book is free from errors, one would think.
Well, I think that's large. So I would just try to circle back here. I was actually hoping, I've been kind of wanting to actually explore that specific question of like, would God allow errors? And then like, I'm so sorry. I keep going off into so many different.
Judd can help you peel them out.
Yeah. So the verse I was mentioning earlier, Numbers 23:19, says that God is not a man that he should tell a lie. And claiming something is true when you know otherwise is by definition a lie. So if the Bible is inspired, if God is inspiring things in the Bible that he knows aren't true, like that Adam is the ancestor of Jesus, then he's lying to us.
Well, what is well, do you I mean, I don't think that's a very charitable definition of the word lie. I think like if I'm speaking to a person who like from the ancient world, who thinks that like they used to think that emotions are literally stored in the heart. Like if I tell someone like from that time period that I love them with all my heart, they're going to understand that to mean like I literally love them with all my heart. but I don't think I would have to give them like a lesson in like cardiac or like cardiology to avoid lying, I guess.
Well, yeah, and that brings us back to the differentiation between using language and metaphor that people of the time can understand. And we still talk like that. We still say, I love you with all my heart. And we still associate the heart with emotions. But that's a completely separate issue versus saying, oh, this is in fact the exact genealogy of Jesus. And it goes all the way back to Noah, and if half of the genealogy is untrue and God knows that, then he's lying to us. It's not like he's using the people's understanding at the time. People now and back then both understood that this is how genealogies work. So-and-so begat so-and-so begat so-and-so. You can trace your ancestry all the way back to the earliest common ancestor. And the Bible authors, including Luke, seem to believe that the first human was Adam. But if God knows otherwise, and he's telling us something as true that he knows in fact to be false, I think that's the most charitable definition of a lie I could possibly come up with. And I wouldn't be able to think of a better one. Saying a claim that you know is false as if it's true. I would even go broader than that. And I would say that pretending to know something when you're not sure is a lie. But that's a less charitable definition that I think is still accurate. We've spent a lot of time talking about why the Bible has errors, or would God allow errors in the Bible? And it seems like we're doing a lot of justification as to why things in the Bible seem like they may be problematic for the idea of biblical inspiration. But I'm not sure as if we've heard an argument in favor of biblical inspiration yet. So if we were to ignore all of the issues that I brought up with the Bible, the moral abominations, the contradictions, the scientific inaccuracies, what would be your best argument in favor of biblical inspiration? And while you're thinking of your answer, let me let my stupid cat out of the room because he's tearing up my furniture. When we get out of here.
Cat attack.
Yeah,
that's
I'm so
great.
sorry. I should have thought before like I definitely should have done way more research before reaching out to do this. This is
Well, you know what, Fredo, though, this is a great space where we have a lot of newbies, amateurs, people who they're not even content creators, join the panel. And you'll see that happen here in just a little bit when I open the panel up. And they come in and they as they move forward, they begin to learn more about how to debate, what to do, what to prepare for, running the line of logic, so on and so forth. And it's a great space to be able to develop that. And then you become confident with what you're saying and you start to figure out what's important, what's not important, what I can use in the argument, and what tactics I want to apply in the scenario. So, I know Jed is being great with you and he's trying to lead the conversation in such a positive way where you guys can get to some answers. But the panelists that come on, I think will also assist you in that and have some more great questions. So I'll actually hand the option to you. Jed, if you want to continue running the questions, we can run it that way. Or I can give you like maybe 10 more minutes and then we can move into closings and we can move into open panel. It's totally up to you guys.
Sure. Maybe, just since I asked a question, maybe we cover that one and then we can move on to closings and super chats after that.
Yeah.
Sure.
So just to reiterate, now I forgot what the question was. Oh yeah. What's your best argument in favor of biblical inspiration, ignoring all the problems with it rather than being on the defensive? I'd love to hear your positive argument as to why someone should believe that the Bible was inspired by God.
I would say that in the ancient world, they believed that the gods had created them to be like basically slaves to those gods. So like take care of their sacred space, sacrifice to them, and like this was so the gods would not hurt you. And
are you including Yahweh in that list of gods?
I would say I'm making okay. I would say that there are at least parts of the Bible that where humans are created like in this like garden to take care of it, and like I think spread Eden to the rest of the earth, basically. And then like as you kind of like go down I guess to where like Jesus appears, it's like or like in the New Testament when like Jesus comes on the scene, it's like there's kind of like this almost like weakness as strength sort of philosophy going on, where it's like just like, and I guess this is assuming that I genuinely don't know much about other religions, or other religions in the ancient world. So I don't know if there are any parallels, but I would give the conditional statement if it were the case that the Bible is unique in that it like showcases that over and against a cult, like a world where it's not like yeah.
Would you mean to say that if the Bible is going against, say, social norms or violating the way that people generally perceive morals, or it's being progressive in some insightful way? Is that what you're getting at?
I think I would say I would say not in the case of like just all social norms ever, like just if it's like I guess I feel like a lot of people like almost need, like if you're a Christian, you absolutely have to be against like every social norm. Sorry, that was off track. Basically, I think that the specific, I would point out the specific social norm of we're just in this world and we're just trying to survive and make it to the next day, and we have to live in constant fear of other things, and like there, I guess the specific cultural subversion that I think is portrayed in those parts of Scripture that are inspired by God, if in fact only some of Scripture is inspired by God, would be like specifically that line of like love being stronger than fear, I guess.
Sure. And, I would respond to that simply by saying the idea of being out of the social norm or progressive or what do you say, culturally divergent? I forget the exact phrase you used, but I liked it. But in any case, the Bible is certainly not the only book to ever do that or to break down cultural norms. You could say that about any religious text where it's telling you to do things that may not be normal or telling you to do things that would be what the authors would consider a morally righteous action versus a morally unrighteous action. And so that's something that I wouldn't say is unique to Christianity in any way. And there's even non-religious texts that would promote doing things out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a full-on. I don't want to say I'm a full-on Marxist. I'm kind of influenced by Marx in a lot of ways, but I mean, yeah, if I wanted to say Marx is inspired by God, that's gonna put me against quite a bit of the Christian tradition.
It certainly will. And maybe the last thing I'll point out too is that, if we're talking about how the Bible is upheaving cultural norms, that seems to fly in the complete face of an apologetic. I know you're not making this argument, but one thing I've heard from a lot of Christians with regard to the slavery topic is that God didn't want to upheave cultural standards, where slavery was so ingrained in the culture of the time. The only way he could possibly get his people to obey him was to allow it, but slowly, gently push them and hint them that slavery was bad over time, that he doesn't want to upheave culture norms right away. He wants to slowly and gradually change human behavior. And those two ideas seem to be in contradiction with each other.
Yeah. I have a lot of thoughts just swirling around in my head, but I don't think I can I don't think I'm mentally capable of continuing on with questions.
Sure. Maybe in that case we can.
My brain is just.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah,
absolutely. Let's go ahead. We'll move into closing statements. Fredo, usually when people give closings, they're normally short, like a brief bullet point of kind of what their opinion was within the debate or why they think they won or I laid this out and this person failed to lay this out, so on and so forth. So I'll hand it to you first, and make sure you shout out your channel, anywhere you want people to find you, and then your closing thoughts.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, my name is my channel name is Freedosopher. I don't know exactly what all I want to do with the channel, but I like just academic stuff in general. I read a lot of really interesting stuff, and I just kind of can't help myself, and I just have to talk about it. But also, I'm hoping to do some stuff with philosophy of neurodivergence, theology of neurodivergence. I have a YouTube interview with the neurodivergent philosopher Jonathan Lionheart that's on my channel. If that's the only video I have, but it's I really enjoyed that conversation. I guess I'm interested in I guess you can definitely tell I'm neurodivergent just by watching me in this. But who knows where what things. Yeah. Should I close?
Yeah, give your bullet points for the debate, and then we'll close that part out. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think it's fair to say that Jed won, if in whatever sense debates could be said to have to be won or lost. I would say just to summarize, I think that there is a underlying thread in the biblical, in the Bible, of just humans are valuable just because humans are valuable, and God just kind of wanted to make us. And I like that's gonna get me in a lot of trouble with Sola Deo Gloria folks, but I think that that is we can look at the Bible to see which parts best express that, and we can do that through our reason, our experience, and like traditionally, how has the church interpreted, like seen these lines of thought. This, I think that if the Bible says something factually wrong, we can see if we do with that text by like looking at okay, what's the audience this text was being written to, and then just kind of try to exegete that, or just like uncover that sort of underlying thread. I would say that's the criteria for determining what in Scripture what's the message that God was trying to communicate. Maybe all of Scripture is inspired in the sense that all of Scripture was used as the vehicle for the things God was trying to communicate, but not all of it was exactly like affirming what God was affirming. So I would just say it's this as long as we are able to separate out the intended message using this understanding, we will be able to determine. I'm just kind of repeating myself over and over, but I will say one like actually different this time thing. I think one thing that's going to factor very heavily into this is I believe like on other grounds that like a supernatural perfect being exists, and like so that's obviously going to influence like the fact that I believe such revelation is possible and that it's like possible to go looking for it. So there's just been like a lot of moving parts with that. I will say I'm hoping to possibly in the future go over this debate and maybe fill in a lot of what I was trying to say, and like kind of if you want to see that, maybe you can subscribe to my channel and see sorry, shameless plug, and see and wait, like I like, because there's a lot of stuff I've kind of come away with, like realizing like, okay, I need to like express this in this way, and yeah.
Perfect. Yeah,
Sorry.
no, absolutely. Well, you still have a panel to come on that's going to ask you a lot of questions, and that might help. That might help filter out even more thought processes.
Yeah.
And I've got a lot of Christians in the chat that are coming after Jed later, so Jed's ready for it.
Hey, be nice to both of us, please. I can't.
Jed's ready for it. Jed, I will hand the floor to you, sir, for your closing thoughts.
Perfect. Thank you so much for hosting, Sarah, and thanks, Freedosopher, for the thought-provoking discussion. Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Yeah. So I'm still kind of wondering what inspired even means, and I feel like that word is less clear now at the end of the debate than it was at the start. It seems incredibly ill-defined, and it seemed like we weren't really able to nail down exactly what we even mean by the word inspired. We spent a lot of time talking about what's wrong with the Bible or why it has so many errors, but the only real argument we heard in favor of the Bible being inspired by God was that it's culturally progressive. But progressive and different doesn't necessarily mean something is inspirational. There's influencers, authors today who are incredibly contradictory toward cultural standards, but just being different doesn't mean you're better, and just being better doesn't mean that you're divinely inspired. Like we mentioned earlier, the Bible fails miserably when it comes to every single conceivable topic: history, science, internal consistency, moral integrity. It gives us a lot of insight as to the subjective opinions and the minds of the men who wrote it, the sexist, homophobic bigots who wrote down their own moral opinions. But it certainly doesn't give us any insight on how to live. The Bible is useful for learning, but I would say it's useful for learning what not to do and how not to live, rather than what to do and how to live. Just to give my own little plug for my own channel, Flying Spaghetti Auditor. Of course, you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Flying Spaghetti Audits, on TikTok. I do mostly shorts, reels, so like short content in the vertical style, but I do a couple of long videos and debates every once in a while too. A lot of my time is spent talking about biblical contradictions, but I don't exclusively talk about Christianity. I spend a good amount of time talking about other religions, or at least I try to, like Islam and Mormonism. But of course, I'm a former Christian of 20 years, so I'm much more familiar with Christianity than I am any of the other religions. So I definitely spend most of my time focusing on that. So if anyone's interested in hearing me talk about why I think Christianity is morally bankrupt or scientifically inaccurate, there's lots more content to be seen over on my page. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks again for hosting, and I'm looking forward to getting into some of these questions.
Absolutely. I think Shaman's going to have a good old time with you, especially because you mentioned all of the other religion studies. All right, let's just, I have officially dropped the open panel link into the live chat. If you'd like to join the panel to go through our Q&A session and then maneuver over into open floor, please feel free to click that link and jump backstage now while we go through super chats, and then I'll bring everybody up. Okay, Fourth Wiseman says the Bible.
Yeah, can I use the bathroom real quick?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
I'll be
step
right
away.
back.
Step away. Turn your camera off. Step away. I'll hit the mute button.
Yeah, it is it's a long time to hold it, you know.
Yeah, I always get up and go. But I wouldn't be able to hold it for more than an hour. Fourth one, and you could probably help answer to most of these, I think, Jed.
Sure.
Fourth Wiseman says the Bible is the book of fools brought to you by another group of fools who apparently found scrolls in a cave but couldn't decipher, so they created a special cipher stone declaring now they know. Jed, I think this is in favor of you. Would you like to kind of further elaborate on this thought process?
Well, yeah, I certainly wouldn't call people who find scrolls and publicize them fools. I think that any ancient document is certainly worth preserving and publishing. I think it was the Gospel of Judas was one of the more recent Gospels that's been discovered. And for a while, it was circulating in the hands of private citizens. And, oh, this person wants to make a big payday by selling it to some museum. If I ever found some ancient scroll, the first thing I would do is try to find, I might make like photocopies of it and just post the entire thing online. I'm very much an advocate of public information. I think that any ancient book from the Bible or an apocryphal text should be public knowledge, and anyone who has access to some of these ancient scrolls would be a fool not to publicize them everywhere. However, I do think that I agree with the commenter that it takes a fool to accept claims without evidence. So the people who were, from my perspective, making things up when they wrote the Bible certainly were acting like fools by pretending to know things that they couldn't possibly know. And then the people who accept their claims on faith and without any evidence are certainly fools as well.
Okay. And then also Neil Conway. Neil, Santa, where are you? You're not backstage. I expect you to be on this one if you're still watching, sir. But he sent in the Big 10 just to say thank you, Fredo. And yes, thank you. It's a lot I remember doing my first show and it was speed dating of all things. It had nothing to do with debates. I was a speed dater over on Playing with Fire. And I was so nervous. Like my entire shirt was soaked by the time I was done because I was just sweating so much out of my nerves. But yes, thank you for coming and making this your kind of first show, first debate, first everything. It's very exciting to have you. Oh, I muted you, by the way, when you stepped away. There you go.
Yeah, no. I'm not muted anymore. Sorry. Okay. I keep forgetting this is live and we can't edit things out.
Editing takes forever, so it's better live because it's going to save Sarah a lot of time in post-production.
Yeah. You just do the show, you end it, and then you walk away, and it's done.
It's a good thing. Like, it's a good thing I'm socially inept because, like, I just feel no shame being this bad at this. Almost.
Fair. Well, you can't have any shame on this show, especially when we move into the gauntlet. There is no such thing as shame over here at this point. Fourth Wiseman says, primarily, one must remember the whole saga comes from a made-up modern version of an extinct language, then translated back into all other languages, and it has massive holes in it everywhere. Fredo, do you have a thought to add in on that? This one is kind of against you on this notion.
I mean, not kind of against. I would say. Let's see. Okay, whole saga. Okay, made up modern version of mix. I guess I'm not really sure exactly what. Like, do they mean?
I think what they might be getting at is that we have no original copies of any of the Bible from my perspective, but or from my understanding, but certainly no original copies of like the ancient Hebrew Bible. When he says like a made up version of an extinct language, I think what he might be saying is that we're taking fragments and piecing them together the best we can of a language that even the earliest copies of the Bible we had when we were putting it together, the languages were already dead. So it's incredibly hard to piece together a language that nobody speaks. And of course, even English evolves and changes over time quickly. You know, you look back to the King James version and so the modern speaker like me, it's a muddy mess and I have no idea what it's saying half the time. My first Bible I ever owned was a King James. And in church, when they call on you to read a passage, and I would read it from my Bible, and then everyone would have like blank stares at me, and then the teacher up at the top of the room would say, "Does anyone else want to read their version so we know what it actually said?" So I always felt ostracized.
Fair enough. Spin, a member for 2 months. Sarah, good song. Neil says, I also appreciate the demeanor and respect shown by both. Yes, I want to give big kudos to Jed for entertaining, I guess you could say an amateur, right? Debater. That's not a lot of, Jed's well known in the debate space, I would say. And not a lot of the named debaters would normally willingly do that. And I think that's very big on you, Jed, to be willing to partake in that and also have the patience to work through the conversation. And so kudos to that. And kudos to you, Fredo, for coming in and doing it. It takes balls. Somebody said that in the chat earlier. It takes balls to get up here, even admitting that they would never do it. So a lot of people aren't willing to come on and do a live show like this. Fourth Wiseman says, once you understand how to conquer and take over an area, firstly, you must plant a base, a node of your cult to return to when challenged. Do you now see how the system works? Jed, I know you want to add in on that one.
It kind of seems like he's talking about the idea that the Bible was an intentional fabrication in order to control people. And I think that there's certainly parts of the Bible that we could say or have a good chance that that's the case. Some of the fraudulent Pauline epistles, as I'm sure Fredo knows, a lot of scholars don't actually believe that all 13 Pauline epistles are written by him, but there's a lot of fraudulent books out there that claim to be from Paul, but who really knows? Those books in particular, if you're lying about who you are in order to gain credibility, it seems like your motivation is deceit. So there's certainly some parts of the Bible I think it's really fair to say were intentionally made up to control the masses. But I think it's also fair to say a lot of the Bible is not necessarily an attempt at lies, but rather just either people, with a lot of the Old Testament stuff, I think the way people used to speak back then was to attribute things to a God, even if they didn't have a great justification. And perhaps back then there was an understanding that they were doing that's been lost. So like the creation story, for example, a lot of people believe that that's a metaphorical story, that there's truth in the narrative, so to speak. This is like the Jordan Peterson view, that it's true so far as the message behind it, but it's not literal history. And I think that when I read Genesis 1 through 3, that's the obvious interpretation I get from it, which is that it was never intended to be taken literally, but rather it's meant to be a metaphorical story. And I think that interpretation to a lot of young earth creationists has been lost, where they think the whole thing is literal.
That's fair. Ayatin says thousands of manuscripts exist with extremely high agreement, and the differences did not impact meaning. The Canaan Bible does not contradict itself when studied deeply. No other work is like this. I think this is a shot fired at you, Jed, if you want to defend it, and then we can see if Fredo has a response to yours.
Sure.
I kind of feel like that was almost directed at me.
I think it is. Well, I think it's in favor of the idea that the Bible is the canon Bible is authentic. Because it's saying it's free from contradictions. There's extremely high agreement. No other work never contradicts itself.
Okay. Yeah.
And we can both respond for sure. What I would say is that his assertion is entirely false. It doesn't matter how many manuscripts you have of the Bible. I mean, there's thousands of copies of Game of Thrones, but the number of copies you have of a book certainly has no impact on whether it's true. And the stories in the Bible that are repeated in multiple parts have extremely high disagreement. I talked a bit in my opening about 2 Samuel and 1 Chronicles, where both of those two books talk about the same event, the census of David. And at every point where they could contradict each other, they do contradict each other. Where one says God inspired the census or incited the census. The other one says that Satan incited the census. They disagree on the number of people that were counted in the census. So it doesn't stop there either. The Genesis 1 and 2 accounts of creation are in complete contradiction with each other. They get the order of events completely backwards. Genesis 1 says that plants were made first and then humans. And then Genesis 2, which is a retelling of the creation story, says that man was made first and there were no plants on the earth at that time. And then God made plants. And the contradictions just go on and on. The Gospels are filled with contradictions. Did Jesus go to Egypt right after he was born, or did he go directly to Jerusalem? Depends on if you ask Luke or Matthew. So yeah, there's tons of contradictions, but even if there were none, that still wouldn't prove it was divinely inspired, because lots of other books don't have contradictions. That doesn't mean that God wrote the words or inspired it.
Okay. And Fredo, did you have a response to that?
I would maybe, I guess I do have something specific to say about Genesis 1 and 2, the plants being created. I have heard it argued that in the second creation narrative, God is giving kind of a function to to those plants which are going to be used in cultivation, whereas in the first creation account, it's just broadly God is giving a function to vegetation in general. I don't know exactly how faithfully I'm representing that interpretation, but I couldn't help myself. I just had to Yeah, I just remembered. Yeah.
And I just pulled up Genesis 2 really quick, and what it says in verse 5. Well, let me back up. It says in verse 4, this is the account of the heavens and the earth when they were created. And then in verse 5, it says, now no shrub had yet appeared on the earth, and no plant had yet sprung up, for the Lord had not sent rain to the earth, and there was no one to work the ground. And then in verse 7, he makes a man out of dirt. And then in verse 8, it says, now the Lord God had planted a garden in the east. So man was first, then he made a garden, and then he took man and put him in the garden.
Yeah, so what I would say to that is, it seems like I would wonder, like, what I would probably this is outside of both of our jurisdiction, but like or areas like where plants are, or the Hebrew text, whether it's referring, like, is it like in the English, it seems like there's possibly a way you could get like cultivated plants, because it's saying, because like these plants did not exist because there was no one to work the fields. I just wonder if it's possible that I'm running out of words.
Well, sure. And if you were to make the claim that the words shrub and plant in the original Hebrew were referring specifically to cultivated plants like cauliflower and Brussels sprouts, then that would be something we have to look into. And like you said, neither of us are experts in Hebrew, but I would need to be presented the evidence in order to be convinced that it's not a contradiction, because from the plain English reading, it's a pretty obvious one, but I'm open to be proven wrong with a better translation, or the original translation.
I do know the New Revised Standard Version updated edition, which is that's three updating words: New Revised Standard Version, updated edition. But that tends to be
Okay. Fourth Wiseman says, get your head checked if you don't comprehend this. Man wrote words, and those words are written by man. If you think it's God, then you need help. Iotin says, the lasting impact of the Bible is evidence that it is divinely inspired. No other work matches this. Also, we can hear all that typing. I don't know which one of you is doing it. But the lasting impact of the Bible is evidence that is divinely inspired. No other work matches this. Also, if you look into it, the modern translations are faithful to the ancient manuscripts. Jed, I think that's shot at you too.
Yeah. Regarding the very last bit, that the modern translations are faithful to the ancient manuscripts, certainly people are doing their best to make translations that are as faithful as possible. And the NRSV UE that Fredo just mentioned is probably, from my understanding, one of the better ones. That being said, I'm constantly faced with people challenging me in my English interpretation of the Bible and saying, oh, you think it's a contradiction because you're reading the English version. And this literally just happened in our discussion. If you were to only read the ancient Hebrew text, you would see that there's no contradiction and everything makes sense. And that's not a shot at Fredo. That's a shot at the writer of the comment, that if he's going to say that the modern translations are faithful to the ancient manuscripts, then he is preventing himself from ever using that very common excuse we see so much from apologists, where that they rely, and oftentimes for the better, because it's the correct response to some of the objections that a skeptic might bring up, that the ancient languages are a better reading than the English translations, because the English translations often get things wrong. Now, regarding the first part of the comment, the lasting impact of the Bible is evidence that it's divinely inspired. Well, I just simply reject that assertion. I don't think the impact of a book has any bearing on whether or not it's divinely inspired. The age of the book, he mentioned the lasting impact, like as if the age of it makes any difference. There's books that are way older than the Bible, like the Iliad and the Odyssey, if I'm not mistaken, are incredibly are much older than the Hebrew Bible, and those have a huge impact on modern culture. High schools make people read those books almost always, and no one thinks, or at least I doubt that this commenter believes those books are divinely inspired. And just because a book has incredible impact doesn't mean that God wrote it. I mean, look at the Quran, the second best selling book in history, if I'm not mistaken, has a huge impact. But either the Quran is true or the Bible is true, or neither one is, but you can't have both.
Thank you. Yeah, no, well said. Fourth Wiseman says, here, I'll enlighten you. Halos are real. I don't know they are created entirely, but I have legitimately witnessed one. It was a light blue, iridescent hue. It floated above my chest. They're real. Shots fired. I attend member for 7 months.
I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or not. It almost seems like he's making fun of people who make claims with just baseless assertions. But then at the same time, I mean, he's made multiple comments, so I think by the other ones we might be able to tell.
I think there's a facetiousness built into this claim. For sure. I would say member for 7 months. This is like the opposite of blood sports. I love it. I love it too. Tom Carpenter with the big hundo, my favorite color to put on the screen, says, just a note. Theo Neustos?
I forgot.
Theonustos is actually, I don't think the P is pronounced because it's PN, so then it would just be the N.
The P is pronounced.
Really?
I know that for some, I know so much random stuff.
Theopneustos then is actually now known to be a Koine Greek word used in non-biblical writings and indicates God as source more than the literal God breathed historically thought. Early commentators thought Paul created the word, but we now know he did not. Ooh, Tom always loves words. He loves to break down semantics of words.
Yeah.
So I'll hand it to Fredo. Do you have a thought to add into that? And then we'll hand it to Jed.
Let's see. That's what I was mentioning earlier. In the Sibylline, I think in the Sibylline oracles, I think it is used in like a divine, like a literal divine breathing sense. And I think in I'm blanking on the name, but it's the something of Abraham, like Theopneustos, I think, is used to refer to like spices used in like wrapped up with corpses that like kind of breathe life. I think that's something I probably could use like a. I don't remember where I heard it from, but it was, yeah.
Okay. Jed, did you want to add in on that?
Yeah, only thing I'll mention, and this is way outside my wheelhouse, is like, the origin of Greek words. But the 2 Timothy is one of the Pauline epistles that a lot of scholars think is actually not written by Paul. There's, it's about half of the Pauline epistles are in dispute, and 2 Timothy and 1 Timothy are both among those. And a lot of the reason why people dispute the authorship of these books is because they use words that the other Pauline epistles that we're confident were actually written by Paul don't use those words. They use literary styles that we don't see in Paul's writings at all.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Fourth Wiseman says it's not the finding of the scrolls and publishing them that's an issue. It's that we know what they say is just a load of rubbish from an extinct language that, oh wow, a rocks tells us how now. Fair enough. And then don't show me the jigsaw nor try to tell me what it is until it's complete. In the meantime, stop making roads to nowhere. Don't show me the jigsaw. Fair enough. And then shots fired over at Fredo. Don't take it personal. These come in for everyone all the time. They even send them on me. He says, Fredo migrated from mom's basement to the lounge room just for all of us today. Yes, he's giving up his time
take
today.
That kind of personally.
Don't take it personally. They say a lot of shit about me. Jed's had his fair share. Everybody takes it personal.
Yeah.
Don't worry. All
You
right.
know, the one that offends me the most is when people make fun of my hair. Oh, it really grinds my gears.
Really?
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
Send in
People
all the
online will
donos
talk-
to make fun of his hair right now.
You know the real thing to remember with these kinds of comments is that when someone is making an ad hominem attack on you, if they're attacking you as a person rather than the arguments and concepts that you're expressing, it's because they don't have a good response to it. They don't have an argument. So rather than addressing what you're actually saying, they're trying to tear down the ideas by discrediting you. And that's a fallacy, because whether or not your claims are true has nothing to do with you as a person. So I could live in my mom's basement, I could have a really bad haircut, and it doesn't matter, because if my arguments are sound and valid and I'm making good points, then they stand and fall on their own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In our crowd, our audience, we all like to poke fun at each other. Everybody makes fun of everybody. We all take the beatings. And as long as we all recognize that we laugh it off, then we're okay. Right. And we're all capable of doing that. It's definitely not for the weak, but we also know not to, again, like I said, backstage, like don't talk about anybody's wife or kids or dogs or your grandma, like stuff like that. But something like this is a fun little poke. He doesn't mean it at you the way you would think. Like he's not talking shit on you, right? It's just a fun little poke. Everybody that joins this show is living in their mama's basement, eating Cheetos on a beanbag, typing angrily on their keyboard, right? So it's like something that everybody understands is that's the norm.
Okay.
It's not that he doesn't know you. How would he know you're in your mama's basement?
I have a lot of, there's just so many specific things that,
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Stuff like that, we all laugh them up. Trust me, I read super chats of people talking shit about me too, and I have to read it out loud on me. So it makes it even harder. All right, gentlemen, are we ready to meet our panel? I've got a lot of fun people backstage. Shaman, you're not connected back there. You gotta re-hit it or something. But hurry up and do it now. Yeah, you don't have to have Kim on. You just have to reconnect it back there, Shaman. All right. All right, I've got everyone here. Everyone's a winner. Everyone gets a trophy. Hi, Dashton. I've got Spin City, who's normally more fun in the Christian talking points, or I'm sorry, the political talking points. I'd be curious to see what he has to add to this conversation. Duck is he believes he's a philosopher, but once in a while he spews out good stuff once in a while, probably once every 12 shows. Clay is here. I know he's big on the Christian side of things, so he's probably here to come at you, Jed. Ant is, I'm pretty sure atheist, so he might have some questions for you, Fredo. Dashton, I have no common idea of where you stand here. Let me ask you this, because I do have someone else backstage who I know has a question, but Dashton, will you have a question for either of our two debaters tonight?
Well,
it's just a yes or no. Will you have a question for you? Okay. Shaman Omar, very big into theology. I know he'll probably be able to come at both of you. And of course, Balderson, Odinism, Hail Odin, will probably be enjoying this conversation with popcorn, and you deserve a glass of wine at this rate. All right. Spin, question to you. Are you passing on this one, or do you have a question or comment?
Pass me and come back to me after the next one. I'm constructing my question.
Okay, fair enough. And as a kind reminder to everyone, this is the Q&A portion. We will be respectful. We will refrain from insulting and interrupting each other. We will ask the question, get the answer, and we will all move on. Duck, to you, sir.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, great debate, guys. I thought it was a lot of fun. I have a question that's mostly directed to Frito Lay's guy. Nice job. So I didn't, when you were talking, the one issue that I'm obsessing over now that struck me was when you talked about inspiration. And I know this is maybe above what you guys were trying to talk about, but I didn't see any way to think in terms of modality or essentialness. And so it seems a little bit odd. Because I know you're focused more on theology, but how would it be the case that there's a being inspiring another being who fucking writes, right? And the fucking words they said were from the other fucking being, and then there's no way to talk about what's real. Yeah, sorry for the
Thank you.
And then there's no way to talk about what might be real or what could be even said to be known or consistent across an argument in the first place.
I would like are you asking like
another way of saying this is who wrote the Bible, and then who was the God that could have possibly inspired it?
Okay. Yeah. As for who wrote the Bible, I mean, as far as I know, most like the Bible kind of started out as like mainly oral traditions and was kind of almost like coalesced into a book. So I don't really know exactly who all the authors were, but I would say, let's see.
That's not nearly, and I'll just say this one time, that's also not nearly close to being true. There's a pathway where it is just the case that the Bible was a selection of rando fucking texts that people put together.
I think it, as far as I like, just kind of the vibe I'm getting from reading the scholarship is that most people kind of seem to think it's it was like a oral tradition that coalesced into a biblical thing. But what I would say is God, so the kind of being that is inspiring these texts is a perfect being who wants to be friends with people or something, and I guess I am.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfair because I think it's asking you for a little more of a basis for, I mean, not necessary. This is why I'm sort of dissatisfied, is because I wasn't just asking about a historical basis. I was asking what on God's earth can someone even say or know about the two sort of causal agents that would be involved in inspiration in the first place, and there's nothing there, right? And it's not that you don't have an answer, it's there's not an answer.
Okay, Duck, you know what? I think that's actually a really good question. And I'd like to pin that for the open floor, and maybe Shaman or Clay can maybe assist in getting you an answer a little easier. Would that work? Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, I'm out of vape too, Sarah.
Okay, that's all right. Spin, did you want to take your turn?
Yes, please. So this question is for both Freedosopher and Jedi up there. You talked about slaves, right? You talked about bosses and stuff like that, right? So the question comes to this. Shit.
Do you want to come back?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Give it some more thought. That's
it's
okay.
It's a fair question, but I want to word it correctly.
Sure, take your time. I'll get through everyone else and I'll come back to you at the end, okay? That way you have
That's
plenty
fine,
of time.
Sarah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Clay, go ahead.
Oh, goody. My turn. What's up, Mater Nation? Jed, Freedosopher. Nice to meet you. Fredo did just fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, you did great. Listen, brother. Listen to me, okay? Listen, Linda. It's great. Listen, great. You did great. Okay, now, I would say, look, you don't have to explain anything that you believe. You don't actually have to, but because you want to, that's why you're up here. You want to be able to, and you have done that well. So we appreciate you 100%. Okay. And I want you to know that.
Thank you.
But I'm not coming after you. I'm coming after Jet. Mr. Jet. Okay. So obviously, you're trying to impose the idea that it's quite possible that this isn't inspired by God. Well, yeah, it's possible. However, I don't agree with that. I would agree with the statement that it is inspired of God. I agree with 2 Timothy 3:16 that it is inspired of God, right? So you came up with a lot of examples of why you believe it's not. We could tackle that one at a time. But one of the things that I do notice is that typically it's pretty much the same that happens with a lot of people who say, God isn't real, or, it's not inspired of God. The Bible isn't actually true. Typically, a lot of times things do get mistranslated. Do you actually go to the Blue Letter Bible, or do you go to the King James, or do you use some specific translation? Jed?
I think you mean the Red Letter Bible and not the Blue Letter, but
no, the Blue Letter Bible.
Oh, yeah, I'm not even familiar with what a Blue Letter Bible is, but I use BibleGateway.com typically, so I'll compare different English translations. Usually, I read out of either the NIV, ESV, or NSRV, and then if I come across a particular verse that catches my eye, I'll hit the compare all English translations, and I'll go through each one and kind of. When you read all of them, I think it gives you a better understanding of what the original probably said without needing to go back and read the ancient Hebrew, because while they're all a little bit different, they tend to all say roughly the same thing. And so if you take the majority of the message behind them, then you tend to get a better idea. So I like to compare all the English translations, and some of them are pretty wild. So that's
fair.
Question.
Yeah, that's fair. And I do basically do the same. Except for that. So the Blue Letter Bible is actually a website. And what they've done is they've taken essentially all the different variations, the versions, the translations, and put them onto one website, as well as the ancient Hebrew and Greek, and Aramaic. And they actually have what, I don't know if you're familiar with Strong's Info at all.
No.
Okay. So what they do is they actually break it down. They actually define each one, but you can actually take it all the way back to the original language. So you can actually go for word now, and it literally shows you what those defined words mean. It has like the multiple definitions for each Hebrew word, the multiple definitions for each Greek word, And so you can actually break it down. And so what's happened over, the centuries with the translations and all of that, it's been translated improperly in a lot of versions. Of course, version, I mean, that's a whole, problem in of itself. But that's something that I would suggest, because I do know that that's something that is a useful tool for people who want to actually understand what the original words, the original language means. And I think that might be one of the problems that you yourself are running into when you're trying to convey what it is that you're saying. Because I know you mentioned something about the sheep. It's actually like, I just looked it up. It's like spotted. It's not striped, right? So even that little piece of information might change your view on what was actually being said there. It wasn't like a zebra stripe on a sheep, It was actually like blotches.
Well, I mean, it seems like a really inconsequential difference to me. I mean, whether it was a striped sheep or a blotched sheep, the point still stands that you can't get a blotched sheep by having two sheep mate while looking at blotched tree branches or polka dot tree branches or whatever the case may be. Looking at an object with a pattern on it will not produce offspring with that pattern on them. And it doesn't matter what the pattern is. You get offspring with a pattern by mating two organisms with that pattern. And then you can breed for certain traits by having mating pairs that exhibit those traits more than the other ones. And so the point still stands regardless of, that seems like a small difference. But was that the only translation issue that you found with me, or was there another one maybe more consequential that you noticed?
There's plenty. Let's see, like I said, we can go through each one of them fully. I don't want to spend too much time because I know this.
Let's do Q&A. One more if that's okay.
Yeah, let me see what else I got here.
But I will check out the Blue Letter Bible because I'm always interested in improving my understanding, and I'm no biblical expert, that's for sure. So the original language is always the best translation to learn and understand. So
yes, indeed it is. When you guys were talking about slavery, you mentioned that word beat. Okay, the original language there translates it to strike. It also can mean beat, cast forth, clap, give, wounds, go forward. Indeed, it actually can translate to indeed, kill, make slaughter, murderer, punish, slaughter, slay, smite, strike, be stricken, stripes, surely, wound. So you can see here how if I take the concept behind all of these words and then I just say to beat, then I'm actually not doing the word justice in the context, right?
I think in that example, just like the one with the sheep, it's completely inconsequential. Whether you're beating your slave with a rod or you're striking them with a rod, the result is still the same. You're taking a rod and you're hitting, striking, or beating your slave with it until they're presumably unconscious. Because what the full verse says is that you may strike your male or female slave with a rod as long as they get up or wake up within a day or two. Which if we read between the lines, what it's really saying is that you can make your slaves, you can strike them so much that they become unconscious as long as they wake up within 48 hours. And the Bible authors certainly had no idea about head trauma or concussions. So it's completely unsurprising that this kind of thing we'd find in the Bible.
Take that concept, right? That you did have a mistranslation there. And every single word within that very verse that you just gave could possibly be mistranslated. You see, you are translating the whole verse by one idea that you already have in your head. Even the one word that I pointed out to you doesn't have the same meaning. Therefore, maybe, just maybe, you aren't reading the inspired word of God, but someone's version of that.
Well, I certainly agree that I'm not reading the inspired word of God, but a version of it written by some man. But in the change that you made, changing the word beat to strike changes nothing about the message.
That's one
of the verse.
word.
Well,
That's
sure.
one word.
What do you think is the correct
Well,
interpretation of that verse?
And I think his point, Clay, is that he's saying it's like using a different verb, right? But there's not much of a difference within that verb. It's like synonymous, right?
Well,
and I think that's what he's trying to say.
My point is this: if I was able to change even one word, that changes the entire sentence, and you took and changed every single word in that sentence, it would be an entirely different doctrine.
Not necessarily.
Which is essentially what has been done throughout the many verses in the Bible. Every sentence has been changed in all of these different versions, and what you're reading isn't actually the original language. And there's another problem with that, and I'll move on from and let somebody else go. But there's another problem. There's colloquialisms, phrases that are used in other languages that simply just can't be translated sensibly to English, right? So this is just the concepts that I want you to understand. I mean, you don't have to. I can pass you a note that has writing on it, but if you choose to read it, that's on you. If you choose to read it with your own understanding, that's also on you.
Sure. Just to respond to that, it's true that you can change the meaning of a sentence by switching one word for another, but it's also true that you could keep the meaning and the message of a sentence exactly the same while changing every single word, because many words have synonyms where if you change them out for something else, the message behind the sentence doesn't actually change in any way. Like in the example that you gave, if we change the word beat to strike, nothing about the message has changed. And I've never heard an interpretation by any Christian or any atheist that was any different than what we see written in plain text. And so far, I haven't heard from you any different interpretation than what I've gotten, only the assertion that there might be a different interpretation out there based on the original language that it seems like you haven't even looked into, because you haven't, while you were able to pinpoint one word that was different, you haven't been able to pinpoint a different message behind the whole sentence. So I'll give you another chance. What do you think is the correct interpretation of that particular verse?
I'll go ahead and let other people get in on it, because Gauntlet is coming.
Okay, Clay. Yeah, we'll put a pin in that one for the translations and interpretations of the words within the Bible. We can certainly come back to that. And I'll kick it over to you, sir.
Just to Freedosopher, this isn't a question. I was just going to address your earlier concession. I wouldn't consider it a loss. Like, obviously, you have gained insights into your arguments and where they're strong and where they're weak. You've got a path forward to gaining new knowledge. If you would say one, all you've done is confirmed what you already know. Losing teaches us. So I hope you're not discouraged, and I hope you're going to make yourself a regular around here. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I would address that by saying there's a lot of this, like I had a lot of like thoughts, like actual kind of responses where I could have made my argument much stronger, but like I just couldn't find the words, and I think that's not to say like, oh, I basically won. I just no, like all I'm saying is like there's a more than you think of that can be like, yeah. I'm
Well, with practice, you learn. One good way to look at it is having certain buckets, right? If Jed said to me, the interpretations of this or blah 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 or X, Y, and Z, I would have a bucket of prepared responses to interpretations of a terminology or particular quotes from the Bible, so on and so forth, right? And the more you do this, the more it becomes second nature, and you're not even thinking about it. You're just responding. So, and I think that's what Ant is saying is I hope I hope we see you around here more, and I hope you, especially for our open panels, just like right now, these are all people who enjoy joining open panels and working through their confidence building and working towards debates. Whether they want to do a one-on-one or 2v2 debate later is some want to, some don't, but most enjoy these conversations because they are testing their worldviews, but they are also it's muscle memory for your brain on preparing your responses to different things. So yeah, dashed in. Or Ant, you were done, correct? I assume. I apologize.
Hey.
Yeah, I was done.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Dashed into you, your question or comment.
Well, I seen a four-faced cherubim that's actually in the Bible and I had to read. So like I agree with everything that Jed says, and that is he's like amazing and stuff too. And the Freedosopher person. What do y'all know about the four-faced cherubim? Since I've seen this being, like I've seen this encountered or whatever. Never knew it existed. It's four faces. You know what I'm talking about? What do y'all know about that? And look, it's in the Bible, inspired by God, or just somebody's testimony that they just wrote in the Bible or something. And I guess
I think I missed the key word. What was it about?
Being. I don't know. It's like a four-faced cherubim being. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's in the Bible. Ezekiel saw the vision. Ezekiel saw the visions, and I did too. Period.
Like,
so that means
like four faces. One of them's an eagle, one's a lion, one's some other animal, and one's a human face, and like wings.
Horse, human, blue-eyed, sandy blonde, long hair. And a lion, Leo, fire, and then eagle, Scorpio, water, Arthur, fire, water.
Yeah, what was
I've seen this.
Yeah, I know the creature. What was your question related to that?
Well, I'm just saying, here's another thing. See, I seen and encountered this being that's in the Bible. I never had to read, which I don't, so inspired by whatever, I don't know, God or whatever. And sure, maybe, but I don't know. It's just someone's wrote their testimony in there, and Ezekiel saw the visions, and I believe him because I saw the same exact thing. So that matches up. Wow. And I also see Jesus before, and he looks really pretty and all this crap. And he has like the heavenly presence of light and stuff. He's like the one that's connected to everyone, and we're this little light salt beams of crap. And if we get tuned like a Wi-Fi enough, like if you keep on doing it, and seeking Jesus while you're seeking the spiritual realm, but you can see in the spiritual realm because it's actually real. You don't have to read a freaking book to do it. You have to just read a person with the glowing light, and that's all there is to that. And if I just keep on myself that way, maybe I'll eventually get on recording some more, and that's what I want to do, but the four-faced cherubim, I always want to know who knows anything about it. Plus it's in the Bible, bullcrap. Okay, it must not be bullcrap if Ezekiel saw it, and it was exactly what I saw. So
what is the main question, Dashton?
Like, what do you know about it is the question. Like, why did I see it? Why did Ezekiel see it and stuff? Somebody, I don't know. Like,
here's if I can.
It's the way of the Garden Eden. Once you see all the faces, and I did, so good for me. And then it means that you're so close to God that you're almost about to see God. So it protects you from disappearing or something, and it protects God from all the other stuff too. And that's all I know about that.
So you're just asking me, like, what do I know about this creature? Like,
one thing about that I got to see it, and Ezekiel did, and y'all can too eventually if you want to practice this psychic ability thing that everyone in the world has. They're just ignoring it.
Okay.
If I can hop in here, I have a question for Dashton. Were you aware of this four-faced creature before or after you had the vision of it?
I never knew it existed, never heard about it. And I go around asking all these preachers and stuff. The only way I found out was 2 months later. And I was looking up like a Egyptian dog, half body man or something, because I thought that's what the ox was. And it was a gray ox. And I was like, I didn't know what that was. But it looks just like an ox, but it looks like a dog. You know what I mean? Like the side view of it. Because I only got to see the side view of it. The left side of it, if I'm looking at it, you can see its left side, I guess, if it's doing this.
I ask because it's incredibly unimpressive to have a vision of the the lion, ox, eagle man if you were already aware of its presence.
No, I was never aware of it. I never knew it existed at all. I couldn't make this up. It was exactly detailed to how it's described with freaking eyeballs in its wings. I thought I was just tripping balls looking at it, but it was clear as day, and it came from these two mirrors behind me that were facing each other, and then it just like went in front of me. And then it slided to the left, and then it started coming towards me, and I could just stare at every one of the faces that it would change, like a strobe strobe light changing all the faces. I got to see every one of them, ox, earth, air, fire, water, every single, that order, the whole entire order. Just, it would change its face. It and have 4 heads. It had 4 faces in the same place. And it just stayed, this way. It wouldn't twirl or twist or anything, just like the Bible says and all this stuff. But when it came from behind me from these 2 mirrors.
Can I explain where that came from?
Well, hold on, Shaman. Jed, did you have a response to that? And then we'll move to Fredo.
Sure. Well, I mean, I can only speculate about why Dashton had the particular vision or experience about the creature and why it seems to align so much with how the Bible describes it. I mean, if I were to speculate, I would say it's a coincidence. I mean, people have all sorts of weird dreams and weird visions. There was one time when I was a young kid where I had a dream of a talking dog. And what's interesting, too, is that there's a talking dog in the apocryphal Acts of Peter. So does the fact that I dreamt about a talking dog have anything to do with the Acts of Peter being inspired by God? I mean, certainly not. But that being said, a talking dog is certainly less impressive and less specific than a 4-headed beast with eyeballs all over its wings. So I'll certainly grant that that's weird and unusual, but I don't think that's enough to conclude why it happened. All we can do is say we don't know how it happened or why.
I know how it happened because I'm going around seeing spirits and crap, but I get to see that one too.
Well, Dashton, I hear your question and I understand what you're asking, right? But it's not really. It can be in light of being inspired by God, by like in terms of the Bible, but at the same time, it's still like personal and anecdotal, and not really a question that the debaters would like. They're not priests, right? They're not people who would be able to answer to that. And so let's put a pin in. Let's put a pin in that one, and hold that thought for open panel, because that's a little outside the realm of what we're trying to get through with the Q&A portion.
Yeah. Can I give a quick book recommendation too?
Sure.
Dashton?
Yeah.
I don't I want to know about
this is The Unseen Realm by Michael Heiser. He's a scholar who talks a lot about just how divine beings are portrayed in scriptures. So
can you type that in the private chat? Because I probably can't spell correctly.
Yeah. I'd actually recommend a different book by him that's a little bit more accessible, I find personally. But yeah, Supernatural by Michael Heiser would probably be. And also, I don't claim to represent these scholars, because if I'm representing these scholars, that would they would not want. Michael Heiser is probably looking down from me at heaven right now, just like with his hands in his, or with his head in his hand, just like stop. Because
All right, Dashton, and we'll put a pin in that one. I'm certainly open to the conversation, but I don't think it's necessarily the best point at this point. Shaman, I'll kick it over to you, sir, for your question.
Hello, everybody. How is everyone going? I'm going to try to start from the last thing to the front. Ezekiel was in Babylon, so all you have to do is just look at the Etana myths, which is exactly like Ezekiel's story of a king getting carried to the heavens by eagles. The beast, the 4-headed beast, is pretty much a carbon copy of the Lamassu, which is old Sumerian animal slash Anunnaki heads. But what we don't realize is that these Babylonian Sumerians actually got it from Balderson. And Balderson's Norse high deity is created by the All-Father. Moving on, Fredo, can I ask you like a couple questions for like quick response?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's your favorite color?
Whoa, okay. I like pastel colors a lot.
No, favorite color. First one that comes to your mind.
Pastel green.
Perfect.
It's nice.
What's your favorite song?
I really
first
like
one that comes to your mind.
Season 3 of Demon Slayer's intro is I was impressed. I liked it.
Okay. You don't have to justify it. And how old are you?
I'm not gonna. Is it all right if I? Okay. I mean, it is all right.
Yeah. So give me a range. Are you over 25 or under 25?
May I ask why you're asking this?
Okay.
Question?
So nothing. Don't worry. I have a 19-year-old son. Okay, and he used to do a lot of the like ums. It's a generational thing. There's an old saying, sometimes it's important to understand the past beyond these books because they say that it's easy to tell the truth because it's the first thing that comes to your mind. And so I'm assuming that you've obtained a lot of knowledge, right? You've studied a lot of books, read a lot of books. And on the subject of theology, or at least Christian theology, you're probably very well read, correct?
I would refrain on making judgments about how well read I am.
It was a question.
But yeah.
Okay.
I've read a little bit more than the average person, probably.
Well, you just made the same assumption that I was making. So let's just say the average per. Okay. So my point is that it's easy to tell the truth because it's the first thing that comes to your mind. So if someone asks you a question like, "Hey, what's your favorite song?" The more pressure, especially live on a debate, you're like, "Oh shit, my favorite song. What are they thinking?" But it's what's your favorite song in the moment, right? So it's the first one that comes to your mind.
Yeah.
It's much easier that way. Too much pressure, and then also physical movement. If you were to bust down when you start getting everything clogged up in the head, you just bust down and drop down and do 10 or 20 push-ups. It'll free up that energy real fast. Okay, so physical movement and just answering the first thing that comes to your mind is the easiest thing. We're not equivocating in front of a jury, right? Life and death doesn't hang on the answer to every single thing, and just let it flow, which comes with age also. So don't listen. If you stay for the next panel part, there's some people who are going to try to annihilate you, and it's going to be good practice. I'm not going to be one of them, don't worry, but it'll be good practice for life. You want to hear this. Here you have the opportunity to hear the dirty comments live with someone's voice, and then you just learn to laugh it off. Got it?
Yeah, I do
Okay.
feel a little bit ambivalent about suggesting that we should laugh off. Like I almost embrace the stereotype of being like so. That's probably not a good thing to admit, like online in front of a live audience. Never mind. Yeah.
Well, it's okay.
For me,
You see how it was flowing? You see how it was flowing? And then you started second guessing your own position. And then you became your own interlocutor. That's your own problem. You're your own interlocutor. Let it flow, right? Let it flow. Just not everything. Let it flow because if you read something enough, if you've seen lots of theological scholars that are avid Christians go from avid this type to avid that type to avid atheist after, right? Or agnostic at minimum, right? Because they keep analyzing the same things, the things change. So you have to just allow yourself the freedom. You can't put yourself in the dog collar. You're chaining yourself. And back to this whole thing of beat and strike. This type of it's beat and strike. Can you guys understand that the Christians have been arguing about this type of shit for thousands of years? Beat or strike with a stick. Oh, the stick, there's a stick in a log. Is it a log or a stick? It depends on the semantics. And that's why we have like 40 different degrees of assault. So it's like, does it even matter? Like the fact is it good to hit another human or not, right? Jed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right.
Real quick. Can you give me like a quick overview of your worldview? Because from what I understand, you're not a Christian, but you are definitely still manning the Christian. I understand why. It was obviously for the debate to move forward clearly. But do you have like a specific worldview you lean on?
Well, I was raised as a Christian. So I was a Christian for 20 years. I used to be a young earth creationist. When I got to be around 20 years old is when I started to question some of these beliefs and finally came to the realization I never had any good reason to believe in God in the first place. So then I realized I was an atheist. While atheism is not a worldview, I'd probably align myself more with like secular humanism if it came down to it. I just think that people are valuable. I see value in human life. And of course, that's incredibly subjective opinion of mine because there's nothing intrinsic within the universe that demands we care about anything. But we're humans and we evolved as social creatures. So it's entirely unsurprising that most of us would value ourselves and other people and well-being and prosperity. So, and not that you asked, but my favorite song is Close Your Eyes and Count to Fuck by Run the Jewels.
Oh, wow. I've never heard of that one. That's a unique one. Okay. I mean, there's nothing intrinsic in the universe that says we should care about anyone else, but it is intrinsic into the emotional human experience within each of us. Right. So that's kind of, isn't that ultimately the point? But, okay, cool.
Not
I mean,
everybody.
look, well, I mean, well,
most of us for sure, 99.9%, but there's outliers, people with
there's psychopaths and there's a lot. Yeah, sure. There's
disorders that
lots
make
of
people
things.
care less about other people and have a lack of empathy. But for the most part, almost everyone does care about the well-being of, for sure, themselves and other people as well.
Sure. I mean, there are people that get sexual pleasure off of like torturing others, right? So that's not obviously they're in their own category of things, right? Then ironically, they end up ruling countries a lot of times. But which I guess it's all in God's plan. Okay, back to you,
The
Sarah.
Bible does say, in fact, that God appoints every single leader. So you should always respect the authority of those who are in charge of you because God put them in charge.
Well, no, Jesus never. No, that's New Testament. That's who said that? Paul? Is that Paul? Is that Paul's Roman Jewish perspective?
Yeah, I just looked it up. It's Romans 13, 1 through 7.
No, I disregard anything Paul. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So you don't think the Bible is inspired by God?
No, I say 48% of the Bible needs to be burned immediately if you actually care about Jesus. Everything that Paul ever wrote needs to be disregarded, and then you'll have a clearer understanding of whether or not the books, the oldest book is from 60 AD to 97 AD and all that. That's a secondary question, because there could be oral traditions that lead on. But I would say that off the bat, when you have one guy when you're believing in a Merkaba mystic Jewish Roman citizen who happened to just see a vision up in the sky and then decided to create a religion about Jesus, which completely contradicts nearly everything that Jesus said according to the other gospels of his actual apostles. And then simultaneously him always referring back to the actual law within Torah. I think that's part of the confusion, a majority of the confusion. And the question is whether or not Paul did it on purpose or if Paul just did it because he was crazy.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Was Paul an agent of Rome? But Sarah, we got to line that up. Is Paul a false apostle and a fake prophet?
As you were going to connect that, remember?
Yeah, it's true. Well,
All right, and clarification to Frito, 90% of statistics are all made up anyways, and if you say it confidently enough, people will believe you. I actually dropped a random statistic the other day on a panel, and one man questioned me, and I said, yes, 50% of all women are property owners, and he didn't even question it after that because I said it so confidently, and that is key, especially in this debate space. Sometimes people come on here and make shit up all the time. Doesn't matter if you have the confidence behind it, they'll take it. Effigy to you, sir.
Not sure how I feel about that. Sorry.
All right, so we've gone over a lot of the good points. So I'm not going to rehash a lot of things that I've already been said. I'm going to bring that up in the gauntlet. So I'm just going to have a really simple thing. So Fredo, I have one question for you.
Yeah.
For a person who believes that it is a divinely inspired, what is the single piece of evidence, that if it was proven false, would make you reconsider its divine origin? As far as being divinely inspired and the pieces of evidence that you outlined that it was divinely inspired.
So in light of the fact that I believe that it is, that Christianity is kind of unique in its progressiveness, you mean? Or like what would convince me that Christianity is not unique in that respect?
Well, no, which piece of evidence that you feel is an evidence for it being divinely inspired, which one of those things, if proven false, would mean that it's not for you?
I guess I would say if you could show that elites should rule the world, and like we're all like naturally like some people are just naturally born better than others. Like I guess that's that like it specifically in light of the fact that I think the Christianity is revolutionary specifically in that it affirms kind of an equal dignity for all human life. I'd say like aristocracy might disapprove.
If you want progressivism, you should move to Islam.
Hold on,
so
Shaman.
if I could prove to you that some people are better than others, then the Bible is not divine in origin. Like if some people like physically better, like if we make like a super soldier or something, you know, if we make like the pinnacle of human evolution or something like that, then
or if you could show that like Christianity is like specifically supposed to be a religion like for the strong, and I'm open to that possibility because it certainly has been used to, you know, by powerful people to oppress weak people.
it was the heart of an empire for like 1,000 years.
Yeah, but like when you say, I will say, like when you say
my question is mainly just to see that you would accept some kind of evidence, because if you would have said nothing, then it was just basically a faith claim, then there's no point to it.
Well, yeah, if you can, I would say like sociology and history are kind of the two areas that I would say like you could I'd say like philosophy is maybe another one, but yeah.
So you're not one of these, and I'm sorry, I didn't really catch most of the debate. I was working.
No,
you're not one of these, like, when you mean divinely inspired, you're not like divinely inspired, meaning this is like a literalist kind of thing, whereas the words themselves are some kind of divine thing and they're all perfect and all true and non-contradicting and all that stuff. Okay. You're not one of the evangelical divinely inspired people.
Well, I'm evangelical.
This is going to be a lot less fun then.
I'm okay, sociologically, I'm not evangelical because honestly, evangelical has so many connotations now with like
it seems to me that you mean divinely inspired in the sense that these people believe in a divine, and because they have divine in their head, they're inspired by this idea to write a book. Like, it seems to me you're kind of skirting on that kind of idea, which is basically the idea for how every book kind of happens.
Yeah, okay. So I'm trying to avoid saying that it's just this like concept that they have. More what I'm trying to say is God is trying to get this message across to humanity that I exist and I want the best for you. I want you to learn more about me, and I want like I sent and like Jesus came to die on the cross and rise again.
And do you think it's rational for an actual existent God to use the medium of a book that we're not even going to get the original copy of as his main medium to give us this most important message in the universe?
Yeah, I think that's
But you agree we don't even have like the first copy, right? Like we don't have.
No one thinks we have the first copy.
Yeah,
we don't.
Exactly.
No one thinks we have the first copy.
So argument about translation is almost moot because you can't even say that this is the book. Really, I mean, there's after the fact kind of correlation to the fact that it all kind of sounds the same, but at the end of the day, right? We don't have the first people that made it, and I'll save the rest for later.
Sure.
Thanks for a good face conversation.
If I can chime in really quick and respond to something Fredo said regarding like human value, and like if someone could prove that one person is worth more than another one, that might be a good discredit for the Bible. While it is true that the Bible says all men are created equal in the eyes of God, some passages seem to contradict that, like Leviticus, which suggests that some humans are worth more than others. It sets up an us versus them mentality for Israelites versus outsiders. For example, Israelite slaves may only be kept as slaves for 6 years, and then you have to let them go. But the heathen that surround you, if you buy slaves from them, you can keep those slaves forever, according to Leviticus 25. Leviticus 27 also says male slaves are worth 50 shekels, but female slaves are only worth 30 shekels. So evidently a woman is only, sorry, Sarah, a woman is only worth 3/5 as much as a man. So, yeah. So I would consider that a very blatant display of inequality between men and women and between Israelites and outsiders.
Yeah,
and
I guess what
ladies would be more. Since
Yeah,
we
you'd
make the
think so,
babies,
right?
Since we make the babies, and like free, you got a whole set of free slaves right there if she pumps them out.
That's true. And even if you have an Israelite slave, if they have
You
kids,
don't buy that, Sarah.
those
You rent
slaves
it.
become your slaves forever, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Frito. I apologize. I interrupted.
Yeah, I guess no, you're good. I guess I would say that people can write things about God in the Bible that are wrong, and if we can use like that, like Wesleyan quadrilateral I brought up earlier, to say like where this kind of like run, like it does seem like I'm arguing in a circle here. I think, but like,
I think we're also going off on a few properties of like that we already believe are baked in when someone says divinely inspired. Like arguing that there are no contradictions in the Bible is
no. I think there
barking
are
up a cut down tree. There are tons of contradictions, but that's the kind of things when people say divinely inspired. Like otherwise, like I said, you're just kind of saying that someone came up with an idea and it vaguely had something to do with a god. When people usually just say divinely inspired, they mean there's some kind of imbuing of that divinity into the text, right? And not just like, oh, it's a good story, or oh, it told the truth, which is implied as well.
I want to avoid that.
That they're like secret. Well, I mean, that's mostly what people mean when they say divinely inspired. This is not just a book telling us ideas. This has something extra in it, right?
Yeah, I affirm. I'm really struggling to like communicate. Like I see a sort of nuance between like the Bible is divinely inspired and also like
Well, you have to have that special quality, right? Because if you don't, then there's no difference between me writing a book about an actual god and a book about a fake god that I made up in my head, right? Like there has to be some kind of influence into the reality. Otherwise, there's no difference at all between imaginary and
I think that just goes broader to whether or not Christianity, like the core aspects of Christianity are like whether the core beliefs are true and whether or not the like whether the like we go back I lost my train of thought again. But
I mean, core belief of Christianity comes down to a single event, and if the single event didn't happen, then the whole thing has no foundation. So that's really what yes, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, right? Like if that didn't happen, then none of the rest matters, right? If you're a literal believer.
Hold on, Shaman.
Effigy, what if your thoughts are divine? Then it's divinely inspired.
Well, that was the point I was making, Shaman. That was totally the point I was making. If God is just an idea in your head, then you can just be like, then all like I said, it's just the same as writing any book. I was divinely inspired. I wrote a book about a god that lives on planet, Zartan. oh, that God now exists in my head. That was divinely inspired. If there's nothing to like actually differentiate in reality between these two things, then there's no difference. It's just imaginary.
Well, ironically, I have one of those. It's available
Hold
for
on,
free
hold on,
download.
Shaman. Hold on, Shaman. It's just the round robin right now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually good. We can move on.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I did want to say I believe that there is a way to determine like that reality, and that's whether and that's like again, I am denying that it's just like a concept in our heads. I'm affirming that God through sovereignty like made sure like that the core message was one he wanted to get across, and I think I probably bit off more than I could chew by claiming that, and I'll have to look at some of the Leviticus texts. Definitely, I should have done that long before this. But yeah, I would.
Well, that's what I mean by it's a faith-based claim for you, because you seem you're making a kind of faith-based claim that is completely devoid of all evidentiary claims that could be found in the actual book.
I don't think. Yeah, I have specific views on the relationship between faith and reason. I think.
Like, does prophecy come into in any of this at all to you as far as being divinely inspired? Because that's one of the key components to most people who believe in divine inspiration.
I would recommend like once the live stream is over, like kind of going back and watching some of the space, because we do cover that a little bit. I think. Granted, you probably won't be able to like make out much of what I said, but yeah. I also plan on like kind of eventually summarizing and explaining what I said in a video on my channel like later, because honestly, like I can't just like let myself just say this. Yeah, sorry.
All right. Ben, do you have a thought to add in here? And then we'll move into open floor.
We just better hit the Thunderdome before it goes sleepy tomato here.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Fredo, I just saw you said in the back chat that you're getting tired. Did you want to make an exit before we switch over?
Yeah, I'm thinking I had a lot of fun. I really appreciated talking with you. You're Jed, you're very patient. I appreciated that. And you too, Sarah. I'm so glad I got to like try this out. And I will probably like look more into like how to debate, and then maybe once I've done that, like I might come back again. But for now, I'm feeling really, really tired, and
it can be exhausting. Here's my recommendation. If you want my honest opinion here, I would recommend jumping on open panels. I host open panels. That we could give you a habash of different channels that do it. And I would get comfortable with talking to people online, knowing that it's live, and building that confidence behind what you're saying. And that way, when you do come back in for a debate, you have that confidence built up and you're ready to go. But the only way anybody ever gets, typically the line for getting onto a one-on-one debate is to join my open panels first, and then I'll host a one-on-one or 2v2 for you.
Okay.
But I would recommend, just for your practice and experience of getting those same questions that would be asked during a debate and being able to build up the muscle memory of responses. I hit all the open. We've got open panel tomorrow night. It's another Bible history type of conversation. We've got another panel Sunday night. We got another panel Monday night. We got another panel Tuesday night. Right. And all of these open panels are perfect opportunities to practice. And we could recommend other channels that host, especially religious topics and talking points that would be right up your alley, and lots of philosophy people as well. We've got a lot of those. So that would be my recommendation. And that way it will only help you, not hurt you. And then like for the super chats that come in, like something like this is common. You're on the internet. This is what you're going to get. I would build a tolerance to that.
I would. Yeah. yeah, I have specific thoughts on whether or not yeah,
I'll say
I
this
should
way.
probably go to sleep. I should go to sleep.
My chat was very kind to you tonight. Now, normally
Yeah,
any
yeah.
other person up here, they'll fry them, but they were all very kind
Yeah.
and gentle with you tonight. And I want to
appreciate-
say thank you to my panelists and to my audience for being understanding and patient as well. But Fredo, that's not going to happen anywhere. You have to build that tolerance and work through it. And that's why I say panel, and I can offer you a lot of recommendations in different places you can go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Really nice to chat. I will leave. Good night.
Okay. Thank you, Fredo. Have a wonderful evening. We appreciate you joining tonight.
Nice talking to you, Fredo. Have a good one.
Sarah, can we get Balderson's opinion, a review of the experience?
Of the what?
Of the experience?
Did Balderson have an experience?
Yeah.
I certainly, I was certainly having visions. I was certainly having visions. That was about like pulling teeth.
Murderous ones to look like from your position.
Sarah hit the nail on the head. She just
poor
didn't use the
faces.
word. He needs to develop rhetoric so that way when he doesn't have because he's not a quick thinker. So to replace quick thinking, Tom Carpenter.
I know. I'm so impressed. Tom came up.
To replace quick thinking, rhetoric, practiced rhetoric is the answer to that.
Or
So
just
that
be
way
really
you-
strong on your position. Have it be able to articulate your actual fucking position. It will help. That's foundational.
Here's what I want to make sure we don't do. It took a lot of guts for him to come up. That was his first
100%.
debate. So I think at the very least we will be respectful. Critique is great, but let's be sure it's in the critique realm and not shit talking realm. I want to be very clear with
say
that.
The F word. Without the F word, it would have been a normal sentence. You're right. I'm sorry. It's habitual here. This is like my venting space. But I was going to lead with the next thing to say, like, wow, like everybody was on such beautiful behavior. Sarah, you had like everyone was a gentleman, and if they couldn't say something nice, they were holding it back. It was like the comments were like gentle.
I'm very
impressive.
I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with all of the panelists and especially the audience in the chat. Thank you so much for having sensitivity and understanding that this was his first debate. I know I said that at the very beginning of the show and everybody worked with it. Jed, you have the patience of an angel. I don't know how to express how wonderful you did. And you were really great at leading the conversation and especially understanding where he was going with it and being able to direct the debate in that aspect.
That was impressive.
Like you were almost, who said it earlier? Somebody said like you were almost
a Christian saint.
Not even that.
Said he's a Christian saint.
You were like arguing
Steelman.
the Christian. You were steelmanning it pretty much, but in such a way that was very helpful to him and helping him find his words. And at the same time, you knew what you wanted to argue as well.
That's why I had to ask if he was, because I was confused whether or not he was or was not a Christian. That's why I had to ask.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it's a fair question. I've had people not accuse, that sounds negative, but ask me or tell me that I act like a Christian.
Well, everyone tells me I'm a Muslim here. So
it's usually meant to be taken as a compliment, but
that's when you answer, well, if the Christians aren't going to do it, someone has to.
Yeah, exactly.
And I actually want to point out, since Balderson is leaning forward, you think you got hair problems. We got from one Baldy to another, Mr. Tom Carpenter. How are you this evening? He's working through tab issues. We got it. Can you hear me? Okay. You're just ignoring me then. You're just ignoring me. Tom, you're ignoring me. Your mic is not coming through, Tom. You are on mute. I don't know if you're aware of that. And Daddy in a Caddy says, I like my tomatoes spicy and juicy. Awkward, but all right. I'll take the $2 for it. Fourth Wiseman says, gotta go now. May you rest in peace. I've been around and around in circles with this topic thousands of times, and it's never ending merry-go-round, and that I find stalls humanity Anyway, see y'all.
Well,
Thank
Shabbat
you,
Shalom
Fourth
to you,
Wise.
Fourth Wise Men, and happy full moon.
I want Jed. Jed, I know you're hungry for a debate, and I know I've got plenty of Christians on the panel who are ready to give you some kickoff here. If you're, are you sticking around?
I'll stick around for a while. Sure.
Okay. All right.
I got a question.
Okay. Go ahead, Spin. Oh, I forgot to come back to you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I will only forgive you this once.
Oh, shit.
So, Jedi, would you want to live forever?
That might have been the most honorific insult that he has ever done.
Exactly. I was thinking
That's
the
pretty
same thing,
fucking
Baldur
good.
said. A Jedi was a Egyptian priest, warrior, monk.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Would I want to live forever? Forever is a long time. I would say I would want to live forever if I could choose to cease existing if I got bored.
So, assuming you may not want to live forever, right? The assumption. With perfect health or imperfect health, could you see yourself picking the day that your existence would be no more?
So
Good
you're asking
fucking
if
question, isn't it?
If I could live forever, could I see myself deciding to end my life because I'm bored?
I didn't say you end your life. I am saying whether it be naturally, whatever.
Basically, do you want to live forever? And if so, you have to choose Jesus as your Lord and Savior.
Oh, and before you answer that, give that a lot of thought there, Jed. We are opening the gauntlet now. If you know where you're going, start heading over. Otherwise, I dropped the link in the chat, and I'm closing down the Raging Tomato side. Now, please make your way over to the gauntlet or ride the wave. All right, Jed, that was a big question. Do you need me to stall for more time?
Hey, Jed, and let me add a caveat to that, and also consider simultaneously Christian heaven or Islamic heaven. You can pick one.
72 versions is way too many for me to handle. So definitely not the Muslim.
So Christian
heaven.
it is.
Well, with regards to the Christian heaven, it's like, would I want to live forever? Sure. But would I want to be stripped of my memories and my human emotions that make me who I am? And would I want to be forced to worship an abusive tyrant for all of eternity? I don't know if that's worth the trade-off. It sounds like I would become a slave forever. And what kind of existence is that? Heaven in Christianity, to me, seems more like hell.
So then Viking heaven it is.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Heaven is a definition, correct? Or a definition of what you believe it should be.
It's a
or
state
what
of
you want it
existence.
to be, or what it really is.
It's an eternal state of existence.
I'm talking to Jed.
I guess I don't even understand what you're asking me. Would I want to make up, if I could make up my own heaven and live in that? Sure, why not? But if it's the Christian heaven, then I would have a lot of second thoughts.
So you would agree then, if you could pick the day you go to whatever place that you would see heaven to be, you would be okay with that?
If I could pick the day that my current human life ends.
In perfect health, mind you. Let's use semantics for a second. If tomorrow you said to yourself, I have this ideation or ideology or idea of where I want to go.
Stop using words you don't know what they mean.
And tomorrow, I decide I want to go there. You would be perfectly okay with that.
No, not necessarily. I mean, I've got people
What about
in my
next
life who I
week?
care about.
What about next week?
I enjoy my life now, so I feel like I wouldn't want it to end, even if the afterlife is better than this, because I have people I care about, and there's people in my life who would be incredibly sad if they lost.
Next month?
I wouldn't want them to.
How about next month?
Probably not. Yeah, I'd say let's wait. If I get to pick
So
the day,
the
I'd
answer
say-
to my next questions are obviously going to be no.
if I could pick the day when my life ends, I would say let's go to age 105, because then I get to live in 3 different centuries, which would be kind of cool. But But yeah, I don't want to die.
But there are people that have lived 3 different centuries. Why? What would make you so special to want to live in those 3 centuries?
Well, human life expectancy is what, like 80 some years old, and so if you make it past 100, that's a pretty good run. So you're getting a bigger and longer life experience than the average person. So I would say that, I value human life. The longer I live, the better, so long as it's in good health and I'm not suffering.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so I like that line of questioning. So essentially, it's kind of like the question, okay, would you pick a day that you would die, right? And everybody would say, well, actually, the better question is, would you want to live forever? Which is actually the first question. And then most people would say, well, of course not. Nah, that's too long. It's just too long.
But Clay, if you were trying to pitch Christianity to him, you'd have to say, hey, those people that you are enjoying in this dimension here on earth in this life, are they going to Christian heaven? And then we get them to go to Christian heaven. Then he wants to go.
Christianity. I don't know where that comes from.
I would live until I go insane.
So the Christians essentially, and I know Shaman, you probably understand this, but the Christians,
I'm just playing,
they believed something similar to the Jews with the afterlife. So there's no afterlife kind of thing, except for that maybe a resurrection.
Hold on, I thought Christians, you live eternally.
Where did Christians
on the day of judgment, those who accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, then they live eternally next to the throne of God, don't they? In heaven.
But didn't Christianity come from Judaism?
Yeah, but Jews don't have the same heaven.
So it came from the belief of Judaism.
The Jews aren't trying to go to heaven to see God. They think their goal is to bring God here. That's why everyone likes to think that they're worshiping the God of the earth.
Else? Why would Christians believe anything else if it came from Judaism?
Well, I mean, the answer to that is because Paul. The answer is because Paul. No. I don't.
Because it's a lot of misinformation.
No. I'm not against. I would say that Jesus would agree with what you're saying, and I would say that the problem is the New Testament disagrees with what you're saying because of Paul.
I would say it doesn't. It doesn't disagree with Jesus. The New Testament. Were you talking about the Greek?
No, not the New Testament. I'm saying that 48% of the New Testament is what Paul wrote, and Paul is speaking against what Jesus said, and thus against the Old Testament portions. So I would say that Jesus agrees with what you're saying, but Paul, therefore, half of the New Testament disagrees with what you're saying.
Clay, you're muted.
Part of me wanted to tell him that, but
I wanted to go down the line with Jed about hope, because really, essentially, that line of questioning that Spen was talking about, which is the angry American here, what he was talking about is hope, essentially, right? So the line of questioning is that, most people would say they wouldn't want to live forever. You say, okay, well then would you pick a day like tomorrow? And they'd say no. How about next week? No. A month from now? No. A year from now? No. 10 years from now? No. And eventually you get to the point where you realize that you don't want to die. You actually don't want to die. Nobody wants to die. As long as we're living a healthy, satisfying life, right? Then we don't choose to die. We just happen to die. And we get weak and we get sick. That's why eventually enough pain comes and we say, okay, I don't want to live no more. So with that reasoning in mind, the knowledge or the reasoning that you really don't want to die, you just don't want to be in pain all the fucking time, would it be reasonable to believe that there is a hope to live forever?
I mean, sure, people can hope all sorts of things. The question is there any reason to believe that hope is tied to reality in any way?
No. That's a bad
people
question.
say, oh, don't you want there to be a heaven? Don't you want to go to heaven with God? And it's like, well, the Christian God, maybe not so much, but do I want to live forever? Sure. Sounds cool. But is there any reason to believe that that's actually going to happen?
It's flatly unreasonable to say to live forever, you have to die.
You don't understand hope if you ask such a depressing question. Your question is depressing.
I didn't ask a question.
Yes, you did.
What was the question?
The question would be, right? You don't even remember your question. I'll have to roll it back because
maybe it was rhetorical. But my original answer to the question of do I want to live forever was sure, I'll take the deal. I'm happy to live forever if I get to choose when my life ends. If I get bored, because assuming I have good health forever, then maybe 1,000 years, 5,000 years might be enough, and then I'd say, I think I've done all that I need to accomplish. I'm okay with ceasing to exist now. Maybe
Thus the
72
72 virgins.
I don't know.
That's why you have 72 virgins in Islamic heaven.
You wouldn't be in this
because
in this
eternity is a long
mindset.
time.
Because you would nobody would actually choose that if they were in a healthy mind, right?
But we don't know that because humans have only
mind.
lived to like 122 years. We've never experienced what it's like to live for 6
you
billion
make that
years.
claim.
You might get bored eventually.
You make that claim. So there's historical documents, okay, that make the claims that some people lived hundreds of years. Now, you might not believe those.
There's not a historical document.
No.
They are
Clay's
historical
right. Clay's right. Actually,
Just a document appeared in history doesn't mean it's a historical document.
Did you write them?
Clay, there's a study.
Go ahead, Shaman. It sounded like you were correcting
They've done scientific studies saying that our brains are supposed to last for hundreds of years, and that our skulls, for some reason, through our genetic mutations, shrunk to compress the brain, and that's why we live up to X amount of years. Like there's a whole. I'm not an expert on the science behind it, but there's a whole thing on it. That
the earlier citation for that because that's contrary to everything I've ever read.
There's no evidence that humans have ever had extremely long lifespans at all.
So you're saying that Adam didn't live 967 years?
I don't think Adam existed.
Just saying there was no such thing as Adam.
Blasphemy. Double blasphemy on the panel.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, Tom Carpenter sent in a shit ton of money over on the Cash App. He apologizes because his panel time apparently wasn't inspired by God, so he had to step away. But he says, "I would have owned them all. He would have owned all your asses up here." But yeah, shout out to Tom Carpenter. He's in the middle of a million
imminent ownage.
Fair enough. And I believe Spin wants to utilize. He sent in a Cash App credit earlier, and Spin would like to utilize that credit to kick Shaman. Shaman, you got tucked away for 10 minutes backstage, sir. Hang tight back there. All right. Effigy and Clay, I believe you were going somewhere.
Yeah, so essentially, like, you might sit there and say, I don't believe what's in the texts, but you weren't around when they were written. You weren't around when they were found. You weren't even around when they were examined. And so you're going to sit there with a bold face telling me that you know that they're not historical. Bro, there's no way you can do that.
That one's his bold face? I would have thought the one with the beard was more of a bold face.
Yeah, I would have said bold face lie, but you know what?
People have been studying this book for hundreds of years. We've done anthropology on these things. We have general ideas on all this shit.
Bro, you literally just told me that these things aren't historical documents. Now, you might believe that. I
no,
really
historical in the sense that they contain true history. No, they're not. They're historical in the sense that they existed in history. Yes.
The fact that the Bible claims that Adam lived past age 900 is not evidence that he actually lived past 900 or that he even existed. The claim that he lived past 900 years needs evidence. And all the evidence we have suggests that humans don't live that long. The longest human that's ever been actually documented was 122 years old. And the further back in time that we go, the shorter human lifespan gets on average because medicine gets worse. People know less about their health. So if we go back far enough, we'd expect life spans to go down to like 30 years, which is exactly what we see.
Don't substantiate it yourself. You make the claim that someone lived 120 years. Who? Who's that person?
122. It was a
122.
Japanese man, wasn't it?
Yeah, people documented in the modern world, Clay, that they have.
Yeah, her name was Jeanne Helmont. She lived from 1875 to 1997. This is very well documented.
Okay, that's great. Now, how many people lived before 1887, I think you said?
Yeah, 1875 was when she was born.
1875. Okay. 1875, okay. Were there people who existed before then?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think anybody before then existed for 122 years?
There's been claims that
Probably
they have.
not without modern medicine, buddy.
But we have no way to substantiate
So just
those
because
claims.
you make the claim that without modern medicine, people can't live past what, 30 years?
Do you have any evidence that anybody lived longer than that?
We don't have evidence to believe that
Hold
it
on.
did
It
happen.
doesn't help when everyone talks. Jed, go ahead.
I'm not making the claim that no one has definitely never lived past 122. What I'm saying is that we have no reason to believe that they have until we have sufficient evidence to accept it. Each claim needs evidence. I'm defending the null position, the null hypothesis, which is to reframe belief that anyone has lived past 122 until we get sufficient evidence.
And accept no evidence that has been presented before you.
You haven't presented any evidence.
I did. I actually presented
No, you didn't.
historical documents.
No, that's
right
not
up to
evidence.
your
That's the claim,
You
not the evidence. See,
refused
you're
them.
confusing
That's
claims
your
with
fault, not mine.
evidence.
Hey,
It's
The
Clay.
Bible is the
not
claim,
me
not the evidence.
to accept the responsibility of believing something for you. Okay, I can't.
Clay,
This is
If
literally.
Clay,
Is this
hold on,
Spider-Man
hold on,
comic
hold on,
evidence for Spider-Man?
hold on. Clay, do you believe Noah's Ark was real?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we could say, well, the Bible says so, right? The Bible makes the claim about Noah's Ark, and I believe the Bible because that's the claim it's made. However, if I said, what is the proof that Noah's Ark is actually real and it's not just being claimed in the Bible, then I would ask for evidence like actual wood from the ark and the layout, maybe some blueprints or something would be helpful, right? So that's what they're saying is what you're saying is there's a claim, but you're not providing the evidence behind it.
Yes, I have. I absolutely have.
No, you haven't. You're
Yes, I have.
basically saying that the evidence of my claim is the source of my claim.
Wrong.
That's not evidence.
That's exactly what you did say,
Wrong.
Clay. You said the Bible says people live to age 900. Therefore,
say the-
people live to age 900.
I said the Bible.
Well, whatever claim it is, what's your evidence? Tell us. You keep saying that you've
historical
given the evidence. I haven't heard it yet.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's go with Noah. Since that's actually an easier example. I want to explore the Noah thing. Yeah. Okay. So Adam, it's a little bit tougher. I will admit that. Yeah.
Look at his face.
Yeah, Noah was supposedly 950
Looks how I
years old
feel.
when he died.
So let's go with something a little bit easier. Because yeah, you're right. Okay. That I don't have much to go on when it comes to Adam because apparently there was some type of worldwide flood, which we do have evidence for in
Nope,
the
not at all.
geological record. Oh, so there was no giant flood.
Correct. There's never been a
There were
global flood, and we have
multiple
great
large
evidence that
floods.
has never happened.
There's
They've
never
been
been a
region-
global flood.
Hold on. Regional floods, though. We've had large, massive regional floods.
Absolutely, but that's not what the Bible claims. The Bible claims that the top of every single mountain on earth was submerged with water, and we have no
My
evidence that's
claim
actually
is
happened.
that it's
There
all
isn't even
part of
enough
the
water on the planet to do that.
Sure,
There's
is.
cultures
No, there isn't.
which have supposedly
No,
there's
survived.
not.
You really
Like
believe
in
that
China,
this
we have
planet
records
doesn't
going.
have
Hold on,
enough,
Clay.
enough
Hold on.
elements
Let's
to
go
create
one at a
that much
time.
water?
Hold on. Let's go one at a time. Jed, you were saying something. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, there's multiple cultures and societies which have historical records that date prior to and just after the flood, and they seem to have forgotten to write down the part in their history when everyone died and drowned in a giant flood. They forgot about that part. Why? Because it didn't happen. How did the
Because they
ancient
didn't
Chinese
have the
survive the
fucking
flood?
documents. Duh, because the goddamn place got flooded. Duh, like how are you supposed to store documents?
You're missing the point.
Under the water.
Their history dates back to they have continuous history before the flood, when the flood supposedly happened, and right after the flood, with no mention of the flood whatsoever.
Let me put it this way, okay? Okay. A whole valley, right? And now we've done this in modern time. We've flooded whole valleys, right? In modern time. Okay. Now all of that was there in that valley, all them homes and all that, all the animals, the trees, everything. The paper, guess where it's at? It's at the bottom of a fucking lake. It's at the bottom of a fucking lake. Okay?
We have historical documents from these cultures. You're missing the whole point.
You have historical documents from those
Ancient
cultures
China that date
after they
back
got
before the
flooded.
flood.
After
So they
got
weren't destroyed in a
from,
flood.
From before they got flooded.
From before
And
you have-
after. We have
have paper.
documents. We have historical documents from ancient China before the flood and after the flood.
You have paper that came from that. You're so full of shit, dude. You're so full of shit.
Clay, I don't think you understand, like, especially if we're saying regionally, right, Jed? Regionally, areas could have flooded and so on and so forth. Just because one area flooded doesn't mean that they still weren't able to continue take items elsewhere or whatever. Like, but not only that, like, there's been what is it? Papyrus? Is it papyrus?
Yeah,
papyrus. No, that's an ancient form of
Egyptian paper. Yeah.
Right, like stuff like that is still survived, right? I mean,
survive a flood like that. No.
Yeah, it did.
No.
We have stuff that old.
Like, there was,
The fact that we have it means that there was never a flood.
there was never a global flood. There can be regional floods.
Can I break down how ridiculous the global flood claim
How
is?
ridiculous it is to believe that water
First of all,
doesn't destroy. Water's actually the most powerful thing on the earth.
Well, no one's arguing that,
So the
Clay.
fact that those
The matter of
documents
volume
weren't
and the
destroyed means
planet.
that there was never a global flood.
So because everything was destroyed, all of a sudden now there's no flood.
No, because
No.
the things weren't destroyed.
Okay,
Ancient China survived the flood because ancient China was never flooded.
A flood
There's-
or the flood? Which
there's-
region?
There's never been a
Specifically,
global flood. The global flood is a fairy tale.
Which region? Which region? Okay, you say ancient China, but China's pretty fucking big.
The whole
And it's one
thing.
fucking country.
There was never a
Guess
global
what?
flood
Those
over all of
Chinese
China.
borders that you're talking about, they've been
Is
carved
China
out.
on the planet?
Hold on. Clay, I think this is one of those moments where it's really helpful to be willing to learn and hear what everyone is saying, right? And at this point, what he's saying is regionally, there could have very well been a flood. There were probably multiple floods all over the place. However, artifacts, historical documents, things of that nature, pre-flood still exist. So therefore, what he's saying, this is the P1, P2 concept, okay, with the conclusion at the end. Because if the entire earth flooded, then what you're saying would be true. There wouldn't be anything around and existent and wouldn't have survived because it would all be underwater somewhere.
Yes.
However,
Exactly.
the fact is that there are historical documents and artifacts and all of these other things that have survived, which means there could not have been a flood that covered the entire actual earth, and that regionally is believable and rational, right? But the entire
Earth
earth
needs help, Sarah. I get it.
It doesn't need help.
No,
Look,
you
look,
don't.
I'll give you two explanations
Otherwise,
for real
why
world.
is Sarah jumping
What do I
in?
need
Because I
help
know
with?
Sarah
Look.
actually is a Christian, right?
Sarah
So
just laid out
Sarah
the
is
logic for
jumping
you
in to
so
help you out,
perfectly,
Judd.
and then you just brushed past it. You just ignored everything
have a
Sarah
problem.
said just to attack me. Why don't you address the actual
No,
argument?
I'm asking you why it is that you believe that the world didn't have a flood. And you're saying to me, because it had regional floods.
No, we're saying because there's no evidence of a global
And-
flood.
No,
There's
that's
no
not
evidence.
what he said. That's not what he said. He said
I never
because
said
there are
that the
regional
presence of
floods.
regional floods disproves a
regional
global
floods.
flood. I'm fine with the idea that regional floods happen all the time. I've experienced them myself. What I'm
Is it
saying is that the fact that
possible?
Hold on,
documents
Clay,
and
listen.
artifacts have survived when the flood supposedly happened means that the whole earth was never covered with water at one time.
This is dumb. The
Yes,
genetic
keep-
record does not
This is
allow
why
for what
I'm
Clay is
trying to
saying.
say something now. Okay, you
Okay,
said
go
this
ahead.
like 15, 20 times
Because you're not
now.
getting it.
And
You're not.
also Effigy sitting there, no, it's not possible. It's not. Is it possible?
No.
No, it isn't.
Oh my
There's not
God,
enough
these
water.
fucking retards, bro. You really believe that things aren't possible? It's
My
not
wife made me some
Look,
peanut butter balls, and I got
was
stoned,
wrong.
and now I can deal with this shit a little better.
You're saying to me that it's just not possible for
No,
the
it's
entire
not. And if you'd shut up, I'd explain it to you.
That's fucking retarded.
Let's let Ant handle this.
Fucking retarded. Bro, you're telling me that it's not possible.
No, because it would
Water
take
to cover the entire
4.52 billion cubic kilometers of water to completely cover the earth as depicted in the Bible. And that's 3.25 times the amount of water in all of Earth's oceans. There's not enough water to do what's described there.
Bro, the earth is already covered by 70% of its surface area.
70% is not 100%, and it's
Okay,
not.
now
It's
you
not
take
22
some of that
feet
water,
above Mount
you take some of
Everest.
that
You
water from
retard.
underneath, right? You take some of it.
There's
just
not
some,
enough
like
water
30%.
to cover the
All you
earth
got to do is take
22 feet
30% of
above
the water
Mount Everest.
from underneath. You don't even got to take that much. You could probably take like 10%
No,
of
that's
the water
literally the
underneath
calculations.
the surface area water and put it onto the fucking land. And guess what? Now you got a fucking flood. Yes, that is actually easy, bro. That's
no, it's not.
Bro, there's so much fucking water surface area, bro. You're retarded. What's up, Shaman?
Shaman, you want to help him with this? Maybe I think you might have some reasoning that can help him.
I think, Sam, the
What's
point.
up, Omar?
I think what they're trying to. I think you should have picked Abraham living 165 years as your point of reference.
No, I like the flood. I like the flood. I like.
Well, here's the problem with the flood. Here's the thing. So, do we also carry the parting of the Red Sea?
Let's stick with
No. This is easier because the flood is too hard. The parting of the Red Sea is easier.
It's not hard at all for me.
Okay. Did the Red Sea part as stated in the Bible?
It's not hard at all for me.
Clay, follow along. Because
I'm asking you to follow along because it seems to me
let me explain
that
why.
people
Because
can't even grasp the concept that
Okay.
it's possible. Are things possible?
Yes, of course it's possible.
Of
And anyone
course
says
it's
not
possible.
possible.
So then them claiming that it's not possible is retarded.
Okay, so early writings state that there were definitely floods and fire and et cetera, and freezes and et cetera. So of course it's possible, and that's your argument. But if I grant it's obviously possible, the question would be, is you're getting this information from the Bible. So the question next would be, did the Red Sea part as described in Exodus? And if you say yes, then there should be over 10,000. Of course, there was 10,000 chariots. So we should have 10,000 chariots buried in that ocean. The only thing they found was a fraction of one wheel.
No, that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be buried still.
Well,
water isn't completely like perfectly soluble, right? It does.
The chariots were formed with bronze, and bronze doesn't erode in the water.
Okay, but things float, things move in the water, things move, and that's actually a very shaky ground over there too. Like there's a lot of earthquakes in that area, correct?
Well, we've never found anything. The only thing that the Jewish people pulled out was like half of one wheel one time.
When?
Well, I mean, just like the Exodus, if you have, according to the Bible, is 600,000 military-age men, and Jewish traditions say there were approximately 2 million people during Exodus, then they were all the first generation had to live in exile in the desert, yet we find 0 human bones anywhere.
Were they all riding chariots?
No, those are two different things. After the Red Sea, after the sea
No,
parted,
I'm saying like the ones that got buried in the water, were they all riding chariots? Every one of them?
there were the Bible says there were 10,000 chariots led by the Pharaoh.
Okay. Still, it doesn't refute my claim.
We have 0 chariots found ever in the history of the world in that ocean, in that sea.
Okay, and
0. Well, I don't know how we're getting into this. I want to get back to
the flood.
I want to get back to why these people don't think it's possible there could be a flood.
Part, it's possible.
It's obviously possible. How is it not possible?
That's
of course
my theory. Of course, it's possible. You could take even 5% of the under the surface water and still flood the fucking earth.
It's easily. Here's the problem. I believe there's definitely been floods, and that's why I think the inner earth, that the floods were so massive that we are on top of the previous floods. That's why we see pyramids off the coast in the oceans in China, and we see everything in the ocean. So there's been several floods.
You know what it is too? I believe they've accepted the movie version of the Bible and the scriptures, and they've never actually read the Bible. Just for example, I asked the man who debated tonight if he's even looked into the actual scriptures. Instead, he's looked into the Bible Gateway, which is
you're so close.
Got all the versions and stuff, but it's
the
blue letter
Clay,
Bible.
I like Clay too much. I can't.
Shaman, you had a great thing that you mentioned.
I know, but
because you're so close. Because look,
I know.
If we look at the actual anthropology, if we look at the actual geological history of the Earth, 12,000 years ago, we came out of an ice age. In a few hundred years, our oceans rose by 400 feet.
Easily.
So if you want to look at one point where we can say that there was a really big worldwide rising of sea levels, we can point to that. That might still be in our memory. So one real world reason why we have a giant flood myth. Number 2, there's a possible 30-mile wide crater called the Burkle Crater in the Indian Ocean that they think may have slammed into the Indian Ocean around 5000 BC, causing a 600-foot tsunami across the entire Indian Ocean basin. There's another reason why we might have had a crazy, insane flood go across a whole bunch of ancient people and wipe out civilizations. There are real world explanations for these things. One of the things you look in history is that real world shit turns into myth, turns into legend, turns into gods and all this other shit. Happens over and over and over. And you guys accept that it happens in every single other religion except the one you believe in.
If you go, by the way, if you go to the Wadi Rum and Wadi Musa deserts, which is like in Jordan, like along there, you see, like when you see how they created Petra, like they literally carved castle and a city in a mountain, right? But when you're going all around there, you see that they started carving it way higher up in the mountains. And so the question is, why would someone carve a doorway into the mountain so high up? And then you watch the striation lines against and you measure it with sea level. Clearly, that entire place, which is a vast desert mountains, was clearly flooded from the very top all the way down. You can see the lines. It's quite impressive. So that area, without question, was flooded to the mountaintops.
But we're not talking about
I could clearly understand that there are entire groups of people, like near Britain, the Doggerland, which is now the North Sea. There are entire groups of people who probably had a living memory of having their entire land swallowed up by
but that's their world. So if they say the whole world had a flood, their entire world did have a flood. Because you see it in every mountain.
No, I agree with you.
With literally in old literature,
sure.
Old literature, it says the world, and then you read it like in Alexander when he talks, it's the world, and then the barbarian lands.
Yeah,
it's very specific that the world is their area.
Yeah, civilized world according to.
And even at that, like it's not like they had Google Maps where they could be like, oh, there's more shit out here, or whatever. You know, like. To them, that is their world, right? The travel was limited, exploration was limited. So understanding that this is my world,
sure. I mean, the people in Pompeii thought the world was ending, but it was just them,
right? Yeah,
and that's a great explanation for why a local flood in Mesopotamia was interpreted by the Bible authors as a global flood, because they thought Mesopotamia was the whole world. They had no ideas that the Americas existed or that Eastern Asia existed. They were completely clueless about all this stuff. Now, I also want to defend a claim I made earlier, which Clay rejected, which is that it's impossible for the entire world to be flooded with water. Now, I'm speaking specifically about the Noah's Ark story. Clay said, if you just take 30% of the water from the bottom of the ocean and move it up to the land, then you can cover all the land with water. And that's not how water works. Clay has a complete lack of understanding of water dynamics, because water is affected by gravity, and gravity pulls water down. So if you take 30% of the water from the bottom of the ocean and move it up to the top, guess what happens? All the water is going to sink right back down.
That's not what he said.
The only way to cover all the land on Earth with water is to level out all the land. Then it could happen. But if you think that the land changed from being completely level to having giant mountains that we have today, the heat caused by moving the tectonic plates and creating those giant mountains would be enough to boil all the water on Earth, and it would certainly obliterate a wooden boat floating right in the middle of the ocean. So that's why a global flood is completely impossible.
That still doesn't make it impossible. And like Balderson said, that's not what I said. And I'm just curious if you know how tsunamis work, sir.
Yeah, I don't know if tsunamis have anything to do with a global flood.
They have everything to do with any flood, period, that comes out of the ocean. Yeah, that's actually exactly what a tsunami is. So the earthquake happens, right? It's way down below the ocean. Way down now. Way down. Ask Japan. Ask them very Eastern Asian shores.
Are you suggesting that a tsunami is responsible for a global flood?
Well, that's actually what the scriptures teach. I'm surprised you didn't know that reading Bible Gateway.
It doesn't say anything about a tsunami or a giant wave. It says
it actually does.
It rained for 40 days and 40 nights.
It says, and he released the waters from the deep.
Yeah, the deep and from above. Water came from below and from above.
Where's the deep?
Underneath us.
Oh, underneath us where? There's a specific reason it's called the deep.
Now, you realize when a tsunami happens and water floods a bunch of land, the water is disappearing from somewhere else.
And it
There's
goes back
only
where
a
it
finite amount of water on Earth.
disappeared.
You can't have water on the whole Earth all at once. And keep in mind, the flood in Genesis lasted for a whole year.
Because he said it.
Well, it certainly doesn't last for 40 days and 40 nights.
Well, only the rain lasted for 40 days and 40 nights. The flood itself was about 1 year.
Let's not gish gallop. Let's talk about the deep. Okay? Where's the deep?
You tell us, Clay.
You tell us. You're the Christian. You're the one making the claim.
Bunny Ranch in Vegas.
It's not me making the claim of where the deep is. Everybody knows. Yeah, there is a deep in there. Yeah. It's a crevice. It's right there. You know where the deepest place on the earth is in the ocean?
Okay, Clay, we agree tsunamis exist. We'll get to the point.
No. I'm not talking to
the
you,
end.
Effigy.
Skip
Come
to the
on.
end.
I know he needs some help.
Hold on, Spicoli.
It's the Marianas Trench. What's the
The
point?
Marianas Trench. There it is. So that would be the deep.
Okay.
The deepest deep, okay.
So are you suggesting that the water
if there
disappeared from
was-
underground and now it's
say
above ground? So there's a
an
big air pocket.
extremely large earthquake happened. So large that essentially it caused some pretty some pretty high tsunamis in the Marianas Trench, where there's actually volcanic activity.
That just moves water that's already there.
Hold on, Ant. Let Clay finish.
Could that possibly push that water so far up that it could even reach to the tops of Kilimanjaro?
Maybe, but it's certainly not going to reach every single mountain around the entire world at the same time for a whole year. You can get water. You can have a wave that's really high. I don't know if it can reach as tall as the highest mountain, but you can get a huge tsunami that covers a lot of land, but you can't get water covering every single mountain on the entire earth on both sides for a full year straight.
It's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, Clay. Like, even an ocean wave, if you're at the beach, an ocean wave comes up, does its thing, and then it goes back down. Now, I mean, that's a significantly smaller in comparison, but even a tsunami wave, even as big as a mountain, is still not going to just go up, touch the land, stay, and then never trail back down, right?
Absolutely. It's called recession.
It's going to go back, right? But so what Jed is saying is it said that the flood lasted for a whole year or close to it. That tsunami wave would have come up, done its thing. I could understand over maybe a week tops of it making its way back. But the reality is with gravity and how it works with water, when a wave hits in and comes back, I don't find that to be possible. And before you respond, Dragon Fist says, what about younger Dryas? And the flood doesn't have to cover the entire planet, just where the people are. You are taking every word too literally. And Dragon Fist is a Roman Catholic like myself.
I put that in the chat for you, Dragon Fist.
We're not the ones taking things literally.
Isn't it convenient how when the Bible is blatantly wrong in a way that the Christian can't defend, it's because we're taking it too literally. But he's going to take the fact that it killed every person on the whole planet literally, but the fact that it covered every single mountaintop not literally.
Right,
So
we
he's
didn't
the one
set the parameters.
cherry-picking which parts of the Bible he takes seriously and which parts he thinks are lies based on what he knows he can't defend.
Yeah, short of like illustrations, I do take the Bible literally. Like, the illustrations are obviously illustrations. I'm not going to, obviously they're illustrations. But
here's the thing: if we covered the whole world in water, okay, we would expect to see hydrostatic sorting on a global scale everywhere, because that's what happens to things in water. They are sorted by density. Okay, we do not see that. We don't see that.
We don't see that in the geological record.
Not on a global scale.
We don't. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize there weren't coal deposits that you could literally see.
That's got nothing to do with hydrostatic sorting.
Lines, literally defining lines through the geological record all the way
over the course of millions of years.
You say. See, here's the difference.
Well,
You
and a
say
lot of that
millions.
clay comes from the bottom up, because those minerals were lit in a liquid form that was actually from like pushing up from magma, and the same sorting is happening according to density.
No, it's not.
So it's when it's liquid, it does.
It's not liquid when it hits the crust.
You two should go on a speed date. You get along so well. Seriously.
Wait, hold on. You just told
Maybe
me that
Sarah could
magma
set that
isn't
up because they
liquid
got a
when it
history
hits
with speed dating.
when it hits
When
the
it hits
surface.
the crust. Yeah,
Oh,
no.
I never saw
only when it pulls up in magma chambers from below the crust and gets pushed up through like volcanic chambers and whatnot, do we see liquid magma. It does not stay on the surface as liquid very long.
Yeah, I
It's
didn't
very
think
long.
I wasn't
there
saying
it
it
is.
was.
Very long.
But
Yes,
it
of
layer,
course.
but it does create the layers.
But it doesn't. No, we're not. That's got nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Different
Hydrostatic
kind of rock. Yeah.
We would expect to see everything that was on the surface scooped up and then redistributed according to its density in layers. We don't.
Not everything.
Yes, everything. If water's covering the entire planet, Clay, then everything in the water is subject to the forces of the water.
Okay. But that doesn't mean it's going to move. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to move.
Water moves material and deposits silt and distributes things. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's fair, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to entirely shift everything. Like it's not gonna turn it into a snow globe, okay? It's not everything gets out into the fucking like ethos. It's not like an explosion happened. It's just water, dude.
Nobody said anything about an explosion. You know what hydrostatic sorting
so hard
is?
that it managed to flood the entire world above the mountaintops inside 40 days. That is pretty catastrophic, dude.
Yes, putting that much water into the world in that time frame is ludicrous. It would completely destroy the world as we know it.
Well, that is the theory.
Like there would. No, it's not a theory. It's just
evidently
ridiculous
China
concept.
forgot to be destroyed because they survived the flood.
Can any of you guys get a woman's vajayjay to squirt like water?
Oh my
That's
God. Go away, Spicoli. I'm not dealing with it. Dragon Fist
that's
TV.
fair after last night. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just like it's not even on topic and I'm not dealing with it. He knows better. Dragon Fist says also what the atheists are missing is if the Bible is true, then everything Jed is saying about this and that not being possible is then false. Jed,
What
to you.
an absolutely worthless tautology. He's
Yeah,
basically
right.
saying,
If Harry Potter's true, we
if
can all be
I'm
wizards.
right, then
Like,
you're
shut the
wrong.
fuck up.
It's like obviously that's the case. He's not adding anything insightful
That's
whatsoever.
hilarious. That's like saying if someone jumps out of a plane that they technically flew.
Well, the very word possible that
Come on
belongs to
up.
God, because the Christian God would determine what's possible and impossible. So, like, you would have nothing in your model that dictates possible and impossible. So, like, to even talk about possibility, you would have to rely on the Bible.
God, this precept
Why?
bullshit.
Yeah, well, if there is a God, surely he could fabricate a global flood by magically making a bunch of new water and dropping it on Earth and then magically making all the water disappear. So if we're going to say that the Bible story is actually true, then we have to rely on miracles and magic in order to make it fit our understanding of physics. Because the way we understand the world now means that it's absolutely impossible for a global flood to happen. But of course, if God is using magic, he can make anything happen. Except for the fact that multiple societies survived the flood. That's a pretty big nail in the coffin.
Physics
to
isn't
me.
possible without God, so that doesn't really do anything to help you. Like you're just making it harder to deny the truth of the Bible because you're making all these claims that you can't justify given your metaphysical assumptions.
Hey, Sarah,
We
can
aren't
I
the ones
ask a
making
question?
claims.
Can I ask a clarifying question to
I
the
hate
entire
you.
panel?
You don't believe in my God, therefore you can't ask me any questions. I hate this precept
Well, like,
stupidity.
for example,
it's ridiculously dumb.
physics relies on unchanging truths, right? Like 2 + 2 = 4. That doesn't change. Or are you insane? Do you think that changes?
Math
I'm
is a
on board with
language that we
Sure.
invented.
I don't know what that has to do with God.
Math isn't real now. Good one,
Nothing
Go ahead, P. Mars.
Hey,
Go ahead,
nothing in
Mars.
reality is unchanging.
What I want, because
then it wouldn't
all
be.
of our-
Then you
to all
couldn't
of
have an.
atheists.
It wouldn't be true
So-
that something's unchanging, right?
Hey, to
so
all
to
of our
have
atheists-
an unchanging
Oh,
truth.
hold on. Sorry, P. Mars. I can't hear. Somebody else is like trying to talk over you. I don't know who it is, but P. Mars, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so to have an unchanging truth, there has to be something in reality that doesn't change because of everything in reality is changing. It wouldn't make sense to say you have an unchanging truth because nothing really is unchanging. So you need something in reality that's unchanging, and only Jesus is the unchanging reality. There's nothing else.
Oh my God.
There's no other
It's
candidate.
just a baseless assertion. Why can't the laws of physics be the unchanging truth of reality? Why isn't that enough?
Because that's
Why do
an
we have to have a
abstraction.
guy who invented physics? Why can't we just have physics?
Because the laws are an abstraction, right? So we need something concrete to
like
There are
reality.
no actual laws dictating
Laws are
the
not
universe.
abstractions.
Physical laws
So,
are
of
descriptive
course they're
and not
abstract.
prescriptive.
Where
So
can I
humans
touch
have
it?
observed the
Hold on,
universe
P-Mars.
and described how it works. It's not like there's a speed limit telling light you're not allowed to go faster than this. We just observe light, and this is how fast we see it go, and we never see any examples of this law being violated. But there's not a lawgiver because
The
it's
speed of
not
light
a
is not an
prescriptive law.
actual thing.
Okay, but then it's it's not describing anything real. If reality is constantly changing, then these laws wouldn't be describing anything real, right? So now we're talking. Now are the laws Narnia, or do the laws map onto reality?
Well, we haven't
Yes, the
observed
laws
these
map to
laws
reality.
changing. That's why we consider them laws.
Also, truth may be unchanging. Our understanding of the truth is what changes over time.
So you understand, like, a map is an abstraction. Like the map of Narnia doesn't map onto anything because Narnia is not real.
We're not talking about
Right?
Narnia.
So are the laws Narnia, or do they map onto something? Because like
We're
the
not,
map of New
we're not
York
talking about Narnia. Can we get back to
would
the
map
real world
onto
and
reality because New York is real.
Humans
So are these
observe
laws
reality,
purely
and we-
abstract and they don't map onto reality? Or is there something in reality that's unchanging? What is it?
The laws of physics, as far as we understand them, don't change. We observe them and we see that they typically behave the same way. And the laws of physics are abstractions that we make up to describe the way the universe works. And if our understanding changes because we get new and better information, then we'll change the way that we describe these laws. But there doesn't need to be a magical man in the sky deciding what the laws are. That's just a baseless assertion on your part.
I mean, I gave an argument. You're not really answering my question.
You didn't give an
Or-
argument. You made a baseless
But
assertion.
you're not
said-
answering. You're dodging.
No, he's not.
Do the laws map onto reality? Yes or no?
So far as humans made up the laws to map on reality, yeah, the laws
You're
are
not
the
answering.
map.
The
made up by
laws
humans
map onto
describing
reality?
the
Yes
world.
or no, you little pussy.
Whoa,
said yes,
Trying to answer your
whoa,
question.
hold on.
Right.
Nobody's getting nobody's being disrespectful. Nobody's insulting right now. It's okay to ask the questions and get the answers. If you're not getting the answer that you want to hear, it's unfortunate for you, but it's still his answer no matter what. We don't need to name call just because he didn't answer the way you wanted. All right.
All right.
Jed?
See you next Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah, so the laws, even though we ran away, he called me a pussy, but he's the one who ran away. I just want to
That's
point that out.
right. That's right.
Now,
Did he just give us
the
a
laws
did
of
he just
physics
give us
are
a
like a
website?
map. So humans make a map, which is an abstraction, a description of a real place. In the same way, humans have made up these laws, and these are the ways that we describe a real place, the universe. So I don't know what his problem understanding that was.
I'm not sure. It sounded like he's a pre-supper, which means that it is.
He was trying to railroad you into like saying that the rules exist separate, and therefore you have unchanging, intransient rules that lead to a mind that lead to God. It's always the same with the precepts. They're trying to railroad you into tag every single time.
And he's really bad at it. P-Mars, I wiped him on TikTok in like 5 minutes. It's like actually like I literally. After that 5-minute period, I like sat on his live for an hour and I just took it over. Because
Nice.
his feelings. Yeah, he's like actually a pussy.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Dragon Fist says Jed is doing the exact same thing. If I'm right, then I'm right by applying a naturalist worldview onto the Bible and saying things are not possible. Jed, what say you?
Well, the naturalist worldview is what we get when we observe the actual reality we live in and describe it. That's it. So if your worldview is like, oh, magic is possible and there's a God and he can violate rules, you haven't observed any of this stuff. So if we have a book that makes a bunch of claims, like there was a global flood and that God made the world in 6 days and that a man lived to be 969 years old, we can observe reality and see that those claims don't coincide with any actual evidence outside the claim itself.
Right. Okay.
We can also see that this is the only book out of all books that you suspend reality for. So you're not even consistent with your own rules in books.
Well,
Yeah,
isn't that like
I
you
mean,
saying,
here's how I look at it.
this
Sorry.
is my one
Here's
true science book?
okay. Here's how I look at it. And I'm a Catholic, and I know my dad would probably beat me with a stick if he heard me say this out loud. But to me, the Bible is more like fables or parables, right? And stories that are analogous or something that means something else, right? I never took it literally. I never understood it that way. I always felt like it was it wouldn't make sense logically for all of those things to be literally true. It would make sense if it was kind of like a tall tale type of style, but it doesn't mean that the characters weren't true or things that were in that semblance weren't true either. There's stuff that happened, and I believe it's true, but not to the tall tale version of that story, right? So when we say the flood, I never envisioned the actual whole world flooding. I always thought it was regional. It wouldn't make sense, right? When I say my world is collapsing, I mean my world. I don't mean the world, right? And so I think there are particular pieces we need to be able to pick out of the Bible and say, okay, if we can prove that a global flood actually happened, then hey, that kind of changes the dynamics of the story. But we haven't been able to prove that. We can prove regionally. We can prove there were floods. There still are floods to this day happening all the time. And I'm sure people that live in those states or those towns or the tsunamis out in Asia and so on and so forth, that feels like their whole world has flooded. But at that, I think we need to be mindful that we've got Jed, who likes hard evidence and can back up most of his claims, or at least so I've heard, with evidentiary. And Clay, the only thing you're utilizing as your evidence is one book that says this happened, right? But we're not using evidence that we can observe, right? And we can look back to, we can geologically track it or this or that. And that's where Jed is catching you up right now and trying to help you understand from his perspective with evidence versus a book.
The evidence I brought to the table, though. So I did bring the geological record, but I also, here's the thing. So I also believe that there was a firmament, right? I believe that the Earth is round. I'm not the flat Earth shit, okay? But I also believe that there was a firmament.
Flat Earth and the firmament are two different things. They don't go together.
Right. Yeah, I know a lot of people get
That's crazy though.
So I just wanted to make sure.
You said there was a firmament, which seems to suggest you think that there's no longer a firmament.
Correct.
What happened to it? Did it fall down?
Well, yeah, that's what the book teaches. It does teach that.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Where is it now?
It does teach that. But the part about the flood part, right? There is a geological record to show that. Right?
No, there isn't.
Hold on. But before you start flipping out again, God damn. You know what? Fuck it. Go ahead. Flip out on me. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Wait.
I'm not flipping out on you. You're saying things are not true.
Dude, I say like one sentence and suddenly Clay's like, no, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Okay.
Actually, I'm going to interrupt everyone. We have 13 minutes left on our dono goal, and we need to grift the shit out of it because I'm enjoying the conversation. You're enjoying and we don't want to stop with this conversation. Effigy, what do we need to tell all of our fine audience members this evening?
If you like what you're hearing, if you want to hear more, you need to dig down deep and give us them greenbacks, give us them dollar bills, give us your quid, give us your pesos, your lira, your dineros. Any kind of money will do. We accept all major credit cards.
Wonderful. Spin, are you still with us? You've been quiet. Oh.
I have been quiet because, Clay has monopolized the whole conversation about floods and Noah's Ark and whatever else. But
Okay.
Sarah needs money to save herself from the floods. She might need an ark. Donate or fuck off.
Well done.
So
Well
Vincent,
done.
you becoming a liberal? Is this what's going on?
I don't know, but does
Shut the
Spike,
fuck up, Bones.
does Spike have something to say to our wonderful?
So before I invoke Spike, we need to check Clay's cortisol levels here, and they are off the charts. I say one statement, and this man fucking flips the fuck out. This man is like actually like a machine that produces cortisol. Anyways, if you want to follow low cortisol religion, like the Church of Spike right here, then you need to donate to Sarah today, okay? And your cortisol is guaranteed to be lowered by 50%. Not actually guaranteed.
This
And
is
if
not
you
medical
want low
advice.
testosterone, visit Bones.
Visit Bones. Toasty man, what say you, sir? That's a lovely picture, by the way. What do we need to tell
I
them?
could not make that out till you put him full screen. Now it's hilarious.
What you guys need to do is just literally flood Sarah's little world with a lot of little green paper thingies. Some people call it confetti, but I call it dollar bills. And every dollar bill, she will be screaming from her little ark, "Let it rain! Let it rain!" And if you give her some more, she'll have a lot of money. And then she can take that money, she can give it over to Admiral Gibbs and let him burn it all up because she's got more money in the back below deck.
Very lovely, Toasty. Ant, ride your little comment.
That wouldn't be a comet. That'd be an asteroid.
Whatever.
Well, I don't know. It's a nonsensical image. Anyways.
It's a
yes.
comment.
Yes. Okay. Anyways, if you guys are enjoying this, please,
Good
and you're able to donate, I would please encourage you to do so.
Really? That's it?
Sorry,
Man,
I'm
get
not
out of
feeling it
here.
today.
God, that was so
God.
boring. Clay, save us.
Hell yeah. You know this conversation ain't over. Thank you, Tom. And thank you, IO10, for getting us through the first round. You guys are awesome. But the show is not done yet. Cortisol is a good thing. As much as libtards like Bones over there tries to convince you that it's bad, high cortisol is very good for you when it's joy. I'm so happy that we're here. Don't fear the mater. Donate.
And don't fear the Reaper.
Don't fear the Reaper. Jed, welcome back to Mater Nation. We've gotten into this grifting spirit where everybody has to tell everybody to send us money so we can continue the conversation, or else we end the show and go home. Tell them what they need to do, Jed.
Well, you guys spend $15 a month on Netflix, and you spend $25 on HBO Plus and Disney Plus. You're spending hundreds of dollars on all these streaming services. You just watch this debate for 4 hours? Just throw a couple of bucks our way, $5, $10. You're paying for entertainment. If you're entertained, then throw some couple of dollars our way, and this encourages us to make more content. So it's just that simple. You pay for what you want to see. If you want to see more, throw some dollars our way. That's how it goes.
Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar make you holla. Mr. Balderson.
If you all don't understand the possibility of a worldwide flood, understand the tears of pain that I've had for 4 hours now, listening to the horrifying debate that I've been witnessing. So if you donate, Andrew, the Dragon Fist, has said he will come up here and he's going to put some spice on it. And then I'm not going to be forced to eat these kittens. I think they are.
In the arms of the angel. They make my
I like
little
this
heart.
orangey one.
Oh.
I like the little orange. I like the orange on this one. These little orange spots.
Oh, he does that little orange.
Ben, stop putting your finger in the fucking cat's eye.
That's fine.
Oh man, yes. And here's what I'm gonna do, because I don't know if Dragon Fist knows that the donos have to be $10 to count. And this one actually, no, that came in before we switched over. So we got 1, 2. I count that as 1, 3, 4. I'll count that as 2. So you are two donos in, and you only have 8 more to go. So just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, and you only have 7 minutes to do it before we move into the 15-minute hit it or quit it, one big red dono, or you all go home time. It's cheaper to pay now than it is to wait. So
they do say it's cheaper to keep her.
Mm-hmm. I'm a keeper.
Yep.
All right, I'll hand it back to you, gentlemen. We can continue the conversation. Pick up where you left off. I forget who left off at this point.
We left off on.
I can restart it back up if you'd like.
Sure, go ahead, Toasty.
And I wasn't criticizing.
So I want to
you
know,
on
why
that.
are you guys removing God from the equation? Like power of God from the equation.
God
I
is
mean,
in the first place, and it's not necessary.
what creates the impossibility here?
Well,
because we
it's
don't
not-
need God to
Why wouldn't
explain
it be
the natural
necessary?
world.
Oh, because
Like-
the universe just exists without
If,
God.
if you're talking about God and what God can do, then why would it be unnecessary to talk about God and what He can do?
Oh yeah, in the same way I can talk about like fictional characters like Goku,
Exactly.
whether he could like blow
Oh, man.
Perfect, Toasty.
Perfectly circular, perfectly
Like,
stupid. Like
the
what?
conversation is about God and what God can do.
As you
Yeah. But also can like
Yeah,
positive.
and not everyone's believers, genius.
Like you know,
Do you think
I mean,
God can make a burrito so
you believe
spicy
that the
that he
Big Bang
can
All right, let's go one at a time. Go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can sit here and say, I believe that millions and millions and millions and millions and billions and trillions and gazillions of years ago, this is what happened. But then you weren't there, just like 6,000 years ago. I wasn't
That's a
there.
lot of
So we're both
zeros.
going off of belief. You know, who was it?
his mind was never here. So
this
I mean, like,
debate
you-
has
you have,
happened
like, a
so
critique
many
of
times.
Hold on, Bones. Hold on.
meditating.
This debate has happened so many times that even the best philosophical religious minds have had these debates. You can actually check these debates out. These are all over the internet. But what's interesting is that even though those higher minds, those highly uneducated folks would say that it's possible and that we're just both going off of belief, you're the one saying, no, it's not possible. You won't even accept the possibility of it.
Name one debate that's happened.
That's crazy.
Name one debate between like these ideas that has happened.
Huh?
Just
Was it
name a
Richard
debate.
Dawkins and what's the big Christian philosopher?
Yeah.
guy?
And what were the main points?
Oh my God! The main point was they debated the flood,
Mhm.
and there was also another guy who debated the possibility of God even existing. And I believe Dawkins actually came to the conclusion, yeah, it's possible. The possibility is there, and you're saying it's not possible.
To be fair, we've had this debate here at least once a week over the entire like last 2 years. To be fair.
Jedi, I have a question for you. And I'm being nice
genetically.
tonight. I'm being nice. I mean, I could have called him G.I. Jane, but that's just whatever.
I kind of like Jedi. It's powerful.
Sure.
Close friends call me Jedi.
Do they really?
Don't let it go to your head, sir. If you were to judge Da Vinci, right? If you were to judge him for destroying his own inventions in a fit of rage, who would you likely say gave him the authority to judge God?
Well, one thing we need to make a distinction between, if a Da Vinci destroys a painting he made versus God commanding one human to slaughter another human or drowning a human. The difference is that the creation is a sentient being capable of experiencing suffering. So there's no one harmed by someone making a painting and then burning it. There's no harm done. And if you did that in private, no one would even know what happened. But if you were to create a robot, if Da Vinci made a robot and imbued it with the ability to feel pain and suffering, he would now have a moral obligation to not inflict unnecessary suffering on that sentient creature, because he'd be doing something from what I would consider in my worldview to be immoral, which is causing unnecessary harm and suffering to thinking creatures.
But the question is, who?
Does anybody die in God's hands?
Hold on. Go ahead.
No,
Spin.
go ahead, Toasty. Go ahead, Toasty.
You were going to ask who gave Da Vinci the right, or something like that.
The authority.
Who gave Da Vinci? If Da Vinci
Who
has his
gave
own
Da Vinci
invention-
the authority to?
Go ahead, Sven.
Who gave Da Vinci the authority to judge God?
Nobody. Anyone can judge God all they want. I judge God, the God character in the Bible, all the
Non-sequitur
time.
question.
That's just a literary criticism.
But God doesn't
How
exist,
dare
and
you
you sit there
criticize
judging
God.
him.
Well, I'm wagging.
You know he's real because you are judging him.
So
wait,
I
That's
can also
amazing.
wait.
You believe in God?
Hold on. Hold. Go ahead, Bones.
Hold on,
I
guys.
heard-
Hold on, guys.
Bones, go ahead. I heard you were trying to chime in.
Place like I could judge like other fictional characters like fucking Goku. Like, does that mean that Goku exists in reality if I'm like criticizing his actions?
But where is your proof that God is a fictional character, Bones?
Oh yeah,
There's your proof God is a real character.
Sure. I mean, the problem of evil kind of like precludes a god. The fact that like the flood not existing in reality.
So let me get this straight. You don't believe God exists, but you're judging him as if he's a real person.
No.
Oh yeah. You can judge fictional characters. all the time.
Yes.
Well, hold on. Let Jed respond, please. You guys know my rules. All of you are regulars. You all know my rules. Clay asks the question. Jed's going to answer. Everybody else go shut the fuck up. Thank you. Go ahead, Jed.
Thanks. So just because we're judging a character in a book doesn't mean that we believe he actually exists. We could judge the evil stepmother from Cinderella and decide that she's a morally repugnant character. That doesn't mean I think Cinderella is a true story or that the evil stepmother actually exists. What we're doing is called a literary criticism. We're reading a book and taking a character in the book and saying the actions of this character I judge as immoral or tyrannical. But that doesn't mean we think he's real, and that doesn't necessarily mean we're making the claim that he's not real. All we're doing is judging the actions that are claimed in a book. That's it.
The book that you're talking about, hold on, Clay, just 1 second. The book that you are talking about was written by who?
Well, it's a collection
The
of
book that I believe you're alluding to is the Bible.
Paul, a
right?
lot of it is unknown, author unknown.
Authors.
Like for the Torah, for example,
It's a
Genesis and
collection
Deuteronomy,
from
we
a
have no
bunch
idea
of
who wrote
different
that.
time periods.
Go ahead, Clay.
I don't know. I don't understand the relevance of the question. You're asking
the
who wrote
relevance
the
of the
Bible
question-
as if that's
There's no
relevant.
relevance coming from Spin ever. Don't look
No,
for
no,
it.
I know where he was going. I mean, the relevance is that you are making a claim of this book, this supposed book that you say you don't believe is true, but you don't know who the author is. You don't believe the characters in there are real. You're making these judgment claims. You're actually going
We're
on a
not the
grand
ones
tour.
making the
Hold on,
claim.
dude.
Hold
Jesus
on,
fucking Christ.
FG. Let me finish.
God damn, dude. Okay. You are going on a grand tour to disprove something that you don't even believe is real. If it's not real, what the fuck difference does it make?
Why would I try to disprove something if I think it is real? You're saying, oh, if you think it's not real, why would you try
Because
to?
it's the prompt of the
It's a
debate,
whole
Clay.
culture.
No, I don't have a problem with that.
You believe it's real.
prompt
People
of
like
the debate.
yourself have been brainwashed.
You disprove something.
Hold on, guys.
Hold on. Okay, number one, Shaman had to exit the panel, but he wanted to ask Jed a question. Do you believe in a supreme first creator, first mover, aka God?
I have no reason to believe that's true.
Okay. If the answer is no, then we should have a debate of whether does God exist. Are you willing to take up a debate? I think it would be a good 2v2. What do you think? And
God can exist and not be the prime mover or the first cause.
I'll coordinate. This should be an email, right? We'll make a 2v2 shaman and I don't know which side shaman's on, but whatever. I'll work that one out behind the scenes. All right, to the chat.
Shaman's on the God side.
Okay, that's what I thought, but then I was like, wait, he always combats the Christians too. But
well, it's their God that he has a problem with. Like myself, I believe their God's probably real. He's just a petty, nasty little sucker.
Fair enough.
Not the first mover.
That's acceptable. So here's what we're gonna do, chat. You failed the dono goal, so you now have your 15-minute hit it or quit it. One big fat red dono goal on the screen, or we go the fuck home. Okay.
And I really don't want to go home. I love this conversation.
Who would like to be our hero of the day? Dun da da da. We need that hero. We need him.
I need a hero.
So whose unmoved mover are we using?
Most people use the Aristotelian unmoved mover, but
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Aristotle
because
wasn't
there is
talking
no-
about God. Aristotle was trying to understand physics. He thought that there was like an invisible force that caused everything in motion to move. He
But
just
even
didn't
the
understand.
theologians used Aristotle's unmoved mover. They just reinterpreted.
Right, but we've already disproven it. Newton disproved that long ago.
Well, I don't claim it. I'm not buying it.
I understand. I'm not saying
Yeah.
you do. I'm just saying, like, Aristotle's unmoved mover has been debunked for a long fucking time. Nobody uses that anymore.
So just to be clear, Balderson, I understand the prompt of the debate. My thing is to question his worldview. So if I say, why would you go on a world tour to disprove something you don't believe exists? It's because he actually is called the, what is it? What do you call it? The flying spaghetti auditor? Right?
Yeah, that's my username. Sure.
Right. So so you're on a world tour to disprove something that you don't really give a damn about, to be quite honest. You don't, right? I mean, do you care whether God is real or not?
You've got it.
Obviously, I care whether or not God is real. I'm just not
an
convinced that he is
overwhelming
real.
part of our culture.
You're
Did he
mute.
cut out?
The reason
I'm trying to find middle ground with him too, Balderson.
I care about the truth, whether there's a God or not. I want to know. I'm not convinced there's a God, and I'm of the opinion that religion, specifically Christianity, is causing incredible harm to everyone. It's a toxic plague on our planet. It causes people to be bigoted to the LGBT community, to the trans community. It's awful. It's sexist. It's
I'm a Christian. I don't have any
hammock.
promotes the us versus them mentality.
Hold on. Everyone is literally talking. I can't say it enough. Jed's, you're number one, turn your volume up on your mic because you keep getting drowned out by everyone else. But number two, when a question is asked and somebody is answering it, please stop fucking interrupting them. Thank you. Jed, back to you, sir.
Sure. So I'm not going on a world tour. I mean, I don't leave my house most of the time. I've got a blue screen behind me, but I care about the truth and I care about other people. And I want to help people understand that they may be believing in these claims for bad reasons. So I want to help them realize that they're using fallacies and fallacious reasoning to come to their conclusion that their God exists. I want them to realize that their God beliefs and their religion is actually causing them and the people around them incredible harm.
So I don't actually cause people harm. So you're putting that on me now. See, this is where I actually have to say, sir, I have to defend myself, sir, because you have put a claim upon me that I'm harming people.
Well, let me ask you a question.
What harm have I done to people?
Do you agree with the Bible that homosexuals deserve to be stoned to death?
Yes.
That is not the claim that the Bible makes right now.
Oh, it sure does. You haven't read Leviticus?
You haven't read the New Testament?
Dude, how many dabs does that take?
Where in the New Testament does it say
you haven't read Jesus' words? Jesus said, "Turn the other cheek." He said, "Mind your own business." Actually, Paul was the one who said, "Mind your own business." So I don't give a damn what you do in your bedroom, dude.
You think
Just
God
don't
was
do it
lying?
in front of the children.
We're-
That's all
we're
I
spinning
ask.
tires.
Hold on. What's the big point? The big purpose with that, Clay?
What?
Of what you're saying? Like, where's the point in it? What's the point?
So he asked me. Well, he made the claim, or no, he actually asked me if I believed that homosexuals should be stoned to death. And I said, well, there's another part of that. There's another part of that.
Notice he didn't answer the question. He just avoided it.
No, I did. I answered her question.
You didn't answer mine. Do you believe?
Okay, I answered her
homosexuals-
question, and I was attempting to answer your question. Yeah.
Do you believe with God? Do you agree with God when he says that homosexuals deserve to be stoned to death?
He didn't, bro. Oh my God. You leave so much of everything out for your convenience.
What am I
You're
leaving
lying.
out?
You're a liar.
The final form
Well,
of
you
the
still
kiss.
won't answer the question.
You're a liar.
Here, I'll
Your
answer
question
it.
is premised on bullshit.
I'll answer your question.
Your question is not premised on my God. You are claiming a God that I do not believe in, sir.
Can I get 10 minutes with Jed so we
Well,
can
as
make
long
some
as
real
some
progress
Christians believe
instead
in
of
it, it's
like
a valid question.
It's not my fucking belief,
All right,
and I'm a
here-
Christian.
I'm going to break all this up so everybody can like maybe
no.
take a breather for a second. Mr. Tom Carpenter has sent in the 100 so that we may continue the conversation. However, he has provided a brief commercial break on behalf. Okay. So we're going to watch this quickie little Andy
this is
Kaufman.
my favorite Kaufman skit. Are you shitting me?
So we're going to watch this and everybody can say thank you to Mr. Tom Carpenter in the chat, because then we get to see Clay and Jed try again on this one. And hopefully we'll be able to make more sense of it here in.
He was the best.
And here comes Tom to save the day with the
You're
big
muted,
hundo so
Sarah.
that we, am I muted still now?
No, you're good now.
Okay, here comes Tom to save
No,
the
you're good
day, and he was providing a nice song to show everyone that he is the superhero of the panel this night. Shout out to Tom Carpenter. Thank you so kindly for your big fat red dono in my Cash App. And since we can't put my favorite color on the screen, please be sure to throw tomatoes in the chat on behalf of Tom Carpenter so that we can all see the red. Okay. All right, Jed, I want to kick it back to you. I think you were leading off there.
Sure. Yeah. Clay had asked me what harm his religion is doing to the people around him. I asked him if he agrees with God in Leviticus 20:13, when God says, if a man has sexual relations with another man, that they're both deserving of death and must be stoned. And he refused to answer the question.
I'll answer your question.
If
Okay.
you're gonna kill him,
He didn't refuse to answer your question.
That is
Yeah, you
is
should
kind
get
of
him
nice.
stoned first. Exactly. No,
Yeah.
I didn't refuse to answer the question. So stop making
Okay,
claims. Stop
well,
lying.
Go ahead and answer it. We're
Stop
still waiting
lying.
for your answer.
Stop
I wanna
lying, and I
answer
will
it.
answer your question.
Go ahead. We're
'Cause
waiting.
This is the second time you've lied about
All right.
This is
all
the
right,
third
Clay,
time
Clay,
I've
Like,
asked
hold
you
on,
guys
hold
to
on,
answer.
Hold on. Can we just get the answer, Clay, then?
Whoa.
There's only one way to find out whether somebody's gay or not.
That's still not an answer.
That's
See
it.
how
You
he's
do
accusing me of
sexual
being a
shit
liar,
in front
but
of
he's
me
so
today.
dishonest
I'm
he
gonna
won't
throw
answer
the
a
stones
simple
at you
question.
myself. Yes,
So the
if I am out in public and you do some gay shit in front of me, I'm gonna pick up the goddamn stick and beat you with it myself.
There you go. That's
Yes,
exactly what I'm talking
because
about.
I don't
when
want
say
you
Christianity
doing
is a toxic
gay
plague.
shit, which is sexual shit in
Hold on.
public.
Hold
Does that
on,
make
because
sense? Don't
Clay
do
is a
that shit
perfect
in front of
example of the
children.
damage
It's that
Christianity
simple.
does to
Stop
its
doing
victims.
sexual shit in front of fucking children.
Guys,
It's that simple.
So if a man kisses his
let's
husband
come
in
back
front of
down
you,
to
you're gonna
earth.
beat
Let's
them?
come back down to earth a little bit.
No.
Yes, that's entailed by your view, Clay.
You
Don't
need
run
to
away from
translate
kids.
whatever
Hold
words
on.
you wrestle.
Hold-
That's what you got out
Run
of
away
it.
from
All right. Okay. I'm taking this back. Now you're pissing me off. One at a fucking time. Toasty, I think you have a delay because everything you're saying is like 10 seconds after everything's happening. So maybe go back out or something. But you have a delay. Okay. So Clay, are you promoting the idea that we should stone people to death? Because I think that was the quote, was like stone them to death if they are
Doing that
gay.
shit in front of children. Yeah, absolutely.
You
Do that shit in front of children. I'm gonna pick up the stick
Why are you
and
adding
beat you
this
my
in
damn
front of
self,
children
bro.
bit?
Well, yeah, hold on.
Leviticus never mentions
There's
in
only
front of
one way to
children.
know. There's only one way to know whether you suck a dick or not. Okay.
And
Look, if you suck dick, I
Why
don't
does
need
it have
to
to
know
be in
it.
front of kids?
I don't
Why-
need to know that you suck dick, Jed.
everyone.
Okay? You don't have to tell me. Okay? Don't tell
Can
me
me
that
and
you
Jed
suck
have
dick.
a real
Just don't tell me.
conversation just for like 10 minutes? Because I think this is going nowhere. This will
Yeah,
actually go nowhere for 30
let's
minutes.
let Clay, why don't you
Gay.
let's let you cool down for a second.
Yeah, you're making it weird.
Hostile, do you have
Super
another inquiry to throw in here
Yeah,
that might
yeah.
be
So
helpful?
let's drop the Bible stuff, the superfluous stuff, right? Let's talk about, the metaphysical claims. So I noticed you said you wanted to prove that it's illogical, that it's not rational or not reasonable to believe this, right? Was that what I understood? That it's fallacious, right? To claim that there is a such thing as a disembodied mind, essentially. I'm not saying that there's
Here we go
necessarily a creator or even that you should call it God, right? So this is a hot take. This isn't necessarily like the Christian take, but I'm not denying that there isn't a mind at play that's plasmating the forms that we experience in the world. Ontologically, there's something behind the beings we experience within becoming. Are you familiar with philosophy? I guess we could start there.
I've heard of philosophy before. Now,
Hopefully,
you mentioned
right?
that can a claim be fallacious? The claim itself that a disembodied mind exists or that God exists, the claim isn't necessarily fallacious. It's the arguments that the theists are giving for their claim that are so often fallacious. Now, with regards to, is it reasonable to believe that a disembodied mind exists and created the universe? I would say any claim that we believe should have evidence. And if we believe a claim without sufficient evidence, that by definition is being irrational.
Okay, let's start here then. Okay, so Parmenides' claim, right, a pre-Socratic philosopher, was that there's the only thing that exists is being, okay, and that there is no such thing as nothing. Now I'm going to ask you this one question, and then we can move forward. Can you get something from nothing?
I've never observed nothing, so I have no idea if you can get something from it or not. But I've never made the claim that we have or have ever gotten something from nothing.
So you're saying it may be possible or something like that?
It might be possible to get something from nothing. I don't know, because like I said, we've never experienced or observed nothing.
Well, Parmenides' claim is emphatic. It's an emphatic yes, right? Like it's something you can know. If you start with nothing, you cannot have something.
But you can't start with nothing. You've never done that, and you've never observed nothing. So you're just making stuff up. You have no idea
that's the point.
what
That's the
properties
point.
of
We've
nothing
never
are.
observed nothing, so there's only existence. That's his claim. There's only existence. We know that's the case. There's existence, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
You're
seems to me that-
experiencing
Nothing.
existence. Yeah.
How is there a rule that says it can't become something?
Well, it's by virtue of its definition, right? Like you have nothing.
Yeah,
you
but it's
can't have
nothing.
something from
There's,
it.
There's
right?
no restrictions on it. It's
There's no-
nothing. There are no rules that say it has to stay nothing. It's nothing.
Have you
You're
ever
putting
heard
a
of
limit
partial
on it when you says
particles?
it can't be something.
Well, it would be something, right? There's no middle ground here.
No, if you're
There's
saying that
no-
nothing can't be something, then you're saying that it has a property that is a little bit more than nothing, right? If
I'm
it's
not
a
sure
pure
what
I'm not
nothing,
saying
then
it has a
claims about-
property.
there's no
I'm
rule
not
that says
saying
it can't
that.
become nothing spontaneously, right?
Nothing
No, I'm not saying it has a property.
cannot possess properties.
Yeah, it has no property. It doesn't exist. It's non-existent. Well, anyway,
My position is not that there's been a nothing that turned into something. So it seems like you might be arguing with a straw man.
well, no, it's not a straw man. I'm saying if you don't agree with that, that's just as fallacious, right? Like if you think you can get something from nothing, that's fallacious.
I never made that claim.
Nobody said that.
Well, you said it's possible.
No,
In
I
physics,
said I
nothing
don't
is
know
not
that it's
colloquial
impossible.
nothing.
You made the epistemological. You had an epistemological stance. Was that I can't know it?
I didn't say no. You keep giving me claims that I never said. I never said we can't know. I said that we don't know because we've never observed nothing. If we could observe nothing, then maybe we would find out if you could get something from it or not. But we have no idea what the properties of nothing are, and we have no idea.
How do you
that something
observe
could come
nothing,
from
though? Okay, we'll move past this here in a second, right? But I just need to dig a little deeper here. How do you observe nothing? Wouldn't it be something when
I
you're
have no
observing?
idea. I'm not aware that we.
Well, you
that
can't.
it's
That's the
possible right
point.
now to
Nothing
observe
is
nothing.
a lack of existence.
There you go. Yeah. So the point Parmenides was trying to make was that there's only existence. If that's the case, then there is no beginning or end to things
Okay.
ultimately.
That doesn't
right?
follow.
Yeah, that could
Okay.
just wait. Then it could just be the case that the universe always existed.
That's the point. That's the big claim. That's
or
the
time
thing that
itself
most
existed, or it started. If time itself began to exist, then that means the universe had a beginning, but there was never anything before that. So there's never been a nothing.
No. Becoming has a beginning, right? So in philosophy, there are two different terms here. One is being, and the other is becoming. One is eternal and permanent. The other is temporal and changing. Are we on the same page? Does that make any sense?
The universe could have just always existed, and then the time variance could have started at some point.
Yeah, that's more along the lines of where we're going.
Yeah, I don't see what's the problem with a universe that's eternal, or matter and energy have always existed in some form.
Well, that means there's no creator, right? So
Okay.
that we can throw out the creator concept. That's a misnomer, right? So he's not creating
That would
anything.
preclude the existence of a creator.
You've never observed that. We agree with that. I agree with that.
We have no observation of the existence of a creator.
Yeah, and even physics, right? There are
we composite is that the universe always exists, and you don't need a creator to substantiate that. Adding in a creator adds one more proposition that you now need to prove.
Well, no, I'm saying that disproves a creator.
Yeah.
If that disproves a creator, right?
It decreases the likelihood of a creator existing.
No, it absolutely disproves it because there's no temporality. In ultimate being, it's permanent, right? There's no beginning or end. So this is how we get around the creator part. But we're experiencing change right now in temporality, in becoming, right? And there are these forms that are independent of our mind. I don't make trees. I don't make animals. I don't make the chemicals. I don't make, minerals. These things exist and they have form and order. This is my next question. This is where I'm going. We'll take the next step. Is your stance more like agnostic, or do you claim something like evolution or emergence from complexity? How do you believe, order, negentropy? How does that work in your model?
Well, my agnosticism is going to depend on the claim. So with regards to evolution, I am in fact convinced that humans and animals are the result of billions of years of evolution. But with something like the origin of the universe, I'm very agnostic because I have no idea how the universe came to be the way that it is, if it's always existed or if time itself began. I have no idea. I don't make any claims about the origin of the universe.
Okay. Well, then you have wiggle room. You'll always have wiggle room then. So there's really no argument to be had, right? Like we can't make any progress in this discussion, whether it's Clay or me, because your stance is you can't know and you don't know yet, right?
I didn't say that I can't know. I just said that
okay.
I'm
We
not
will,
convinced.
but not right now. So we can't have the discussion now. We got to wait till later when we figure.
Well,
some stuff
if
out.
you or Clay or some other Christian claims to know in fact that a God did create the universe, then we can talk about your evidence for that claim.
Well, it's the negentropy. It's the order that goes against entropy. It's there's seemingly an intellecty within seeds, germs, cells. Things develop and have like a goal or a determinate end, and this isn't necessarily a product of evolution, right? There's problems
It
in the
absolutely
evolutionary
is.
model.
So with regards to the evolutionary model,
was
if
taught.
you want to imbue a goal, it's just survival and reproduction, because the organisms that survive and reproduce are the ones that populate the next generation. So what you have after billions of years is organisms that are incredibly good at surviving and reproduction, and they're all fighting against each other to do so. So nothing about that requires a God.
Well, no, there's problems with that model. That's why evolutionists, not all of them agree with just that, right? There are other problems like monogenism or common descent. Like these are issues within that model of the survival of the fittest. There are environmental pressures. There are random mutations in genetics.
Well, there's
Those aren't problems. Those are mechanisms.
Most people,
different
they're
mechanisms in
problems
evolution.
because they don't provide a tight knit model of evolution.
Yeah, they do.
They really don't, though.
They really
That's why
do. You just
they
don't understand the model.
Sure. Okay. No, most of them actually go towards something like emergence from complexity, right? It's more about like random.
What's emerging from complexity? And what's
our entire experience? is a random emergence.
Emergence
and
theory.
Complexity. So, yeah, if you don't know right now,
Do you not think
right,
that a
then
human
there
being
really
is
is
more,
you have no
more than
stake.
the sum of its parts?
Your position should be like, hey, I can't argue because I don't know,
No, I
right?
was trying
Not
to
I do
nail it
know.
down. I was trying to nail it down.
No, not you. I'm talking to Jed.
What is it you think I don't know?
Well, you just said the origins of the universe. So how do you know if there's a creator or not? You don't know, right? So you don't have a stake in the
I'm
game.
not convinced that there is a creator, but if someone
it's
else
not
is
about
making
being
a positive
convinced.
claim,
You
we
don't
can
know.
certainly have that discussion. And then
You don't
they
have
use
an
their
official
argument,
logical
and
claim.
I address it. I'm not the one making a positive claim about the origin of the universe. That's the job of the theist who says God created the universe.
Well, why are you trying to argue what people know, right, when you don't know? Isn't that a fallacious
But
position?
Claiming to know something that you in fact don't know is a form of lying. So if someone claims to know, I know for sure that Yahweh created the universe in 6 days.
Well,
You might
obviously,
be
that's
genuinely
silly,
convinced
yeah.
of that, and we can talk about the evidence that you have for your claim. But I'm not barred from talking about other people's arguments and evidence simply because I don't have a claim of my own about the origin of the universe. I'm just being intellectually honest.
Well, honest, maybe, yeah, maybe, but I still don't think you have a stake in the game. You don't have any position. You don't know. So,
According
like,
to
for
you,
instance,
I have
if
to
you
make
can't,
up a stake. I have to make up a claim about the origin of the universe in order to tear down yours.
well, you don't have to make up a claim. What we just went through, Parmenides, is it's not hard to work out, especially somebody who's into logic, right? Like, I'm assuming that you understand logic.
Let's take, for example, let's say there's a murder and you claim that the butler did it, but I don't know who the murderer is. I can talk about your evidence. You can make the claim that the butler did it, and I can point out, oh, well, maybe the butler didn't do it because I have a good alibi for him. I don't need to have an alternative explanation in order to tear down your bad claim.
Well, no, it's not a bad claim. It's first principles, right? Like, this is inarguable. You cannot get something from nothing, but you're like, we don't know that. That's
and I
that's
think
absurd.
in Hostile's position, he would say the butler or someone said the butler did it, right? That would be like analogous to the Bible said God is real, right? Someone told him the butler did it. That's the only way I can comprehend that.
From his analogy, yeah, but that's not my position. I'm not saying that. This is a first principle that's inarguable. It's not a claim. It's something that you know.
Is this like the thing behind the door kind of question? What is that? Like the elephant behind the door or something like that? Is there something behind the door? How do you know it's behind the door?
Like Schrodinger's cat or something?
Is that what it is?
It's not.
The snake is in the wood pile. Prove
knowable,
that the snake
right?
is in the wood pile, basically.
It's a logical proof. Can I offer one also?
Sure, yeah.
Build off this. This is Aquinas.
Something can't come from nothing. I'm happy to do so.
So we'll build off that. I'll give you something that is observable. We can observe motion, right? Everything around us, everything in the observable universe is in motion. We can observe that. And I don't just mean it's physically moving. I mean, it's going through some sort of change. If it's alive, it's getting older, it's set right.
Flux.
Right. So can you point to something, and this builds off the same logic, and we can get to the evidence, which I also have that's still available today, but we can continue with the logic also just to wrap it up. Can you point to anything in the universe that moves without a mover?
No, I don't have any
So
examples.
therefore, there must be an unmoved mover that started the process.
Nope.
No, it doesn't have to be unmoved, though.
Does that follow? What's the argument for that?
No, you can get back to the eternity thing. Parmenides talked about this. It's always moving. They're always moving. It's always has been
Argument
moving.
from
And you have the
point to
problem of
anything in the
misunderstanding
universe
of how things move.
that has that.
Based-
No. Can you point to any other example of anything in the universe that has that property? You know, there's a reason that we've not been able to create a perpetual motion machine. They make
Because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
I didn't hear you.
It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Entropy within a system always increases. So in a closed system, you're losing all of your energy as time goes on.
Right.
Without
That's my
extra
point.
input.
it violates
that's
the
why,
first.
that's why Hostile's argument fails there. It couldn't have always been in motion.
Oh, I
It does, because there's no unmoved.
Hold on. Let Andrew finish his thought, please.
And
Thank
it's
you.
what Hostile was talking about. This is a logical principle. You have to falsify it. It's a Thomas Aquinas logical proof that has not been falsified since. So you have to offer.
No, it's
Hold
it's
on.
infinite
Let
regress.
I'm not even arguing
God
with you, dude.
damn
I don't
it.
know
Let
why
him
you're arguing.
fucking
I'm trying to
finish his
support your
fucking
argument.
statement. Hold on, Andrew, please. I don't know how many more times I have to say this. He's literally explaining himself, and you are interrupting to interrupt his fucking thought process when you haven't heard the whole fucking thing yet. Just let each other talk. For fuck's sake, Andrew and then Bones. Thank you.
Now, Hostile, I'm not arguing with you, so I don't know why you're shutting me down before I can finish. Aquinas has certainly not been debunked, if that's what you're saying. That's
I am saying that, but continue.
Aquinas' logic. They haven't. So what I'm saying is, if you take all 5 of his proofs, the first being very similar to the one you were describing, and you know the rest being the perfect order of things. If you look at all 5 of them together, you have to offer some type of logical contradiction of that, a logical I can't think of the word, a logical contradiction of what we're saying, of the logical proof, to say that it's not true. You can't just say, oh, it's not true, and not offer.
Yeah, when you're done speaking, I'll explain why it's not true.
Jed.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you an observable thing that we observe in the universe, and a logical proof that follows. So unless you can negate that proof, you'll be a very famous man if you can do that.
That's the 3rd time you said it. You want it?
Bones, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
So there's probably a couple of rebuttals to this. In
Here's
particular,
rebuttals.
I think your argument requires like special pleading. If you think that everything in the universe has like some type of cause there, then like what causes God in this case?
There you go. It's infinite regress. That is the problem with it. That's why you eliminate the infinite regress. Parmenides did this already. Thomas Aquinas is pleading.
The problem is
I've heard that argument that it doesn't negate Aquinas that it's special pleading. I don't think that it's special pleading. I think it's the conclusion that he draws when you put in things like fine tuning.
This is why we groaned.
Any other conclusion, and he's not even saying that it's Yahweh. That might be special pleading. He's just saying this is what we call God. Therefore, it's not special pleading. He's not saying this has to be the Christian God, or this has to be Yahweh, the one that does all the terrible things that Jed said. He's not saying that. That might be special pleading, but that's not what he's saying here. And I'd like to hear how Jed counters it.
Unmoved. The problem is the word unmoved. He's ending it right there with the special pleading, right? You think everything moves and has to be moved.
I don't think
right?
that. That's
But
what we
you're
observe.
stopping it. This is the problem with creator, right? The idea of a creator, because it's infinite regress. It pleads it. It begs the question: who created it?
Who created the creator?
Yeah, and it's okay. Well, who moved it? It's infinite regress. Parmenides said, "How about you stop that?" Right? Parmenides said, "How about you stop that?" And you just wrap your mind around the big truth, which is it's always moved, and it's never stopping moving. It's always existed. There is no nothing. There's always been something. It's the idea of you associating being with becoming and smashing those two things together. That's the problem with philosophy for the past 2,000 years. People didn't understand that. They believe that being and becoming are one thing, and they're not.
No, because you don't solve the problem by saying it's always been. You don't
absolutely
ask
do.
me for
Exactly what
something
you're doing with
observable
your
and then
conflict.
solve the problem with something that's never been observed, which is perpetual motion. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't track logically.
It
absolutely. And it's not a regress. Just to say there must be an unmoved mover is the logical conclusion.
Who moves it? Who moves it?
Ed, you wanted to add
The
in, and then
unmoved mover,
Bones.
that's the point.
Yeah, I'm happy to hop in. So Andrew is saying we've never observed anything in motion that didn't have something that put into motion.
Correct.
And he thinks the logical conclusion is that therefore there was something that was never put into motion. The
No,
thing
that there
that he's
must be an
saying that we've
unmoved
never
mover at
observed
some-
is
yeah.
how he solves his own infinite regression. And so he's basically solving an infinite regression by appealing to another bigger, mysterious infinite regression. He's saying,
exactly,
we can't have movement all the way down. We can't have cows all the way down. Therefore, there's a God who's infinite all the way down, and he started everything. But all you're doing is pushing your infinite regression problem back a step. You're
That's
pushing
reductive.
it back to God.
I said you
who's
have to take all
infinite.
5 proofs. That's reductive.
Yeah, well, that's the solution for the first 3 proofs because they're all pretty much the same thing that just
They
swap
are.
out the word cause
That's
and
correct.
motion.
They are very close. The first 3. Yeah.
I'm happy
Jed
to
gets
address
it
the other
for
2
sure.
if you want as well.
Well, no, you haven't negated the proof because you
Well,
made
it's not a proof, it's
you
just an
tried
empty
to negate it. I said no, you have to negate all 5, and then you said okay, well, what?
Yeah, I'm happy to
That's
go
where
on
we're
to
at.
the other
You have-
ones.
You still
There's
have
the
to negate them. You can't just sidestep it. Like it's not. You're not negating the need for an unmoved mover by just saying that we call it God. You can call it, it's actually not called God, it's called the unmoved mover.
But like Hostile
Call
pointed
it
out,
whatever you want. There has to be a first cause.
There doesn't need to be an unmoved mover.
Intelligent. That's what I'm saying.
There doesn't need to be an unmoved mover if the universe itself is eternal and something has always been in motion.
So why is it that you can point to me and say or to Hostile and say that he needs to show something that's observable, but you can show something?
Yeah, you can't get something from nothing. Argue that, and if you do, it just sounds silly.
Observable that we've
I
never
said that you can get something from nothing. So I don't know why you're bringing.
Well,
that
no,
up.
not
I just
you.
said that
Andrew's now the one that's saying prove it, right? So I'm telling him
Hostile's
to
like
prove it.
fighting both the atheists and the Christians. It's hilarious.
Oh yeah, no, it's a hot take for sure. I don't fit in for sure. But my point is that the idea that you can't get something from nothing is a knowable claim. It's not a belief or some far out.
So is the
concept.
unmoved mover.
Well, no, that's not the claim that I'm making. That's actually
I don't see how it logically follows at all that because we have motion, therefore there was someone that was
because
unmoved.
everything has an equal reaction, right? Everything has.
So what was God's reaction? What was God?
God is Newtonian physics.
That moves without a push, without you moving it. That doesn't.
Why
That doesn't
can't
exist
the
in the
origin of
observable
this
universe.
initial
Pleading that you're
motion-
doing. All you're doing is
No,
special
I'm not
pleading.
special pleading. I'm not saying it has to be the Christian God. I'm saying there has to be
That never
something
ends-
that
that
gave
never-
it a push.
I never said
And
that.
thing
Okay,
is
so you define with the Big Bang.
So don't make a straw man. Argue with me.
A generic God, Andrew, by the way, a generic God also fails this test. So
How?
there is no need to appeal.
How?
Because it would a generic God could still be an unmoved mover, and this would still fall into
Right.
issues.
So you're agreeing with me.
This attacks all possible gods that fit Aquinas' view.
Only if I grant perpetual motion.
No, you don't. No. Whoa.
This is silly, man.
You
We
said
need to
it's
move,
always
we
been
need to move
moving.
on from the Aquinas 5 ways. We got.
So
We got
what-
Coming for you now, Bones.
This is silly. Is your response? I'm still getting trying to figure out how
Well,
you got
it's silly because
perpetual motion.
By the way,
The universe is
Yeah,
always
that
in
everything
motion.
has a
Is what
cause.
you
but,
said.
God Himself doesn't have a cause. That's a contradiction right there.
You're the only damn theist I ever hear
No,
bring up
but
Aquinas.
unmoved mover,
Everybody
how
else
is it
understands it's been to be
contradicting
about.
the name?
So the contradiction is everything has a cause, and then God doesn't have a cause.
Exactly. That's a problem.
Everything in no, it's not a problem.
It
Everything
is
in
because you're
material
special
reality-
pleading. How do you not understand that? We have to move on from this. We're going to do
Everything in this
circles all night.
material reality. It's the same reason that I was saying to
But
Jed when he
everything-
laughed at my super chat
Yeah,
that
right.
you're doing the same thing and that you have
I'm
to
with
grant
Roscoe. We're just gonna loop on Aquinas all night.
God doesn't
all
have
night.
a
I've been on here for like
That's
10
also
minutes.
a contradiction. By the
Yeah,
way.
well,
That's
No,
just-
our
Sarah,
claims are not the
go
same.
back to
When
his
you-
Jed's original question to Clay, please?
What was the question?
What?
Or I apologize.
Oh God, no! Why would you? The whole purpose was for me to move off of that one.
want the
Fox,
evidence,
Ben.
Jed?
What was
He
that? Andrew?
said, "Do you buy and do you agree with Leviticus stoning gays?"
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
give us
and-
your base take.
When I say that the Bible causes real harm and Christianity is a toxic plague on humanity,
you're a piece of
this is
shit.
a perfect example of how and why. Because
Sarah,
people,
read the back chat, please.
because the book says a thing, believe that gay people are inferior or that having homosexual sex makes you deserving of death. It's just bigotry and homophobia disguised as righteousness.
Nobody
It's the most
thinks that.
disgusting and toxic thing in the whole world.
Nobody
Okay,
thinks that
so-
you're putting a straw man.
So-
Can two homosexuals perpetuate society? The book is
They
to
don't need
perpetuate
to.
society.
What difference does it make?
But the book is to perpetuate society in the best possible way. If you can't do that, I'm sorry if the book doesn't promote that. Like it's clearly not designed to promote what two people how they feel. It's
Why
not
does
for that. It's to make a better
procreation
society
isn't
for
necessary
everybody.
for everybody. Not everyone needs to procreate.
But
We've got
How did you, if nobody needed to procreate, how did you get here?
But
Wow.
society needs
Did
to
you see that
procreate.
straw man, guys?
Hold
I just said
on.
not everyone needs to procreate, and then I was asked, well, if no one procreates, then the
Right,
society.
I'm telling you why the Bible
I
does it.
never
It's not
said
because
that
it hates gay people.
Nobody
It's not
needs
because it
to.
hates
I
them.
said that not everyone needs to.
It's not because it's
In
a
fact,
hateful,
gay people
vengeful.
can
Hold on,
serve an
Andrew. Hold on,
incredibly
Andrew. Hold on.
That's
gay
not why.
people can serve an incredibly useful utility in an advanced society
But
because
they
they
can't
can
procreate.
adopt children that don't have a home and give them a great place to grow up.
Didn't say
We
that.
don't need to procreate in order to be a good person or in order to be a productive member of society. We've
Didn't
got
say that.
8 billion people on the planet. We don't need every single person to procreate. We've got plenty of humans and the population is continuing to increase. In fact, there's some people that believe homosexuality is nature's way of preventing overpopulation.
Oh, wow.
Don't we see something like that in the red?
You know what? Who was talking about that last night? Neil was talking about the idea of why we fight more and like have more crime rates in the bigger cities, the denser populations, and also why people get sicker and so on and so forth. That would actually make sense, Jed. Ooh, nature took over.
Universe 25.
Yes.
People seem to conflate the idea that the only good reason to have a relationship is to procreate and make new babies. And I completely reject that.
That was probably true 2,000 years ago, though. Back when birth rates were, surviving birth was tricky. People would die during childhood because they didn't understand diseases and stuff.
You could still have homosexual sex and
I'm
have
not against
legitimate
homosexual
children. There's nothing immoral about having gay sex because
I'm not-
having gay sex doesn't prevent you from procreating.
I'm not arguing about gay
that. But the book promotes what's good for the society as a whole.
Two men can
Not
make
what's
a
good
baby?
for an individual.
No, he's talking about
I never
adopting,
said that
Clay.
they can.
He's
I
talking about
said
adoption.
you can have gay sex and
have a
also
baby.
procreate. Because
They
you
could
can
have
have
sex
sex
with
with
any
Clay,
woman.
you can have sex with men and women. So you could have children and
But you can't
have
do it
gay
if,
sex.
if you're having gay sex.
What'd you say?
Not what he's saying. You fuck
That's
with.
not what he said.
No, he
The
is.
act
He
of
is
having
literally
gay
saying
he's
you
not.
can have gay
prevent
sex
you from
and
having
procreate.
children.
He just said if two gay people had sex, they could procreate. That is exactly what he just said.
Yep.
No,
and
he
that's
said people can
true.
have sex homosexually and still procreate, meaning they can go to a woman or they could be a
that's not
parent
what he
just in general.
That's
You guys
exactly what I
understand
said.
that.
I never
okay,
suggested that two men on their
two
own
things-
could have children. I said
Yeah.
that the act of having homosexual relations doesn't prevent someone from also having sex with a woman and procreating. So
Yes.
you can advance society and have kids while also having some fun on the side with your homies. There's no harm
fun?
done by doing that
Is it
whatsoever.
fun? Is it fun? You had some fun and now it's fun, huh?
You know what I found is that the people who are most opposed to homosexuality are almost always
Tell me
closeted
about them balls,
themselves.
bro.
He said with the homies. This is crazy.
He's gonna have some fun. Tell me about them balls.
Jed
Somebody's
but
into
he's
You
it.
guys
not-
are still outing yourselves.
But he's
So-
not wrong, though, right? Two things can be true at the same time. You can still be gay and you're capable of procreating. It's not false to say that, right?
Jed,
So,
it's correct.
No, they call
I
that
agree with
bisexual. They don't call that gay.
Wait, when are you gonna like start beating
No.
yourself with sticks since
Hold-
you're like clearly
hold-
not gay?
hold on.
Bobs of doom.
Isn't bisexuality like the attraction level, right? I could still have. Isn't it?
What
no?
Leviticus 20:13
Two sexes.
says is that if a
Bi.
man has sex with another man, it doesn't say that if a man
Bisexual.
only ever has sex with another man, they must be put to death.
Like both sexes.
Plus, if our goal is to advance society and get more people, what sense does it make to start killing people? That's completely pointless. If we
So
want
in
more
your
humans,
rationale-
we shouldn't be slitting people's throats and stoning them because they have gay sex.
So in your rationale, everybody should become gay
No,
to slow the population down.
I never said that.
That's wild.
Spin, you're like completely straw manning him on that one because it's not what he's saying at all. He's just saying basically to say there's nothing really wrong if you're gay. If your goal is for purely procreation, why one man, one woman concept? If that's your end goal is to procreate, he's saying you could still be a homo, right, with your homie, and still procreate with a woman,
Still get ass.
and
And
yeah,
still eat ass.
Yeah,
And
it's
still suck
unlikely.
balls.
It's unlikely that
Well,
that
with
would be
the
the case because
I mean,
again,
What difference does it make how
Actually, our
likely
gay
it
people
is?
want to have
well,
families.
because you made the claim that we have too many people when we're actually below replacement level.
I
I
actually
didn't
have a
say we
good
had too
what we
many people. I
promote
said
is
we've got 8
important.
million.
It's like
We got
Clayton
plenty
earlier.
of people.
Say again?
I didn't say we have too many. I said we've
Yeah,
got
we have
plenty
plenty
of people.
Yeah, you said we have too many people, or we have plenty of people, which we don't. We're below replacement level. So
We've
what
got 8 billion people on the planet, my dude. We've got
What do you-
We're under
plenty of
2 billion
humans
for
to go around.
99% of human existence. Come
Say
on.
again?
I do have a question
So
for
we
you.
were
though, Jay.
under 2 billion people
it's
on this
not to be
planet for
hyperbolic or
99%
It
of
has
human
nothing
I
to do
hear
with
what you're saying.
replacement
I hear what you're
level.
saying.
Replacement level can be at 2 people or 2 million or 2 billion. Replacement level is the amount of kids that you have. Do you replace both parents? And we're below that. So
That's not
and
true.
it doesn't take long for that to catch up to you.
It's not true.
So what we
The world
The
population
replacement level
is
thing only
increasing.
applies economically in our current pyramid scheme of a social system.
Fine. I'm just saying the claim that he made that we have tons of people isn't true. And what we promote is important. It's unlikely that men are going to be out banging their friends and then just make time to go home and make a baby.
That's not unlikely. I know people that do that.
On a level, going, we can't even keep it going as it is.
I will say, here's what I'll
do
say.
to kill the gay people.
No
It's
one
not like
said
gay
that.
is
Where
a
are Christians killing gay people? Point me to one
your
area
lady
one
going
instance
down on
gay
your
in
team.
society
And
where
she's
Christians
like,
are killing gay people. Go.
Hold on, Andrew. Because the reason why we're here at this stopping point right now is because Clay and Spin both. Jed asked them, "Would you stone them to death? Are you agreeable to the Bible saying to stone them if they are gay?" Right? And
Yes.
they both have said, "Fuck yes, I would." Right? So that's why Jed is combating that, because he's saying like you're willing to do harm just because somebody is gay. And then in that same breath, they're saying, well, it's because of procreation why you shouldn't be gay. Okay, but then killing them negates the whole concept, because inevitably you can still factually be gay and still procreate with a woman at the same time. There's nothing that's going to change that. Right. So by stoning a gay man, or at least a man participating in gay acts, you're actually messing, like you're negating that ability to procreate, if that is in fact your end goal of not
to be
being
fair,
gay.
Sarah, I never ever agreed that I would do that.
And
I said if you did it in front of children, I said if you did it in hold on.
He refused to answer the question, and he added a useless caveat about children watching for because he refuses to answer the question.
I said if you did it in front of the fucking children. That's what the fuck I said.
Why can't you
found the
actually answer the
caveat
question
that
I
gave you
asked?
permission.
That's the position of the church. You think the church's position?
Hold on. But Clay, then you're changing the question that was asked. That's not what he asked you.
Yes.
So,
Because he
Clay,
did not accept
hold
my
on.
first answer.
No, stop. He asked you a question. You changed the answer and around to the whatever. You can't do that and then expect
I'll
them
answer
to not hold your words to you later if that's how you answer the question.
But he didn't do that.
Wild.
He didn't do that.
What?
I answered a different question.
I am right now. I just did right now, like 2 minutes ago.
He needs a lot of help. I get it.
Clay, now you're interrupting me. I just did that 2 minutes ago, making I was showing the line of logic why we're here for Andrew, because that's what he was questioning. Why are we at this point? I was explaining because you and Spin both admitted you would X, Y, and Z. And then here's the point, and here's the point, and here's the point. And now here's why you don't answer questions in a different way from the way that they were asked, right? You changed the question in your answer. This is why you don't do that, because then when we get through the entire line of logic and the questions, now we're all going based off of what the fuck you just said. And now you're like, well, that's not what I said. Okay, well, that's what you fucking said, though.
It's not what I said.
But he asked you the question. Okay.
Jesus, man.
Then
Jesus.
next
not
time,
what I said.
Clay, then next time, answer the fucking question the way it was asked.
I did. He didn't accept it. Yes, I did. He didn't accept it. I changed the
Clay, listen to me.
Then don't accept my fucking answer.
Listen to me.
You are
Listen
still
to
not
me.
accepting my answer.
You're not listening.
And you're not accepting my answer.
You're adding caveats that aren't there, Clay.
I answered the question plainly first. And then I added the caveats because he wouldn't
Bro,
accept
you
the
didn't.
fucking
You didn't know. This is like
I did.
elementary.
I absolutely
this is bad.
did. I said I'm not fucking Jewish. And he tried to go to this other bullshit of
why wouldn't you just say no?
Continuing, and I said, well, fine, just don't do it in front of the children.
Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here's what you do,
I said, I'm
Clay.
not Jewish. I'm
God
Christian.
damn it, Clay,
I'm
shut the fuck up for a
Christian,
minute.
not
Shut up.
Jewish.
Shut up. Here's what you do. If you want to add a caveat, I would, Jed, could you ask me the question, please? Oh, you muted or something.
Do you agree with God in Leviticus 20:13 when he commands people to kill homosexuals for the act of having homosexual sex?
No, but can I add a clarifying caveat to the end of that?
Sure.
Okay, I would though if I saw them doing X, Y, and Z in public in front of children, then I would be okay with that. Does that make sense, Clay? Do you see how I fucking did that?
Answer I gave him.
No.
That's not the first answer I gave him. The first answer I gave him was I'm not Jewish.
Like a fifth grader. This is crazy.
The first answer that I gave him is I don't follow the Levitical law like that.
Then you would say no.
No, you would just say no.
I'm not Jewish.
Then you would say no.
He still can't do it. He still can't do it.
Do you understand the difference between a Christian and a Jew?
Clay, when
Just
do
say
you
no.
at
Why
some
search for the
point,
caveat?
when at what point do you just say like, okay, I misinterpreted or I spoke incorrectly, like that was my bad?
Well, if this guy was never considering me to be Jewish, then I'd have never even fucking had to say I'm not Jewish. I'm not a fucking Jew. God damn.
You know, it doesn't make you less manly to say
The
you wouldn't
Levitical
hurt gay
law is
people.
something that the Jews were given, not Christians. Duh.
But it's in the Bible, right?
It's in the Bible, but it's not a fucking Christian doctrine. Oh my
He's right.
God.
It's not a Christian position to stone gay people. That's what I was trying to get at. Like, no, that's not like you can't attribute that to Christians. Christians
He
don't
was
do that anyway.
the reason. Hold on. But Jed, I think you were asking that question because Clay was making the claim that if it's in the Bible, it happened.
Well, I was making the claim because the Bible, if a Christian believes that, it's a direct example of the Bible causing harm because it's encouraging people to kill others. Now, I would be curious to know from Andrew and Clay, do you believe that once upon a time, the God that you worship, Yahweh, commanded people to stone homosexuals?
Yes.
Okay, and you think he was morally righteous in doing so?
Morally is a human concept, my friend. So stop with the bullshit. God
Okay,
damn,
what difference does
this
that
guy
make?
is a bullshit factory. So no, the answer is no. God is not a moral creature.
Can you point to anywhere where Christians are
Finally,
harming
a
gay
Christian who
people?
admit that God is amoral.
Jesus fucking
I can think
Christ.
of two right off the top of my head.
Christianity. He's
No,
on
I'm
some
asking
other
Jed
bullshit.
if you can point to any place in the world where Christians are currently stoning gay people to death. If that
Well,
exists.
Clay and Spin both said they would, given the opportunity.
I
Yes,
never
I know, but
said.
they're
Oh, yeah.
trolling,
You know what? No,
and
I
they're-
did.
they don't-
I added
they don't
the caveat,
represent
just
the
like
church.
Sarah already
Church's
went through this
position is
bullshit
not
with you.
to stone
Hold
gay
on, Clay.
people.
Let
That is
Andrew
not
go.
Stop
the church's
lying,
position.
Ant.
So at least the
Answer.
Catholic Church, it's not their position. So I'm asking again, like you make this claim and you attribute it to Christians when Christians don't, and you call them like the worst group. Like we have
I never
to
said
stop
that.
this. You
I
said we
said
have
it's
to
the
stop
worst
this
religion.
hateful
I said it's
ideology.
the toxic and it's the most
Yeah.
toxic plague on humanity. I never said that the
So
people
where
are
are
the
we
worst
doing
group.
that
I have a
thing?
direct answer to Andrew's question about where they kill gay people.
Well, just because
Come out now.
Yeah.
just
they
because
kill gays, Bill.
Andrew asked me the question, I want to respond really quick. I can't point to an example of current Christians stoning homosexuals, but I can point to current Christians who believe killing homosexuals was or is a righteous thing to do because their religion promotes bigotry.
Do you know that
That's the harm.
57% of self-reported liberals think political violence against the right is okay?
Oh, shut the fuck up,
I do have an
Andrew.
answer to Andrew's
What do you mean? I
question.
just
What
gave you a
aboutism?
stat. I
I
can
do
pull
have
it
an
up
answer
if you
to
want.
it. Uganda.
This is
Out of nowhere, out of
self-reported.
left field.
Jed, do you
Shut
believe
the
there's
fuck up.
any
Your
time
answer?
that-
Hold on,
He
hold
made a
on, hold on,
claim.
hold
I'm giving
on.
all the-
God damn it. Shut the fuck up, all of you. Jed, you're doing great. You're the only person that hasn't pissed me off tonight. And Balderson too, like just chilling over there. And Spin, I'll give it to you because you just kept your mute button on because he knows better. Okay, the political stance, Andrew, does that come from some type of, because religion is
that.
But what I'm saying, I'm not worried about the stat, but religion is like there's like a dogma. There's something like there's a thing that
Leftism
says
is
we
exactly the same thing.
should. What is that?
I would make the claim that leftism is exactly the same thing. It's a dogma with rituals and martyrs and things that you can't say. It is exactly the same thing.
Is it
and
a religion,
both groups
though?
need to prove it just as much as a religion.
But can both groups be bad?
Yes.
So Andrew,
So,
you agree that
you're not
rituals
disproving
and
anything.
religions are bad inherently?
No.
That's what you're
I'm saying that you also believe in one. You just aren't even aware of it.
I wouldn't classify that as a religion.
Well, I'm saying it has all the characteristics. It has
I would like to
Does it
know
have a
what you
belief
would
in the afterlife
classify
or
it
any
as,
gods?
Chad.
You don't.
Can I ask a question, Sarah, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
What
And then Bones.
what classification would you consider your non-religious or religious belief?
Atheist.
But in a previous conversation, and I'm going to point this out, you damn near admitted to Clay that you believed in God in some sort of fashion.
No, I don't think I did that.
Yes, you did.
I didn't hear it.
I never claimed I
Clay?
believed in God.
Can you please repeat the statement that he made?
He said he was agnostic there for a minute too.
Well, I'm an agnostic atheist. Sure. So that means I'm not convinced that a God exists, but I don't make the positive claim to know for sure that no gods exist.
Does that falls in line with a Buddhist atheist, right?
No position.
Well,
I have no
Buddhism is,
position, but I want to argue with people about their
a bit
position.
different,
That's
so.
crazy to me.
He plainly stated his position. How can you say he has no position? That's fucking
Because he
asinine.
doesn't know. He doesn't know anything.
No one knows. Most theists are agnostic as well.
Well,
They
no,
don't
he
claim
claims
to
to be
knowledge. They have
certain about
faith.
something while being uncertain, right? That's fallacious.
He never
He's
claimed
certain
certain.
that you're
He never
wrong.
made the positive claim.
He's certain that you're wrong for making a positive claim, but he doesn't know.
I still have this.
Just because he's
question
in
for Jed,
opposition
too.
to
What
you
you're
means
doing
he's
is called
completely
the
certain.
argument from ignorance.
Sarah, get rid of
fallacy.
effigy, please.
Just because I don't have an explanation for X doesn't mean yours wins by default, and it doesn't mean I'm not allowed to talk about your claim. If you
Okay,
claim
answer
to
this
know how the
question. Can a
universe
God,
started,
is it possible that in the future a God could exist? For
Effigy,
some sort of knowledge.
Effigy, I started a timer for you. Spin used a credit that he has. Go ahead.
is it possible for a God to exist in the future? I have no idea if that's possible.
So why are you denying God right now? Do y'all really not see this?
I never denied
How is
that.
it?
All I said was I'm not convinced that a God exists.
But you're an atheist. That means
That-
no God.
Do
Then
you
just
know
say
what
I'm
an
an
atheist
agnostic.
means?
Well,
Do you know
no,
what the
just
word
say I'm an
atheist means?
agnostic. You're not an
Because
atheist.
what you are describing,
Hostile.
Jed,
I want you to define
is
the word
agnostic.
atheist. What do you think that means?
No divinity.
No
Without
divinity.
divinity.
It means I'm not convinced that any gods exist.
No,
the
that's
definition of atheist.
agnostic. That means you don't know. You're not certain.
An atheist is atheism and theism refer to belief. An atheist is someone who does not believe in a god. That includes people who are convinced no gods exist,
No,
and
that's
it
not
includes
true.
people who simply lack belief.
Theism doesn't have to do with it's not exclusive to believing. Belief
That's
is not
exactly what
exclusive to
theism
theism. It's not though. It's
Mhm.
not. So polytheists believed in the gods, or did they know that the gods exist?
Well, that's a separate question. They could
Well,
be
no,
both,
it's not. It's
because
about theism. It
polytheism
means
is people
divinity.
who-
It's a simple word. It means divinity.
A polytheist is someone who believes that multiple gods exist. They
Yes.
might claim to know that for sure, or they might not. Because agnosticism and Gnosticism are adjectives that we add on to theism and atheism.
You're
I'm
saying
an
it has to
agnostic
deal solely with
atheist.
belief, Jed. And I'm
Here-
saying that's
here, let me
wrong.
help you out. The definition of atheist is someone who is not convinced that a god exists. Full stop.
Yeah, I'm saying that's not right, right? The word, there's the
Believe it's
prefix
a
a.
Christian to tell an atheist what atheism is.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's multiple dictionaries. I can find a definition for you that would say believes in, knows that God doesn't exist.
Anyone could write any definition. If you poll 1,000 atheists, I guarantee that 99+% of them are going to agree with my definition.
Then why is agnostic and atheist two different words? Why do they just scratch agnosticism?
Agnosticism refers to knowledge. So if I say I'm a Gnostic atheist, that means I claim to know that no gods exist. But an agnostic atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a god, but doesn't claim to know that there is no god. So you could be a Gnostic atheist or an agnostic atheist. But agnosticism is not some middle ground between atheism and theism. And atheism includes people who assert that no gods exist, but it also includes people who lack belief in a god. Because that's all the minimum requirement is to be an atheist, is someone who lacks belief in any god.
At this point, it's literally just semantics, because still you're proving my point that you aren't certain that it doesn't exist. So why are you trying to deny other people's knowledge of it existing? Right?
If I could point out, like, Hostile, you don't believe that Jed is an atheist agnostic. However, you are still inquiring whether he is an atheist agnostic. I think that analogy kind of says itself, but a quick Google search, AI overview on it. Yes, you can be both agnostic and an atheist, and then it gives the elaborate detail of why. But
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't be that. I'm saying agnosticism and atheism are two different words. And atheism means no God. Literally, that's what the word means. No God, right? It means without or no God.
Right.
Do you agree with that,
Without
Jed?
belief in God. Theism
No,
means
not belief.
in God.
There's no word belief in it, right? There's
You're
a
struggling
prefix.
in this idea of asserting a positive belief because you're trying to give me a burden of proof because you can't prove your own claims.
Just break down the word etymologically,
Sure.
man. Quit trying to
Theism
play semantics
means
with me. You know what it
belief in
means.
God. And atheism means lack of belief in God, because a theist is someone who believes a God exists. An atheist
Okay, we'll
is someone
agree
who
to
lacks
disagree,
belief
right?
in a God.
We'll agree to disagree on
No,
the
you're just
semantics
wrong.
of the words.
You are wrong about the definition of atheist because
okay,
you
cool.
desperately want to give me a burden of proof, and I'm not going to take
Well,
it.
no, that's not the
because I'm
point.
not making a positive claim.
That's not the point. My point is that you're not making a positive claim, right? You're on the fence type of guy. You don't know anything,
wouldn't
but now
say I'm
you're
on the
trying to tell
fence.
other people that they don't know anything. So how are you certain about something that you're not certain about? It's a fallacy.
Here's the confusion. Just because I'm not asserting that no gods exist doesn't mean we can't talk about your reasons for belief in a God. Because if you're making the positive claim that you believe in a God, you know a God exists, we can talk about what evidence you have for that God, and I can point out that your arguments or evidence are fallacious or flawed. There's nothing wrong or in my position that inhibits me from talking about your evidence.
No, you're right. It doesn't, but it's the position is fallacious because you're
What
not certain.
position?
You could literally be doing this for no reason because you could be wrong in the future. You're saying in the future there might be some situation where the knowledge presents itself to us that God does exist, and then you would have to rebuttal all the stupid shit that you said years prior.
Exactly.
Right?
And
Because
that's
you were
called being open-minded. I'm open to the idea that I could be wrong.
well,
if
no, you
someone
just don't
presents
talk.
compelling evidence.
Silence is golden from that position. Instead of being logically fallacious and going against yourself, right?
I'm not going against myself. I'm being open and honest. I used to believe in God, and then I realized my reasons were bad, and so I stopped. I realized I had no good reason to believe in God, and I stopped calling myself a Christian and accepted the atheist label. But if someone comes across with evidence or arguments I've never heard, and it's a compelling reason to believe in God, if I'm honest, I would be forced to start believing in God.
It's less fallacious for you to just explain why you think God is bad or immoral or wrong, or why the problem of evil is a problem for the existence of God, whether or the moral position of God, rather than the existence of God. Because if you are not certain, that's not the position you should hold. So that's all I'm saying. I just think it's kind of silly to be arguing about the existence of God when you don't know. You claim you don't know. So, yeah. If people can't see that, we can move on. I'm not going to just spin the wheels and
Well, I think
waste
it's
all
kind
night.
of silly to claim that someone who doesn't know there's a God has no right to talk about the existence.
I'm not saying you don't have a right. I'm saying it's fallacious. You can say whatever you want,
fallacy
dude.
is
You could say flying spaghetti
fallacy is
monsters exist and unicorns exist.
If you're going
It
to
doesn't
claim it's
matter what you
fallacious,
say.
point out what fallacy I'm committing.
all right.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I know you're stupid, but I'm not 100% sure you're stupid. Like maybe you could be trolling, but as far as I'm concerned, I think you're stupid. But I'll leave room for error. Fourth Wiseman says with the Big Ten, just show me the gay women and I'll fix them. See what happens on the merry-go-round. This is one of the reasons for my exit earlier, along with other things to get done whilst the sun is shining. Yes, I don't blame you, Fourth Wiseman. I don't blame you. Toasty Man with the Big Ten says, for any headache caused on my part, Sarah, get yourself a tasty headache relieving drink. No headache from you, Toasty. Just crazy panels that can't shut up when I ask them to. Fourth Wiseman says again, he says, I'm back to show you how to get off the merry-go-round. I am God and I am an atheist because being God, I know nothing of anything else when I'm gone. Yep. 100% atheist. Any thoughts to that piece? Fair
no
enough.
problem with it.
And
atheism
and-
is-
well. Hold
sorry.
on. Hold on a second. Jed, it looks like you're ready to make your exit for the evening. You have been here for over 5 hours, and I'm okay. with you
I
getting out.
wanted one question, one last
Jed, I have
question.
evidence
I will
for you.
accept.
I have evidence for you. I
Wait,
didn't
stay
get
for one question.
Okay. The question is, do you believe that there is a time when certain people need to be unalived?
Oh God.
I would say there probably are people who deserve to be unalived. However, I'm against capital punishment because I don't believe our level of confidence that we convict the right person can ever be high enough. And that's evidenced through the fact that tons of innocent people have been put to death and later have been exonerated by DNA evidence.
Yeah, I have a real problem with capital punishment myself. So I feel
Same.
what you're saying there. So, but no, I appreciate the answer, man. Thank you.
I have one very simple question if you have time.
Okay, lay it on me.
Okay, so if one were to believe in what you claim you believe in, and one would procreate, would you agree that it would be okay to pass your beliefs on to yours or their children?
Yeah, that's a great question.
And there's one caveat to it. What if one's children found what they would consider God? Would you go against that?
Yeah, I don't have any kids right now, but I think if I ever do, my tactic is going to be, rather than trying to indoctrinate them or teach them what to think, I'm going to teach them how to think. I'm going to teach them to be skeptics and to think critically. I'm going to teach them to not accept claims blindly without evidence, but instead, if someone tells them this is the case, this is true, to ask questions and go investigate and withhold belief in claims until they find sufficient evidence. And if I can teach them how to be a skeptic, then whether there's a God or not, hopefully they come to the right conclusion on their own. Because I can't control what my kids believe, and no one else can either.
But actually, I'm not going to straw man it or strong man it. However, a child would need your support or one's support to find out what they do believe. So in your belief, what I'm taking from this is you would not take them to a church of their choosing or a church period.
I don't know. Yeah, if I had a kid and they're like, oh, I really, really want to go to church. I like this church so much. I just need a ride. I mean, I went to church for decades. So, I mean, there's, sure, I'll give them a ride if that's where they want to go. And then,
but would you be in the church to support them in their own belief or what they are, or their search of their belief?
I would certainly try to ask them compelling questions. I would, if they are on a journey to figure out if there is a God or not, well, what evidence do we have to suggest there is a God? I would have the conversation with them, and if they can,
which in turn is instilling doubt in their mind, and knowing
absolutely.
children, as I would know, they would go on, or they would believe what said parent would do, or what said parent would believe.
Yeah, children often accept the beliefs of their parents, and the best thing I can give my child is doubt. I want them to doubt every claim that they're told until they come to a conclusion on their own.
So you are advocating of the conspiracy theory?
Not necessarily conspiracy theory, but I want my kids or anyone's kids to question what they're told and find good evidence for their beliefs.
So I'm a parent, right? And I'm just alluding to your logic for a second. So if I'm the parent, you're the child, and I say, don't put your finger in that light socket, I should be okay for that child to go put his finger in that light socket and figure out that it hurts.
No, I wouldn't say so. I think as a parent, you have an obligation to try to protect your kids from harm. And potentially
what you're alluding to, but what you just admitted what I was trying to get you to admit.
I think there's a way to demonstrate to your kids.
You are trying to say that because of your possible belief, which you have not proven to me, that you are an atheist at all. Agnostic, maybe.
Well, it sounds like you don't know what an atheist is in that case.
Oh, you described it perfectly.
Okay.
My point in saying is, you would not confirm or concrete a child's different opinion. You would rather them listen to, well, maybe that isn't real.
Yeah, I want them to ask questions. I want to make them think about what they believe and be skeptics rather than just telling them what to believe. In the case with the light switch or the light socket and sticking their finger inside, perhaps there's a great way I can demonstrate to my kids that doing that is harmful without them experiencing the harm. Maybe we can do some kind of home experiment about electricity, or or show them some educational video about how electricity works. Maybe that's something they become interested in.
Okay, so you would disagree. So you would disagree that it wouldn't do any harm for a child to question their own morality at whatever age?
No, I think that everyone should
be.
be.
With that, sir, you're retarded.
I will carry on that conversation, Jed. Don't feel any need to respond to that, because I can explain critical thinking and why it's very important to teach our children that. But I will let you make your exit for the evening. This has been an absolute pleasure, and I'll let you carry on with your thoughts.
Perfect. Thank you so much for hosting, Sarah, and thanks everyone for the interesting and insightful conversations. And I'll look forward to the next one.
Thank you, Jed. Well, yeah, I'll reach
hope
out
you'll
for
come
you.
back, Jed.
I'll reach out to you for the 2v2 with the shaman on the God's existence one.
Sure,
I know that'd
sounds
be good.
good to me.
I'd actually like to talk to you sometime about the harm of Christianity, because I kind of disagree with you, but that's a whole conversation for a whole other night.
So if any of you guys want to continue the conversation, find me on Instagram, send me a DM, and let me know that I was in the
Are you on
chat
X at all?
the
I don't
live
use
stream.
Instagram.
Just because I get so many messages, but let me know who you are and where you're from, and then I'm more likely to respond. But thanks again, friends.
Are you anywhere else than Instagram?
Thank you for slow rolling the newbie.
Sure, and you can if you want, you can send me an email to flyingspaghettiauditor@gmail.com.
Perfect.
Cool. Thanks again, friends.
Thank you, Jed. It's been swell.
I like him.
Spin. Why do you think it's not important to teach your kids critical thinking?
I was not trying to allude to critical thinking. What I was trying to do is show him his own bullshit.
No,
You failed.
the answer he gave was literally, I want to teach my kids critical thinking. This is vital, right? Like, he's saying, I'm not just going to give them the answers. I'm going to teach them how to find their answers.
Yeah, that's what I took from it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, put in that in that text. Yes.
It's
I
literally
would
what
agree.
he said. It's literally what he said.
I think you're the only one not tracking this.
Shut up, Bone. You know what, Sarah? Get rid of the fucking idiot down there. Get rid of him.
All right, Bones, you shouldn't have said anything. I was handling it.
I'm more than happy to waste his
Sarah, shut him up.
Look.
Bye, Bones.
Let's be complete like douchebag. This is fine. Like, look, you like stoning gay people, that's all you. But
Plum bob
you know,
of doom.
the Second Amendment exists. So if you tried to do that, maybe some gay people are strapped.
Bye, Bones. Bye, Bones.
Fair enough, Bones. All right, I'll set the timer, Bones. Thank you for the $10, Spin.
Anybody else to care to make fun of me tonight? I got plenty of credit left.
I will.
Yeah, but I'll take it from you.
Yeah,
But
everybody
I'll
else.
take it
I
from
have
you.
to say about Spin wanting to stone gay people, at least they can outrun him.
Bye, Effigy.
So I have.
See you later, buddy.
I got a timer for Effigy too.
For all of
Next.
Spin's Eagle Bucks.
Should we just boot everyone so I can sit here and just fucking yell at you, Spin? How many credits do you have left?
4.
Anyone else want to use up his credits now?
Don't do it. Aunt, don't
Is
do
my
it.
camera? My
I
camera's
don't care if he
still
boots
slow.
me. I mean, if he wants to sit up here and have like an echo chamber conversation between hostile Andrew Clay and himself, it's his money. He's just
No,
voting all the
there's a
people that
difference.
actually push
Wait a
back
minute.
and
Let me
create a
let me
debate.
explain the difference
Am
here.
I hostile?
I
Oh,
like
you're fine, Andrew. I'm
I
sorry.
like Ant. I like Clay. I definitely like Andrew. Sarah and Balderson. I don't know about hostile yet. I haven't made my decision. So that's why we're up here.
I didn't mean to imply you were hostile, Andrew. I was talking about hostile Iberian above you, not saying you are a hostile person. My apologies for the misunderstanding.
I mean, I will forgive Andrew for living in New York City. I've had to do that. I've had to do that. It's okay. Now, if there was a person by the name of Easy up here, he'd have been gone and I'd have used my fucking credits and he'd been gone the rest of the night.
Speak easy?
No, Easy.
He ain't never coming here, bro.
Yeah, he ain't coming here. I don't
Yeah,
even know
yeah,
Sarah
Not
let his ass up here.
Easy. Andrew, explain who Easy is.
No, he's talking about the co-host on my channel that he always fights.
Oh, okay. All right.
Who's not a
I think he'd be
conservative?
welcome.
Who's not a conservative? That's
Why would?
That's why he always
Oh,
gets angry.
You have a co-host who's got an opposite view?
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's perfect.
That's great.
That's perfect. That's
And
a
I
good.
did, and Andrew and I both destroy his co-host every fucking time. Destroy. I mean, like completely.
That's cool though.
By
no,
what? Paying to put everybody in the
Yes,
backstage?
Sarah, I am actually capable of destroying a libtard.
I
By
actually
paying
don't
to put them
believe that.
backstage?
The fact that you
Andrew?
didn't understand why teaching children critical thinking is like literally vital to survival of the fittest for your kids, and then when they become adults, the fact that you didn't understand that, I don't believe for a second you could destroy a libtard.
Andrew, will you back me up, please?
I had
Andrew, don't lie for him.
He's not.
Look, you know he's not saying anything.
I don't want to go against Sarah. It's her channel. I don't want to make him feel bad either.
You
So I'm
see
just not
that
going to
right
say
there?
anything.
You see that?
Hey, Andrew.
So
But I got up from bed to do this. Don't make me choose.
Don't worry, Andrew. Wink, wink. I got you.
Get up here, bad Santa. Don't just
Yeah.
talk about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Be
where the
about
fuck
it.
was
Where is
Neil?
Santa already?
Hold on,
Where is
Neil.
Santa?
Where the fuck have you been all night, sir? I like literally thought you would have been the first one in line for this conversation. What in the actual fuck? I'm very disappointed.
There is another
She
one
actually
tomorrow.
threatened your
hold on.
life if you didn't come up here,
That's
Santa.
right.
Nobody's
right.
tickled. Nobody's tickled Spins Grundle, and he's all pissy about it.
Oh my god. All right. Business down
No,
to business.
Ben.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on.
How much?
Yeah.
How much to get rid of
1,
Ben
2,
for 10 minutes?
3, 4, and 10 bones.
Bye, Ben.
Wow. Let me set another timer. Let's see. Hold on, because we gotta get down to business. Okay, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that what that says on the? Okay, your dono goals currently sit at 4 out of 10. All right, but we only have 9 minutes left. Actually, sorry, 8 minutes left to finish that goal. So,
I'm so gonna
Clay.
regret this.
Clay's been coming in strong all night, pissing me off, driving me up a fucking wall. But I do love you, Clay. And I know you have your reasons why you feel so strongly about things. And I love that about you. But tell them what they need to do.
Yeah, Flood's real, y'all. Flood Sarah with that money. Some money. Lots and lots of money. $100 at a time, $10 at a time, $100 at a time, $100 at a time, $10, $100 at a time. You know what I'm saying? Flood. The flood is real.
The flood is real. All you need is 6 more donos, by the way. The goal missed one because I put it up after it already came. Oh, Andrew might have stepped away for a second. We'll give him a second to get back to his seat. Ant, ride your comment to
All
the
right.
moon.
All right. Listen, we just need 6 more donuts. That's not a big ask. God may or may not be real, but what is real is the grift, and your contributions to it are much appreciated and welcome, and we love you for it all.
I love that. The God may not be real. I think he's real, but the grift is real. All right, Spin. You've been divvying out your credits all night, so they don't count towards the goal. But we want them to divvy out their credits in the goal right now. What say you?
Well, what says me? I feel kind of bad. So, Ben and I are friends, and bring him back up. I'll use another credit to bring his ass back up, unless I have a little bit of levity to bring his ass back up. Anyway, folks, we've been down this road so many times, every night.
Every night.
Don't make me more angry.
Yeah, we don't want to see Spin get pissy. He starts
And you
sending
know
people
what?
to the back.
And you know what? The sticky grundle. You know what? Did you bring him back up?
I brought Balderson's on stage. Yes, sir.
One-on-one with him for a second, please.
All right, let's finish the grift, and then I'll hand you the one-on-one. And
This
for the record,
sticky
you
grundle.
can use the grift to bring back Effigy and Bones of Dune early if you so choose. Andrew, you're not done yet. You're just getting started, I hope.
Well, I was gonna get off, but I will stick around for a little bit longer if we hit this goal and we bring Bones back up. I think that could be fun. I'll definitely stick around for a little bit longer.
Hell yeah, let's do it. You heard the man. And Balderson, where's those kittens at? And by the way, when you were over there sharpening your shears or whatever the fuck you were doing,
That is
it was-
literally what I was doing.
that's what I figured. When you came up for air, you had the shears in your hand, and I was like, "Oh, thank God, he's got a tool in his hand," because that we were all sitting here wondering the same thing, like, what the fuck is Balderson doing? And I would like you to go back. I would like you to go back and review that video. Here, let me say it for the transcript so you can find it later. Clip it and ship it. Okay, go back and find that like 10, 15 minutes ago. You and sharpening those shears was very strange looking for a hot minute. And there's the kittens. What can we do to save these precious kittens?
No!
Send money now before he eats the precious kittens.
I will starve without some donos, and then I will have to eat these beautiful kittens.
Those are your babies. Do I have to start calling you Saturn?
Oh, and hello, Mrs. Balderson's hands. They are
I'm
quite
a
lovely.
vegetarian for anybody that doesn't know me.
I actually didn't know that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And Fourth Wiseman says, I hear, I forget, I see, I believe, I do, I understand. Confucius. The latter cuts out the nonsense if done at the get-go. And to add on, I like nuts. I can tell you how to tie a bow knot in a double braided cat's paw to go fishing, but you'll forget. To see, you'll believe. To do, you'll understand. Confucius. Spin, do you understand critical thinking now?
Sure do.
Okay, good. Anyone else have any thoughts to add on to Fourth Wiseman's comment?
Nope.
No.
I'm as confused as Confucius.
Confucius wasn't confused.
It's just critical thinking. That's all.
Also,
That's all he's saying is I can tell you right now how to get into StreamYard and do all these things. But if I tell you, you're gonna go home. If you're not in front of your computer, you're gonna forget, and then you're like, "Shit, what did she say?" But you're not gonna figure it out until you sit down and actually do it yourself and learn how to learn. Yeah, experience is key. But I always like to say, like, elementary school is the fundamentals, like the things you memorize, right? And then middle school, you start getting into like learning how to write, and then high school, you start figuring out like, okay, how am I researching? How am I doing this? And then when you get to college, that's when you figure out, all in all, how to how you learn how to learn. Right? That's why you end up writing a dissertation, like trying to figure out that here's my thesis. How do I go about figuring out this thesis? It's all critical thinking. And it's the most important thing you can teach your children early on, because if I just tell you the man in the van is a bad man, don't talk to him and don't take candy from him. Well, that just says to do something or not do something, right? That's just like elementary school fundamentals, memory. But if I explain to them, here's why And here, I want you to think about what would happen if you did get in that van, and what could it would, you know, it's that critical thinking. You teach them how to make decisions instead of just making decisions for them.
P1,
Does that make
P2?
sense? Huh?
P1, P2.
P1, P2. Yeah. Yep. All right.
Reasoning, logic, all that good stuff.
Things that
Baldur's-
he doesn't know how to do.
Balderson and Balderson's Secret. And hopefully you guys have one more minute left before we go into 15-minute hit it or quit it mode. So it is up to you to decide whether you would like to continue this conversation or not. Otherwise, I'll hand it to the Balderson.
Since we've been friends, you decided that it's okay to pick on me. Well, what I think you failed to remember,
you understand
Baldy. Well, hold on. What you failed to remember that in the gauntlet mode, we can kick your ass out of here. And I came upon this revelation when I said, bye-bye, Ben, and you disappeared. But then I felt bad and, you know, had this pure feeling of vomitus when I said to bring you back up. But much love to you, Ben.
Yeah. It's been a shite conversation. It was making me laugh anyway.
Okay, Sarah, we're done.
That was it?
That was it. That was it.
Man, if these were biblical days, I'd stone the both of your asses.
God, that's the best part of the Bible. Like, you know, when they tell you can get stoned, I'm like, well,
I mean,
it's
how-
not
how long does it
cookies,
take?
but you know, I mean, if you told me I could get stoned and there's cookies, you fuckers might have me.
Puff, puff, pass.
Choke it out.
Your
Also-
dono goal has ended. So instead of the 5 donos you would have needed, now you need 10 total, or at least one fucking big one, and you only have 15 minutes to do it in. Figure it out. Hit it or quit it mode.
You know, the funny thing is, nobody knows actually how much credit I have. So tread lightly, Bones. Tread lightly.
All right, perfect. So, anyways, if Spin City were to like try
Bye,
to
Bones.
while his wheelchair is
Bye, Bones.
The shears,
Bye,
buddy.
Bones. Bye, Bones.
I sharpen the shears, buddy.
Hey,
They're ready,
Santa.
Bones.
Didn't you already say you had 4 credits left or whatever? Like, you already
Yeah,
told me how many.
obviously people do not understand that I can also add to those fucking credits too.
True. Ooh,
could.
Voltaire.
Please do.
And Salty Santa, what the fuck took you so long? You're coming in on the hit it and quit it mode at 3 a.m. This is like a gamble. We don't know if they're gonna pay or not.
He lives in the
You know,
woods.
I did tell
Sometimes hit it or
Santa.
quit, it's the best time.
Well, I did send a message to Salty Santa and said, and I quote, "You have been requested, or you will die."
Well,
That's terrible. I do not threaten.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. I'm outside by my fire.
Voltaire, have you been drinking again?
Never.
This would be a fun one.
He's
Just
like,
to be
he's like, I had to have stopped for it to have been an again.
True.
Yeah, listen here.
That's true. Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry, we had homestead work earlier, and then I heard the arguments while I was laying down briefly, and I just couldn't bring myself to sit up.
fair enough.
Is the
Fair
moon
enough.
real yet?
It's Friday.
I
Do I
haven't
get
finished
a
that
pass
research
for
yet.
drinking?
No.
What?
You know, I swear.
Santa
I
either
swear
bring
one day.
your mic closer or turn your volume up. There's something that needs to happen because you're quiet.
One day, Santa. One day. Okay, just hear me quickly. One
I've
day,
heard you all
I am
night.
going. Good. I hope you hear me in your fucking dreams. Anyway, I'm going to roll out into my driveway, and I'm going to show you the moon is real.
Now, the first time you said roll out to see the moon, I didn't know you were in a wheelchair, so I'm like, What is he like that girl on the Oompa Loompa thing, or
The blueberry.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like
I remember her name.
No, I'm really
Violet.
motherfucking Wonka.
Her name was
Good
Violet.
straight.
Yep.
Is this better?
You're turning violet, Violet.
Is this better?
No, you're still really quiet. Let me check
That's
on my
We
end.
know
And
something's wrong with that.
Do you have the right microphone selected?
yeah.
I have a different computer.
Well,
And
I don't
when
think
you-
you have anything good to say. Maybe that's it.
When you get
That could be
closer, when you get closer, Santa, it gets louder. So is your mic like, where is your mic? Oh, are you on your phone?
I'm on a Mac Mini now.
Phone shouldn't matter.
Well, that's your first mistake.
Yeah, because the mic is on the mini, right? Yeah.
Usually.
Amazon can
It's
fix that for
okay.
$10.
What were you on before, Santa?
Mac Pro.
But did it have a mic? Like that
Yeah,
wasn't.
this one's just not as good, and I can see that the input level's lower. I'm working on jacking it right now.
Well, okay.
Bro's done a Mac Pro before, and it's still not good. Fucking Apple.
It was Mac Pro, and it was good.
I have
I
a
even tried the
response to that.
Shure. Hey, you guys want to talk microphones? We can talk microphones here. Let's see.
Bro, I'm on a
boy up
DeWalt headset, and I rock the DeWalt headset, and it seems fine to me.
I want to read it. Can I read it?
Usually women take the condoms off of things like that, Santa. I'm sorry.
That's
So
because
fourth
you're
wise
not a
man.
gentleman.
Fourth wise man says, "Your timer sucks. I had to keep editing because the fun police at superchats censor forced the dono goal to time out. Oh well, now a tenner. What's funny about that? I have a friend with a lot of subscribers, like hundreds of thousands, and he
What is that?
posted
What is
a
it?
post
That doesn't have to do
earlier
with anything.
today. Earlier today, and he has 193 comments on the post, except for
Great.
that if you go to top, none of them are showing. You have to go to newest to see them because of the content itself. Because yes, censorship is heavy right now.
Would that be a friend, a friend in common,
Yes.
Clay? Yes, I saw that. I'm like,
saw
what the? Yes, I saw it too. What the fuck?
193 I just looked at it. 193 comments. All of
Look
them.
look at the next two. It's the same way.
Really? Yeah. not
Yes,
surprised.
sir.
Everything's
I
being
I appropriated a message to that as well.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, it's wild. But yep.
That's
So
a weird way of saying things.
understand that you do have to say things a certain way, and even still, some of it gets fully blocked, and it's so
Well,
wild.
and then not only that, but if it censors it, like it doesn't just give you the ability, it doesn't tell you what words being censored. It doesn't just like go back to the super chat. You have to start all over again
Yeah,
to
that's the real
fucking do
part.
it. Yeah, it's like, could you just at least tell me which word I'm saying wrong so that I can not say that word or fix it?
How many
Or
times do I have
something?
to fucking retry?
Yeah, it's like Kafka, though. They want you to not know so that you have even greater concern or fear.
I think Santa just got lower.
Yeah, let me try
it
on my
possible?
end. Let me try on my end, Santa.
Sure.
I'll just take off the automatic and can you
I was
talk
just
for
gonna- I
me?
was just gonna
Hold on,
ask
hold
you,
on,
Sarah.
Hold on. Can you talk for me, Santa?
Sure. Hello.
Oh
That's
yeah,
better.
we're getting better.
Way better.
Sometimes
No,
I've
just like
noticed
to keep
in
the games
StreamYard,
up.
if you put the automatic on, it'll take them down to like 20 or 30%, and you definitely can't hear them. So I always take the automatic off.
It depends.
It's a
on
good
their,
idea.
It depends on their mic setup and what they have going on.
True.
Yeah, I think the automatic is set up for like people who have actually good mics, and not people who have their own shitty mics like me. I need to set my own, otherwise I'm just like, it's going right down.
Okay. How about this?
That's good.
Can you turn him up at all anymore, Sarah?
I
At all?
turned them all the way up.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
You turned it all the
Oh
way
wait,
up.
no, it went back to
What?
automatic again. Why did it do that?
I've never seen it go back to automatic, so I couldn't
Yeah,
tell.
it did. It went back to automatic.
Well, I guess when you're in hit it
Well,
or
now
quit
you're
it
good.
mode, there are only two choices.
Speaking of hit it or quit it.
Yeah,
we
you guys
got
have
one
7 minutes for hit it or quit it. Better figure it out.
red.
And
How is the Moon Squad tonight, Santa?
Bright and full.
Fuck me.
Hi, Moon
I
Squad.
came in here. I'm having like I want to fight a bit. So like you got a prompt.
Yeah. So
The Earth is flat.
Oh God.
That can't possibly be the fucking prompt.
Is the Bible, are the scriptures inspired of God?
Oh, you guys want to ask me that one? Yeah.
By God.
I'll give you a qualified yes, and I don't want Clay or Spin to try to mutate what the word qualified means.
God.
Qualified means that there are modifications to it that I would like to make that you guys just went circular argument on all night. So, do I believe it's inspired? Yes. Do I believe it's literal? Not a chance. And so, does that put me in the typical
I
or
tend to
modern
agree with you.
evangelical? Because literal translation of the Bible or literal interpretation
Well, it's supposed to be
of the Bible is new.
allegories, right? It's supposed to be allegories.
I think a little
Correct.
stronger than Aesop's fables.
It's still the same category. It's just different quality of allegory.
Depends
right?
which book you're talking about. 66 different books from 40 different authors over hundreds of years.
Well,
Some of them
yeah,
are
I used
poetry,
to be-
some of them are history, some of them are.
Sure.
So it depends. Some of them are letters.
Well, I used to be a huge Pauline fan, and then, I was just, this doesn't reconcile. It just doesn't reconcile. Now, people typically who are believers, throw themselves on the ground like demons are leaving their body. And I'm like, no, I was a hero of Paul, and his own letters, or at least those attributed to him, don't reconcile.
Isn't
No,
it
I
funny
didn't
that
prepare a thesis yet, Clay. I'm telling you a learned experience.
I wanna just say that isn't it funny that the old Christians that used to throw themselves over top of each other are now like the LGBTQ ones who are just like, this is now a religion and you can't say shit, even though
I've referred to the crazy left as the lords of the new church.
I say they're
ideology. I don't know if you call it a religion.
I call them demonic demons. Like
Well,
that's just
and some people could say that the same. I'm from Appalachia, and people used to try to get snakes to bite them to show, Paul.
yeah,
said,
but back then
"Eat my snakes."
snake bites even by small amounts actually gives you some sort of immunity.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but see, that's the cool part about science.
Or you're just
Yeah,
fucking
that's a
crazy. doing
exactly.
stupid
So
shit.
observation.
yeah, I know, but I'm just disproving your snake.
No, you're
bite
not.
shit.
You're saying that in a
I
statistical
thought the snake
basis, that's
didn't
true.
bite you if you believed in God. The snake would let you fuck with it and not
Nobody
bite
fucking
you.
said that.
Can I quickly change the topic for like 2 seconds here? So if Spin City were to stone a gay person with
Hi, Bones.
I know nobody said that. That's why I was terrified.
Hi, Bones.
that gets Bones excited.
I know. His
credits-
estrogen levels. Listen.
And how many
his
credits do
estro-
you have left? Because you used two
Two.
on Balderson.
Oh, that's right. So I would have one left.
Okay.
You know what? You know what? If he comes back up, he says another word, you have my permission to get rid of him the fuck again.
What the fuck? So I guess that's what a credit's worth. Like, how do you get so many credits?
10 minutes.
It's called money. Okay.
No, it's called
Yeah.
favors.
Speaking of money, we got 3 minutes left.
Although if Spin were smart, he would
3 minutes.
He wouldn't stockpile these things.
What
He
does
would
that
just
even
read them
mean?
as he goes. So that
3
it counts
minutes.
towards the
3
goal.
minutes till the show shits down.
3 minutes till okay.
Be your hero, baby. We need a hero. I'm holding on for a hero to the end of the night.
Oh, by the
Gotta
way,
be
Santa,
strong, and he's gotta have 100, and he's gotta be ready to watch us fight. I need a hero. Woo!
Okay, that hurt my back.
Oh shit.
Oh, Santa,
song that's just a woman saying,
I was trying to get a hold of you today because I had another lesson in humility for the Moon Squad.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Lesson in humility from you is ironic.
Oh.
Oh, but it's going to be funny. It will be funny.
Spin has
I'm ready.
it
to
always
laugh.
is little humility. He has some, but he's very little.
No, he's like, yes or no. We're you to believe this. And I'm
Well,
like,
I'll say Andrew stuck around to be able to have the conversation with Effigy and Bones and maybe Ant, and I wanted to
mean
let
Jed?
them. No, Andrew below me.
Oh, okay.
Ian keeps
I
kicking
thought
him
Jets
off.
was cool to
Yeah, I
stick
know.
around.
What did Andrew do that you should that he should blow you?
Well, Effigy can chime in anytime he likes.
He doesn't want to get booted.
Oh no, I'm
Well, you know
completely
why
fine with
Bones?
getting
No,
booted.
you know why Bones got booted though? Because he addressed Spin. Now, if he'd addressed Andrew, he might not have got booted.
That is a factual statement, sir. That is a factual statement.
A fragile ego with credits is dangerous.
Absolutely.
Note taken. Got it.
Yeah, so we need stronger voices on the other side with credits too. That's what we need. 60 seconds, guys, to hit that. It's a hit it or quit it mode. If you want to
Hit
keep the show going, hit it. Hit that
Can you
big,
hear? Hey,
big red
chat,
dono.
Sarah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Santa.
All right. Like,
I
give us some fucking donos if you want a 1v1 versus me and Bricky, because me and Bricky like each other, but we also disagree on everything.
Are you drunk flirting with Clay?
He might.
No, I'm actually trying to turn my
Careful, he
light
might
on in
kill
my
you.
garage.
He's like, please.
But it's not working.
He's like, please let me speed date Clay, please.
Be careful. He might
I wanna tell him how much it would be much better if my remote.
does. Everybody
Come here,
disagrees
little
with
boy.
me.
This is exactly what's
From
going
the
on.
long-haired people.
What the fuck?
Santa just went rogue. Santa just went rogue.
Just pray that the light turns on in my fucking garage with my remote, but it's
I
not.
kind of want to
Fuck's
hear
sakes.
you walking around your garage in the dark looking for the light and tripping
Oh,
over more shit.
don't. No, don't tempt me.
He's like, don't put that evil on me, Ricky.
Oh no, you're missing it. You're missing it, sir. She is tempting you because we actually do
shit.
want to hear you fall.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
garage
was it?
just lit the fuck up. Yeah, all right. Give me a
he's still
1v1
gonna trip
versus
anyways.
Clay and Bricky. Hey,
That is true.
Wow,
Hey.
that sounded deep.
I'm gonna trip on something else, but it ain't gonna be on my garage.
What's up, brother, man?
But
What
oh,
are you
we're
gonna
doing
hate
a
on?
1v1.
Hate on me?
Fuck. No. What do we want to do? Feminism.
No, I mean, do you believe the Bible is inspired of God?
Oh fuck. We can't do that.
But do you believe
All right. How about yes. Obviously, I believe that. Like this
Okay, you
music
do.
makes it
Are you-
seems like
Are you Trinitarian?
I'm in the middle. I'm an ex-Christian. I'm an ex-Catholic.
But do you believe that it's so you're not Trinitarian? Then I wouldn't have to guess. So, do you believe sola scriptura, or that you can actually learn what the Bible means just by reading it?
I
you
believe
believe
you
that
can.
You need some other guy to teach you what those words mean, or is it just like the ability to?
No, I
actually-
believe you can interpret it yourself, but you need others. The more.
Okay, that's good. I'm okay with that. Logic is its own fallacy.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, here we go. All right. P1, how did you get there?
What?
Shoot. P1, how did you get there?
V1, P1. What?
No, P1. So it's P1,
P1.
P2, conclusion.
Can you,
How did you get to
explain?
P1?
What's P1?
Premise 1?
Premise 1. How what is the premise 1?
Logic. Logic, as in premise 1. Premise 2.
How do I know what logic is?
Yeah, I'm saying logic is its own fallacy. And you said you disagree, right?
Well, you'd have to actually you'd have to come from because you're coming from the negative, right?
No, I'm saying that it's its own fallacy. You have to use circular reason and logic.
All right. Well, you'd have to prove that to me.
Yeah. Okay. So how did you get to P1? So P1, P2, conclusion, right? That's logic, right? I know there's the three laws of logic, but I'm actually attacking P1, P2, P3. I mean, it's not P3, but conclusion. So P1, okay, you have to come to a conclusion about what P1 is. How do you get there without logic?
What are you talking about? You're talking about logic through P1, P2, P3.
Correct.
But
or it is conclusion at the end. C.
Yeah, so start with the first conclusion. So you say the first conclusion has to be done through logic. Sure. You want to call P1.
Okay, P1. So premise 1, you say the Earth is round or a sphere. Okay. How did you get to that?
Because the proof is through the first explorers going through somewhere else, where if you keep going in a straight line, you're gonna fucking find the other spot eventually. Plus the leaving the atmosphere and seeing the sphere of the Earth.
Right, so you got it from here we go.
Holy shit. All right, I can't make fun of Spin City because he's not here. God damn it. Yeah, so Aquinas does not have really convincing proofs for God.
Oh, so I mean, it's only been around
Didn't
for.
even realize that was up.
Yeah, me neither. So why hasn't it been disproved then?
Oh no, it has absolutely.
No, I mean there's rebuttals to it, but why hasn't the logic been?
Well, yeah, the rebuttals are just too robust, unfortunately.
No, I mean it's actually the same thing that they were trying to get to. I think this is what Clay was trying to say. Is you can't. Me saying there's an unmoved mover is not special pleading. That's just how logic works. That's just the conclusion.
Okay, yeah, so
you can't just say any. That's what Clay was trying to
physics
get
that have
to.
been
Any conclusion that I have is circular.
He doesn't understand contradictions. I'm more than happy to do it. So you believe that every cause must have a cause prior to it, except for a God. That is a contradiction right there. Everything must have a cause. God does not have a cause. Those are two disparate
Everything
positions.
in the observable universe has a
Objectively
cause.
does not work out. The logic objectively doesn't work out.
No, it's a straw man because you're not understanding what I'm saying. Everything in the observable universe has a cause. That doesn't mean that something that's outside of space and time and matter needs to also have the same cause.
Does God act
the
within
logic
time?
doesn't break down there.
Does
How
God
can something
act
outside of
within
space and time
matter?
do anything? How can
Does
it
God act with
sequentially do anything if you're outside of time?
Say that again. Sorry, it's hard to hear you both.
How can you sequentially do anything outside of time?
How could you?
That's
sequentially-
illogical.
Well, that's how our. No, it's not. That's how our universe
Yes,
works.
time exists in the universe. If you're
Right, but
outside of the universe, you're
things
outside of
in
time.
this
Therefore, you
universe
cannot do
work-
anything in
Okay,
sequence.
Can I respond? Let me respond to that. Even things in this universe work retroactively in time. If you're familiar with the double slit experiment, right, where when they monitor the photons that are going through the two slits, they collapse into their state. You follow what I'm saying?
So it sounds like it's
So even when they don't monitor, when they don't monitor them, and afterwards tell the particles that they were being monitored, they go back in time and collapse. So what that means is that it is possible to move within time, even just in our own physics.
So even with this misunderstanding of physics, it still sounds like they're acting within time. So
no, they're not. That's what I'm saying. They go back and they make it true that they had collapsed previously,
back,
even though it was recorded that they didn't collapse.
That's still within the timeline. Going backwards in the timeline is still acting.
Well, he asked me how it could be possible, and I'm showing that it could even be possible in this material reality. You asked me how something could move outside of
going
time.
backwards in time as opposed to forwards. That's still acting within time.
I'm pointing to an example in this reality where it happens.
Does actions that occur.
And they got the Nobel Prize for that. for that experiment, so you can look it up.
Yeah, and you're misunderstanding the entire question.
What is the question? Clarify.
Because you said yourself outside of time. So stop giving us examples inside the universe. Outside the universe, outside of time. How can you sequentially do anything? How can you exist without time? Time is a necessary component of existence.
To our existence, but why does it have to be a necessary component to all existence? How'd you get
Because
there?
all that exists requires time.
All that exists in our material universe. You think
We
that
have
there's-
only proof for things that exist in our reality.
Yeah, I understand that. And that's why I'm saying that nothing in our reality comes into existence without a cause. So there must, if our reality
So you're having to try and brute
by the
force the
rules of
entire
this
being that
reality,
has
there must be a
properties that are
cause.
completely
I don't know where I'm
against
losing you.
everything that we know about physics.
Oh,
No, it follows in physics. I don't know where I'm losing you.
No,
I
it's
just gave
just
you an example
it's
of
a special
Nobel
pleading,
Prize
special
winning.
pleading, adding characteristics. Oh, it can exist out time. Oh, it can do things outside of time. Oh, it can see all of time.
Wait,
Oh,
I'm
it
not
can
adding
react with all of time.
characteristics. Clearly, the creator, we're talking about the creator of space, time, and matter, must exist outside of his creation.
Oh,
That
it's
does
clear.
not
It's
track.
obviously clear that the fictional character you make up has to have all the properties that you say it
Fictional
does.
character. What do you think created the universe? Nothing. You know
no,
what
I don't think
definitely
we're
doesn't
certain about what
exist?
created the
Nothing.
universe yet.
So you're saying that I have a fictional character as you
Yeah, the
argue
universe
for
has always
nothing.
existed. The universe always existed. What's going to be the argument against that?
Yeah. Again, I mean, you don't point to anything else in reality that exists perpetually.
There's
I
no
don't know-
contradictions with infinite regresses, by the way.
Say it again?
There are no logical contradictions with infinite regresses. I just state that the universe has always existed. So that's logically consistent.
It isn't logically consistent because
Okay,
we
so
can't
we're-
point to a single example of this in this material universe, and we're talking about the
Wait.
material universe.
You said that that there can be no like uncaused cause. I'm
Right.
just taking that and extending it to the universe. The universe can have there could be no uncaused cause that started the universe.
No, then
Therefore,
itself, it would be the uncaused cause. I'm saying there can't be one.
It would have just existed in perpetuity. It would be
Same
eternal.
thing, right? Uncaused cause. And
No,
I'm just saying that can't be the case based on what
No,
we
there is
observe.
no uncaused cause for the universe. It just is. It's always existed.
Right.
That's-
It's the same thing Clay was talking about, right? Like, how do you come to your premise? You come to your premise through an observation. I'm making the observation, and then I'm giving you premise one. I'm giving you premise. This doesn't exist anywhere else in material reality. Conclusion is there must be something that caused it.
So here's the disconnect, Andrew. The universe existed in this state, but it also existed in this other state before then, and before then, ad infinitum. That's an infinite regress.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Because there can be no uncaused cause. I'm just agreeing with your baseline assertion.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
no
what if-
matter
what
how
if- what if
far
we
you
find
go
proof
back,
tomorrow
you
that
find
our
the same
universe
problem. That's why it's called
we
infinite
have a
regress.
black hole, and that's all universes are.
Say it again?
And we can guarantee an infinite regress.
Right, but that's why you need an unmoved mover to eliminate. There's no other way
The
to get rid of the
unmoved mover
infinite
in the
regress.
for the Big Bang is the same infinite regress. Turtles all the way down.
Right. The
However,
only
to
escape from that is
Bones,
God.
I would like to ask, what does it mean when we were measuring, when we're inside the thing that is being measured?
What do you mean by that?
So, for example, if we're in the stuff, the cloud, whatever word we want to use, the jilly to make the new Big Bang or the big suck or the big hoo-ha, whatever we want to call it, how do we measure objectively within it?
So all the Big Bang
Objectively only exists
posits-
within reality.
Yeah, all the Big Bang posits. There's a rapid expansion happening. There is
Sure.
there is no like point of like infinite mass, or there's no point of like there's no singularity that's required for this. All that's required.
That's your belief. Have you disproven?
Yeah, this is the
singularity?
prevailing. This is the prevailing.
Yes, it's the
theory.
prevailing opinion.
Yeah,
I agree.
Because there's no
Yeah.
evidence of a singularity that would have caused the Big Bang.
Right. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, but we're at an expansion that's manipulating both space and time. Right.
Yes.
That's what's expanding. How are we able to perceive the rate by which we're expanding?
So I believe there are studies that observe the like dark matter that exists within the universe, either like expanding at some rate.
Sure. And there are minorly perceptible things where we're in that system. So we're in that system. We're saying that nothing outside of us is manipulating the perceptions. Well, that goes against the two-slit experiment. And Andrew's perception of the two-slit experiment that's a common interpretation, Andrew. I'm not going to say it's right or wrong, because as we talk about science, you guys are looking for dogma. Science has a lot of interpretations for all these experiments.
Wait,
and
but
so
what
there's
is
no
the correct
truth.
interpretation of the double slit experiment, specifically when it's not being monitored and then told it was monitored after, and when it goes back and changes?
But
what
that's
is the other
retrocausality.
interpretation of that? Because they
And
got a Nobel Prize for it. I don't
retrocausality
know.
is disputed. I mean, you're right, but you hold a view. You're interpreting what they said, but what they said is you can interpret it multiple ways. It's just as accurate to say Bones is right, because retrocausality has been disproven.
No.
Hold on.
Can I say one thing? Can I respond? Let me respond, Bones, real quick.
I need to clarify my position as well. I'm only basing retrocausality off of what he's saying right here. I'm saying that if what he's saying is true, then it would just imply that it's still within time.
And it's not just that, Santa. Can I clarify real quick? Also, you can look at what I'm saying is that there's a centralized processor. That time and space itself seem to be just an illusion of what we're processing based on these evidences. So same thing with quantum entanglement. It's not the case that two particles that are vastly on the other side of the universe are communicating instantly. It's that two particles are being processed by one centralized processing location. That's what physics is telling us.
That's an overstatement.
And that distance is actually an illusion. That's where the physics actually takes you.
Measuring one, may I correct you?
Sure.
It's the infinite distance part is by measuring one side, you know what the other one is. You're not enforcing it.
If you change one, the other one changes instantly, and
I encourage you to follow up on that.
They're not communicating.
Follow up on that.
They're being processed.
They're not I get it. I love it. I listen to these all day long, and I'm sorry that I affixed something, Bones, to you. However, those are the two most common interpretations of the two-slit experiment. So I apologize.
Yeah.
One does support the retrocausality, and the other one does support the influence of the observer. Now, I tend to think that the influence of the observer, which they did a triple one, I'm not really up on it, that apparently gets past the observer. And I used to also believe that these were changing at a distance. While it's not that they're set at their conception, they do have some partnership. But it's not that you open one and the other one changes. It's that you open one, you know what the other one is.
No, but with
And that
quantum
might be a
entanglement,
nuance.
you can change this way. If one's spinning this way, the other one always spins this way. And if you take one particle on the other side of the universe and you change the direction of its spin,
Here's
the other
what
direction.
you're missing. Here's what you're missing, bro.
Yeah.
You didn't measure, let's call one A and we'll call one B. You can't measure B and know that opening A changed B.
No, they can measure that.
No,
They've
they
measured
don't,
that.
because as soon as you open either side, you engage the entanglement. So if I open either side, if I observe either side, we know what the other one is before we observe it.
Right, and then I'm saying if you change one, if you then change one, the other changes instantly, even if
There's
it's
no
across the
evidence
universe.
for it changing.
Say again?
Well, let's say it's disputed. I mean,
Yeah,
you know.
and that communication is what I'm saying. It's not happening faster than light speed. It's being processed at the same place, and the distance of them is an illusion. That's what I'm saying.
I would disagree with that.
Well, look up
because
this
that's giving even beyond a panentheistic, maybe even a modal set to the universe, where those laws are being obeyed at some even subatomic scale.
That's right.
Or size outside of time and space.
That's right. And I think it promotes
that would be
fine-tuning.
God for you. Would that be true to say it's God for you?
Yes. And the deeper we go into a cell, we see the complexity is even more vast than we thought. If we go to the quantum level, no matter what we do, the complexity is perplexing. Yeah.
Isn't it a little late to get into the watchmaker paradox?
Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, I would agree, but I would also argue that many lefties or the atheistic types like to say what science or what religion doesn't do when science does less in many ways.
Less in what way?
Well, for example, when you're looking at the missing link and all the bones of a particular set of evolutions for humanity fit on one table, okay. Yeah. I mean, and so when I hear that there's no...
Bring up the Futurama meme.
We actually have a ton of... Well, I mean, not a ton. We have lots of...
No, go ahead and look it up, because there was one jawbone, at least when I was... And that was the basis for it, and they built a whole human anatomy out of that. That feels like a ticker time bomb.
Why are we making fun of Gibbs when he's not here?
We're trying to summon him.
I see. Yeah, that'll be fun.
One more time. I'm going to derail it one more time. And this is called the stone wheel spin paradox. So if Spin City unlocks his wheelchair wheels and throws a stone, how long does it take before enough stones is thrown before he falls off the cliff?
Wait, what is it? Say it again.
So in the midst of Spin City stoning gay people, like if the wheels on his wheelchair are unlocked, how many stones does it take before he falls off the cliff or into the ocean?
Depends how big the stones are.
Well, how many gay people are in the world?
Oh, wow.
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I forgot about that part earlier in the stream. Yeah.
How many gay people?
There needs to be some tomatoes in the motherfucking chat for that one.
So 3%.
I agree on that. Wow.
World population.
So can
Hey Bones, how does it feel to just get boned by fucking Sarah? How does it fucking feel?
So that's roughly like 250 million people. So how long would that take before you like fly into the ocean?
Well, we also depend. He's in Florida, so it wouldn't take long for him to hit the water.
Yeah, that's
well. That's why he believes in the universal flood. It's already underwater.
Fourth Wiseman in with the Big Ten says, "Discover you, disc over you."
I like that one, Fourth Wiseman.
I love all the things Fourth Wiseman says. He's always like fucking mic dropping from the chat. And I am still waiting for the day that Fourth Wiseman clicks that wonderful, amazing StreamYard link and comes up here and talks to us about it.
You know, the irony is we all sit on these panels and we fuck with each other, and it's fucking hilarious.
It's hilarious until you have to be the person that has to tell everyone to shut the fuck up. Andrew, you would like to make your exit, sir. What would you like to tell everyone?
No, thank you so much, guys.
The bitch.
Are you Andrew?
What'd he say?
Go ahead, Andrew.
No, I just wanted to say thank you so much, guys. We'll continue this soon. Santa, look up that quantum entanglement stuff we were talking about, and we'll get into it next time. This was awesome.
I look forward to it.
Thank you, guys. Good night.
Read more people than Aquinas.
I will. Got you next time.
Take care.
I'm so proud of our panels. Tonight, you guys kept pissing me off, but otherwise, like the conversation is very, like we got our own little bunch of philosophers up in this bitch.
That's right. With a
and I have to declare that Finn did not piss Sarah off tonight.
Who?
No, you didn't.
Me.
I thought you said Glenn at first. And I'm
no,
like,
I said I do declare that Spin did not manage to piss Sarah off tonight.
That's because Spin smart and kept himself on mute for most of the night for me. He's like, Sarah's on a rampage. I'm not about to get that smoke.
I was not going to get in the middle of that shit. I promise you.
Oh my God. You guys kill me with like, especially when you ask somebody a question and they're in the middle of literally answering it. And you're like, but. And it's like, shut up. This is the one thing that drives me up a wall, because usually they actually end up giving the answer to your interruption at the end of what they were about, like at the end of what they were saying. You guys just aren't patient enough to allow. A lot of people speak in around the bush type of mode. Like they beat around the bush with their answers, right? They want to ensure that you understand everything they're going to say. And a lot of things, especially in these topics, come with like a preface of some sort, a caveat, a something, especially Clay. But, and that's okay.
Qualifiers.
That it's okay to have qualifiers, right? However, if they're giving their qualifiers in the answer, you have to at least give them the space to explain it, because you're not trying to listen to what they're actually wanting to say. You're just answering, or you're just listening for purposes of just answering back. It doesn't so it doesn't even matter what they're trying to say. This happened with Spin earlier. No, I'm going to just shoot a shot at you, Spin, but I know you can take it. But with his question to Jed about his, future kids that he hasn't even had, like, are you going to teach them? Are you going to indoctrinate them? This and that. Jed was answering with critical thinking, that he wanted to teach his kids critical thinking. Spin wasn't trying to hear that. He was trying to answer the key words that he could spin to make his got you a valid got you. But the reality of it was he didn't have the gotcha, because that's not what Jed was saying at all. Spin was just looking for the key words so that he could answer like, I got you, right? So you guys, one thing that I push as hard as I can on is let them finish. And I don't mean to stand here and lecture, but I watch this all day and all night, and you guys don't let people finish their thought. And so you don't actually get the whole thought at all.
Which is rude, boys, because both sides should be getting their cookies. It's fucking rude.
Alderson, I'm going to let you finish really quick, but
Shout out to Frost. He says, Sarah, we are making all MAGA cupper and be tortar. What? Red, starting with Pete Hegseth. He cheers from India. What is he saying? Cupper and be torter?
I have no fucking idea.
Oh, he's making fun. They're going to start making fun of Pete Hegseth, basically.
I thought they were already making fun of Pete Hegseth.
They are.
It's kind of a low-hanging fruit. That guy's a fucking clown show. But,
But he makes more money than you when he's in government.
Yeah,
Hold on. Ben is not a man who gives a fuck about money. We've already kind of really.
Oh, I know.
We've heard his principles. We heard what he stands on, and money is not the end goal of his life. So that could never be an argument back to him.
Well, I'm sorry. I had to take a cheap shot at my friend up there because of the cheap shot he took at me earlier. So, that's all right.
You said it out cheap shots,
all this.
But then I had to bring him back. I have morals. I mean, yeah.
You didn't expect me to use an expensive shot for
everyone on this channel
slot, did you?
At this point.
But
hold on, what's up,
Willie Balderson? All right, that's fine. That's fine. I will get you.
Holy shit! So all this like verbal sodomy going on that's been happening tonight.
Wow.
All this tells me is that everyone should be stoned at this point.
I fully agree, sir. I second that.
In your situation, Bones, sodomy is your forte. We know.
Yeah, then
I do like
go
a good blowjob.
ahead and stone
I
me
do
then.
like a good
hey,
blowjob.
don't throw stones in glass houses.
Y'all gay motherfuckers. You know how I know? You know how I know? I see all of you backstage when I play this one. Y'all get excited.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire
message is sponsored in part by.
They're all back there drooling, motherfuckers. They're like,
Sarah, for some reason, I thought after that was over, you were gonna come up and say, "Sponsored in part by fuck off."
Well, and this is how I know y'all gay, because when I play this one, you all shriek and you go, "No, not this one."
This message is sponsored in part by.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know the sounds by
They
now.
shielded their eyes. They said, "No, no,
I
no."
know the sounds of the video now. So I know what I can and can't
Fair
look.
warning, Britt, we are on our way to shutting down, just so you know. So we're not going to get into any new conversations.
I know what you're talking about, Sarah. I don't have a problem with gyrating side boob lady.
No, I see Ant back there. He completely like just dismantles his whole system. He's like, I can't take it. I can't take it. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Britt, I do welcome you to the panel, but we're also gonna head into shutdown. Why? You can blame the chat. The chat failed. I even gave them like some extra time because I wanted Bones and Effigy to have the conversation with Andrew, especially because Andrew did stay later to have that. And I also wanted to see Salty Santa in there because Salty joined us late. Unacceptable. I just
wanted to I just wanted to address
Punish
something
him.
real quick. I wasn't even going to be on here that long, to be honest with you. If you don't mind.
What's up, Britt? What you got?
Angry American. I wanted to address you because you were right. Personally, that guy, when he kept saying that he was having his child critically think, that wasn't critically thinking. That's basically putting doubt into your child, leading to your child. Even if your child believes, I believe that there's a God, they're putting doubt into that child. Because you're the parent. So the kid is going to be like, well, I guess my parent is right, even though I believe that there was a God, but my parent keeps putting doubt in there every time. Right. So I understood exactly what you're saying. And that's what dude was doing, because he would have never put doubt in his child if that child say, hey, I like a man or I like a woman. He would have never done that. So yeah, I got you though. But you supposed to stand on your stuff though. You're Christian. You're supposed to stand on it. You're never supposed to give it up. You're supposed to stand on it. That's all I wanted.
So Britt is
Shut up, Ben.
all right.
Go
Britt,
ahead,
why do you
Bones.
so why do you hate critical thinking, Britt? That's like super strange. I don't know.
Did you hear what I just said? Wasn't critical thinking.
Okay, so if parents
That's
cast
doubting.
doubt, if parents cast doubt on like a certain child's belief, which by the way, that's not Jed's position. Jed's position is you need to be skeptical of every claim specifically.
Okay, I get you. So I'm gonna you can be skeptical of everything, every history book, everything that you do.
It's a lot
skeptical
easier
of it.
to
Let him talk.
Be skeptical of certain things means that you need to like say bad God, bad God, false. Like I get that you want that to be the case, but no, that's not true. What Jed was saying is that you need to like be critically thinking about all positions. That you need to arrive through.
How does logic work?
Critical thinking methods.
How does logic work? Yeah.
Well, okay, great. So I know that you grant that you know how logic works. So how logic works, depending on
P1, P2 conclusion. Is that it?
So that's actually deductive logic specifically.
Right. Okay. So how do you get to P1?
So how do you get to P1?
Yeah, how do you get to P1?
He doesn't know, so what Clay just said was like complete nonsense. So he doesn't know what he's doing.
So how do you get to P1? Don't
Hey, this is not a gotcha. You're not being smart right now.
You poozy.
How do you get to
How
P1?
do you get to P1?
Retard.
No.
Make a
You
premise.
ran. Oh, okay. Bones doesn't know what the fuck he's talking
Can you bring
about.
Clay up here? Can you bring Clay up here?
Yeah.
That sweet little boy.
Come here.
Clay read Wikipedia.
Not your
there
cat
you
times
go,
2
buddy.
over here.
Hey, how do you get to P1? Do you even know
How do you get to
what
P1?
that statement means? Yeah.
Oh,
What's
is this you and I, or
Can you
is
tell
this
me what
with
that means,
Britt
Clay?
still?
Can you tell me
Clay, do you know what a premise is?
Sure. Yeah.
What's a premise?
What is it?
It's a claim.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how do you get to a P1?
It's a claim. P1. So how do you get to P1? Now
Yeah,
I've answered your question. Now bring Bones back up. Bring me.
Well,
and
hold
Bones-
up, Clay.
I answered.
But do you understand?
Okay.
Hold on,
Go ahead,
Clay.
answer
Hold
another
on,
question.
Clay. Do you understand what a claim is?
Oh my God, another question. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
A claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I claim Clay is the dumbest person on panel,
That's your belief. Yeah.
Stop. If I claim that Clay is the dumbest person on panel, is that not a premise?
It's a belief. Yeah, sure. It's a belief that you have.
It's a premise.
It's a premise. It's a belief.
Okay.
Right.
So
a claim,
Clay,
a belief.
Clay.
You want another word for it?
How did I get to P1?
How did you get to P1? Exactly. That's what I'm asking.
I'm asking you.
No.
Oh my
I
God.
asked the question first. You are the guys claiming to know logic, yet you cannot answer my question. You see,
Clay,
I asked the question.
Clay.
You're like, well, what is it?
Y'all
mean?
have a good night.
Right.
Clay,
Okay, go ahead. Tell me.
This is
Tell
why
me.
this.
I don't know.
This,
No, I don't
ladies and
know.
gentlemen,
Sarah, tell
this
me.
right
Tell
here
me.
is
Tell
this
me.
right here
Tell me.
is why critical thinking is
How do you get
so.
there? How do you get there? No, how do you get there? How do you get there? No, how do you get to P1? How do you get to P1?
You take
How
the
do you
bus.
get to P1? How do you get to P1? I don't know. Tell me.
What is pre? What is pre?
Okay, tell me.
You know
Tell
what?
me.
Let's do this,
Tell
Clay.
me. How do you get there?
Wait, can I
What
answer?
what is let me
I don't know.
ask you
Tell me.
Let me ask you this, Clay.
No, tell me. I don't know.
How
I don't
do you-
know, Sarah. I don't know the answer to
I'm
your
asking
question.
you to stop for a second, okay?
I don't
Clay,
know the
need
answer. Ask me another.
I heard you for the fucking 100th time, Clay. Just shut up so I can get to the point.
Go ahead.
Do you know what the scientific method is?
I don't know. Tell me.
No, I want you to take a stab.
I don't know,
Oh,
Sarah.
God.
I don't know. Tell me.
Sarah, ask me the question.
You want me to take
That
a stab
explains
at it? No. Oh, I'm supposed to know.
It doesn't mean that your Christianity needs
Tell
to be
me.
false, but it
Tell
is
me.
a way
I don't
of
know.
thinking.
I just say I don't know. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, may I offer a trial?
Well, no. Sarah asked. She asked the question.
No, I want to answer it.
I know you
Shut
do,
the
but it's
fuck up,
Sarah's
Clay.
question. Sarah,
Because you always want a different word or a different person to play because you're avoiding
Sarah's
the
asking.
subject.
Not Salty Santa, not
We'll
Bones of
see-
Doom,
we'll
not
see if
FG,
you
not
listen to
Balderson, not
her.
Ant,
Okay.
not Spin.
God bless you.
Tomato has asked the question. I answered her. I don't know.
Sarah,
So, Tomato, why don't you answer me? What is your answer?
No,
How do you
I
get
mean,
to
love
P1?
you.
How do you get to conclusion? How do
Do
you
you
get there?
okay? Same way that we would run the scientific method, Clay.
Okay, and how do you do that?
I'm asking you, do you know the steps of the scientific method?
I don't know.
Do you know what
I
the first step of the scientific method is?
Tell me. I don't know. Tell
See,
me.
this, Clay, hold on a second, Clay.
So you're just gonna call me stupid again? Why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me instead of calling me stupid? Actually tell me.
Being more
Because you
engaged and that's saying
Clay.
something.
You can't. You were gonna call me stupid, and yet you cannot do
Okay,
this.
take a step backstage first, just a second. You need to calm the fuck down. This is why people can't take you seriously in these conversations because you act like a douchebag when they're trying to walk you through the line of logic. Literally walk you through it.
Tell me.
Oh my
Walk me
God.
through it.
Without the history on it.
I'm asking you to do it, yet you won't do it.
Clay.
We're trying.
Because when I'm asking you a question.
Do it!
When I'm asking you a question, Clay, and you play stupid, either you really are stupid and don't understand the words you're using, which
Just
makes
fucking tell me.
Okay, sit backstage for a second because you sitting here yelling at me while I'm trying to explain the fucking process. This is the problem, Clay. This is the problem. You can't even stay quiet while I'm talking to you. This is the fucking problem. This is why people have issues on panels because I'm literally trying to walk you through it and all you're doing is yelling at me like a douchebag. I don't appreciate it, Clay. Number one, Do you understand what a premise is? Yes or no?
No, I don't know.
Then how can you sit here and fucking ask them why they're saying a premise and then what sum comes first?
So you're not going to tell me
No,
how to get there?
it literally
So then what the fuck
doesn't
point?
logic, Clay. You cannot tell somebody
What is
that
the
they don't
point?
know what the fuck they're talking about if they say, okay, tell me what a fucking premise is then, and you don't have the fucking answer.
And they don't have the answer either.
I sure do.
We do.
Where is it? I've been
I
waiting.
sat and told you. I walked you through it, Clay.
You have.
It.
No, you
I walked
haven't.
you through it. Oh my God.
Tell
You
me.
really are the dumbest motherfucker
Oh
I've
my God.
met. Clay.
I'm asking you now.
So the question,
Tell
how do you
me,
get to
please.
P1, is a nonsense
Tell
question.
me, Sarah,
Lord
not
of
Balls of
fucking
Doom, not Balderson, not Salty Santa, nobody else. I'm asking you, Sarah, what is it?
Who's on first?
Clay, that's the point. Is why am I explaining? Shut up. Why am I explaining to you what a premise is if you're making the claim that they can't do the premise? Sorry, what was the claim again earlier? Somebody remind me what he was saying.
So,
He said
so
the-
one of the questions that he asked was, how do you get to P1? Which is a
Yeah,
nonsense
thank you.
statement, considering
Thank
that no
you.
one made any premises related to an argument.
Yeah, he kept questioning how do you even get to premise one, right? As if this is like nonsensical.
It is.
And
Not
we're
only that,
saying
it also doesn't know what
the reason why we're all laughing at you, Clay, is because when I said it's a claim, it's a claim. I gave you the example of if I said Clay is the dumbest person on the panel, that's P1, and you agreed. Okay, yes, but then you're like, well, how do you get to that? The point is that you're making a claim. How do you not understand what making a claim means? And then even more so, if you're questioning everybody else, well, how can you even get to P1? You can't even define what a premise is. We've asked you.
I'm asking you, how do you get to P1? The claim. The claim.
Make a claim.
Make an
Okay, you
observation
make a
or
claim.
ask a question.
Okay.
You invent
Is the claim
language.
true just because you made it?
Fucking Lord
Thank
have
you.
mercy.
Thank you for finally fucking answering. Now, if you make a claim, does that make it true?
Clay is
That's
done.
what P2's for. That's what the conclusion is for.
P1 is just the evidence or assumption.
That is not the question. You didn't
Oh
answer the fucking
God.
question. If you make a claim, is it true?
That's. Do you know what P1 and P2 and conclusion are?
No,
I know what a claim is. I'm asking you, if you make a claim, does that necessarily make it true?
No.
No, but nobody said that.
Exactly.
No.
So your P1 could
my
be
God.
wrong.
No. That's,
No, your
okay.
P1 couldn't
Oh
be
my God.
wrong.
No, the
But you
premise
just
can be
admitted
wrong.
the
The
claim.
conclusion can be wrong.
Is it necessarily
Let's be
true?
fair.
Oh my
Let's be
God.
fair.
Oh my
It wouldn't
God.
be a
Oh my
valid
God.
syllogism if it was, right? Like
He's
if
like
it was
okay.
invalid.
Retarded.
I can, Clay, I can make any claim I fucking want.
Bingo.
But if there's no P1, P2 conclusion and it's actually logical, then the claim is hogwash, but it doesn't matter. I can still make the claim all day long.
So you got to P1 by making the claim, okay? Now you make this claim, okay? This first premise, yet you accept that as truth on its
Oh
own.
my God. Oh my
Okay?
God. Oh
A
my
is
God.
A. A is A. That's your
Okay.
first premise, okay?
Yes, through evidence or assumption.
and
Yes.
Okay. Now, how did you get to that conclusion?
It's only true like deductive logic. But
You
like,
just
like
assumed
that-
A means A.
No, it's not an assumption. It's looking at other things that have been
You-
shown to be true.
You did
You
make the
also-
assumption, though.
you
You had to
also-
get to that.
Clay, you
Yeah,
also have to have the
Somehow.
Clay, the 3 laws of logic. Remember that?
How did you get to
Yeah.
A equals A?
Oh my God.
Oh
How
my
did you get
Pure logic can say
How
things that are
did-
logically
No,
valid.
we're going back to
or
my
not
answer. I'm
true.
going back to my answer. We invented language.
We invented language. There
Final
you
answer.
go.
We invented language.
Yes, we invented language.
Oh, hey, that's
so,
rude.
if A equals A and B equals B, that doesn't necessarily mean that C equals C.
Oh my fucking God,
by
Clay!
So you can come up with logical bullshit
wasn't even
and
what it
still
is.
be wrong.
That's like the law of what,
All day
identity,
long.
isn't it?
No, it's A. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C.
Balderson, look at
If
Discord
A
a second.
equals A and B equals B, that does not mean that C equals C. That just means that A
You're
equals A and B
misstating it.
equals B.
That's not the fallacy.
Hey, Clay, I think part of it's that you get so animated about it instead of.
I have fun with it though.
This isn't fun, Clay.
It's called the hypothetical syllogism.
You're
by the way.
trying to teach me something, right?
Hypothetical syllogism.
But it's you're
But
making
you
it
can't
worse.
even teach me how you got to
Clay,
P1.
Because you're acting
Clay, if
unteachable.
somebody wanted to learn something, they're not going to yell at the teacher demanding that they're wrong.
And
No,
also
I'm asking you how you got there, and
No,
you can't
Clay, you're
explain
not
it to me.
asking. You haven't
Yes,
been
I am.
asking, Clay. You've been sitting here acting like a buffoon this entire fucking time, and it's driving me up a goddamn wall. You sit here and try to play stupid, but then when you ask the question, oh, well, how do you get to P1? Like, okay, we all know and recognize you make a fucking observation, and with that, you make the fucking claim. That's P1. Duh. That's why I asked you, do you know the scientific method? But you have no right to sit here. Well, how do you know it's this? If you don't even understand how the fuck to get to P1.
It's a belief. It's a claim.
Oh my
It's
God.
It's not entirely, bro.
When I asked you earlier, do you know what a premise is?
I'm so glad.
And you played stupid. No, tell me. No, tell me. Do you think I want to actually sit there and talk to you and try to help you if you're going to be a douchebag to me?
I'm not trying to be a douchebag. I was actually trying to have a conversation
You're
with
not
Bones.
trying.
But
You're
you
not
needed
trying.
to come in and white knight for him. That's not a
are
problem.
being a
I get it.
douchebag.
He needs help. He needs
Clay,
help.
it just
When
comes
you,
naturally
Clay,
to
when
you.
you're
The other
yelling
guy needed
over
help.
people, Clay, when you're yelling over people, it makes them work too hard to help you. It may be fun.
I
for
don't
you,
need
but
the
it's not
fucking help. What are
necessarily
you
fun
talking
for other
about, bro?
people.
I'm doing just fine. I literally,
Yeah,
bro,
but
I
we're
have
not.
I
a
money.
wonderful
I really
life.
wish I had money.
But we're
Remember
not.
that movie, A Wonderful Life? I'm the guy at the end.
And again, you change the
I'm the guy at
subject.
the end. I'm having a great life. I don't
Then why
need
won't
the
you
help.
get to the
You're
point?
using premises and these other scientific words as if you know what they mean.
I do,
So
bro.
the-
Words are
any
fucking.
person
Oh, I
you're
didn't know
talking
words
with-
had definitions.
See, you
Oh my
can't
God,
just shut
words
up.
have
You can't
definitions.
just shut
They
up.
need-
You can't
They
do
need
it.
more explanations
Clay,
than the
I'm
you
sorry
definitions
that
of
you're
the
shut up.
house.
can't even
bro.
fucking listen. You still came and asked a question, and he's trying to help you, and you're still not fucking listening. Instead, you're laughing, like being stupid. This is part of the problem. Go ahead, Santa.
But you're just telling me that I'm stupid.
Oh my God.
And how did you get to that
I've
conclusion?
never mentioned the word stupid. I think you're ignorant.
You're
when
saying that I don't know what these words mean.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So
ignorant.
you might
That's
as well
what
just call me
ignorant
stupid. So
means.
fuck you. How about that? How about fuck you?
You're so
Okay.
Okay, fuck you too. Yeah. Go
Alright.
fuck a fucking horse. I don't
It
give a
doesn't
fuck.
hurt me
I
and
don't
you're
give a
still
fuck.
ignorant.
Yeah, go fuck a fucking horse, you loser.
It doesn't hurt me.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
you're still
It doesn't
ignorant.
hurt you. It doesn't hurt me. I'm living a wonderful life. I live a great fucking life. Yeah, exactly. You can make these
You
claims
ask some
all day
good
fucking long,
questions
but it doesn't
sometimes,
fucking
Clay.
matter
Can
because you can go
you
fuck
shut
a
up for a
horse.
compliment?
For all I
Can you
give a
shut up
shit,
for a
bro. I
compliment?
don't.
He can't. I wouldn't even give it at this point, Santa, because he won't even shut up for it.
Yeah.
Instead, he's telling you to go fuck a horse because that is actually going to learn us something versus actually listening to what you have to say. Listen to your elders. Take advice. Take
Well, you could just try
wisdom.
not saying I don't know what I'm
or-
talking about. Because I do.
You
That's
literally
ignorant.
don't. You
But
literally
you're just choosing not to listen
don't
to me.
play.
You're
You're
going
choosing
out of
not
your
to
way
listen
to
to me.
not explain yourself. You're being an asshole while doing that, while
No,
not
what I'm
explaining
doing
yourself.
was I was asking Bones, and Sarah needed to come white knight for him, and I get it.
No,
Bones
no,
needs help.
No, she didn't need a white knight for me. This shit, like
No,
what
she
you did
still
was
not
absolutely
explaining
did.
shit.
She
Balance
absolutely
is-
did.
she's-
That's why she
she's doing
interrupted,
this on her
and she
own.
came in, and she
Look,
had
I
to
don't need
give
to be-
you
I don't
all
need to
the
be-
fucking answers,
I'm more
and
than
then
happy to
tried to
defend myself.
question
She's
me
more
on
than
it,
happy
and
to
I
He
defend
can't even
gave the
shut up.
answers.
He can't even shut up for
I
the
gave the answers.
He
Yeah, you
said
can't even fucking
something.
recognize that.
He said something. Bones was responding to it, and he can't even shut up for Bones to respond.
The
So you might as well
community is
call me stupid
reaching
too,
out
so
to
he can
help
go
you.
fuck off.
Still can't shut up.
The community is reaching out to help you.
I don't give a shit, bro. What? I don't need your help.
Then
I'm
don't
here
argue with science
to have
if
a
you don't know
conversation
science.
and maybe even reach a valid point, but you
Clay.
can't even listen enough
Clay, we're here
for
for
me
you,
to
buddy.
make a claim myself.
That's not true, Clay.
I am
don't
making
care
a
if you
claim,
put it in
but you don't
scientific
like my
terms or
claim.
not.
That's cool, bro.
I know you can keep throwing
That's
words
all
in the
I
air.
got to say about
Just
that.
words,
Yeah,
words.
it's
That's
all I
these
got to
are.
say about that. I can be just as much of an asshole as you. Yes, this is the fact of the matter.
The
I can be
difference,
just
Clay.
as much of an asshole
The
as
difference,
anyone of
Clay.
you. In fact, I
The
can be a
difference,
bigger
Clay. The difference, Clay, is you're going to come on here and pretend like you can have the conversation and participate in it with knowledge and wisdom and experience and understanding, when in fact you actually don't. And then when people are trying to explain it to you, instead of actually learning
See, there it is
something,
again. You're saying I don't have knowledge, I don't have wisdom. You might as well call me stupid.
You can't even
Fuck
here.
you.
Let's do this. Hang backstage. You can't even shut up while I'm trying to explain to you what you're doing right now. People are trying to teach you something, and instead of actually saying, oh, cool, I learned something new today. I didn't know that. Or, man, I always thought it was this, but now that you're explaining this, I understand it actually is that instead. Instead of humbling yourself and being willing to learn something fucking new, you sit here, you tell a man to go fuck a horse while he's trying to help you understand the difference between ignorant and stupid, because you still didn't even understand when he was telling you that, and you're telling him to go fuck a horse. That tells me you literally are ignorant to learning something new and being willing and open for the conversation. You just want to sit here and yell at people and tell them they're wrong when you in fact don't even understand what the fuck you're talking about. For fuck's sake.
Oh, this is amazing.
Clay,
I love
if Clay, I have a question.
I've never seen a man's like ego just like get completely shattered like this. Oh my god.
He already said
They
that.
paradigm and a group of scientists. I'll show you what it felt like.
Can you do it without trying to insult me?
He's already
I
said he
wasn't even
doesn't.
talking
Hold,
to you,
stop.
Clay.
Stop. Because you've sat here and told everyone and called everyone names, telling them to fuck horses and all of these things. Can you do it without insulting anyone else? Can you, Clay? Can you shut your fucking mouth and stop insulting people and actually just ask the fucking question that you want to know the answer to instead of acting like a fucking douchebag? Can you?
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. You've proven it.
See,
the last
there it
30
is.
minutes.
You just don't want to insult me. There it is.
Look.
There it is.
Look at what you've proven. Look, the proof is P1. P1. Clay can't fucking sit through anyone else having a conversation or try to learn something without insulting and getting them upset, yada, yada, yada. P2. Clay is literally doing this. P3. Clay, you're a fucking retard.
What question did I not answer? And without insult, see, this is the issue. I haven't insulted anybody. Now, I told you to go fuck a horse, but how is that an insult?
Well, I guess
didn't
most of us
insult
don't enjoy
anybody
fucking horses, Clay. So to the rest of
Not
us,
a
that is an
fucking
insult.
thing. What are you talking about? That's not a fucking
Hey, that was
insult.
What
Just
drug
told
are
you to go
you
fuck a
on
horse.
tonight, Clay?
You took that as an insult?
Did I?
Did anybody
we don't
take that
fuck
as an
horses,
insult?
Clay. I'm sorry.
Did
It does come
anybody
across as an
actually
insult.
take that as an insult?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't fuck horses.
When
Well,
well,
you
not
think
only
it's okay.
that, Clay,
You took
when
that as an
Santa. Oh my
Clay's
God!
like,
Shut up. Santa was being genuine and sincere and trying to help you understand what was happening. And instead of actually listening to the words of wisdom, you told him to go fuck a horse.
Clay's like, but it wasn't an ugly horse.
True. Yeah, exactly. I didn't say go fuck a ugly
He's already
horse.
said. That he
Okay,
doesn't-
fair enough. Fair enough.
doesn't-
Let's take it back. Let's take it down a notch then.
I mean,
okay.
the Kentucky Derby is
Neil,
for us. Maybe
you-
that would.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Doom. Doofus. Look, Neil. You say you have something to teach me.
Yes.
Can you do it without insulting me, trying to call me
Yes.
stupid or tell me that I don't have knowledge or something?
No.
You do it like that? No, you can't. So exactly. So then go fuck a horse.
The meaning of the word ignorant means that you don't have knowledge. That's what it means.
So you're trying to insult me. Okay, fine.
That's not
No,
an insult,
it's-
Clay.
it's because
It's great
you're
to see
so
somebody go to the
sensitive
ad
to
hoc
not
because
being
you don't
How
have
is-
an argument.
an
Hey,
insult, you
you know
fucking
what? You don't
dipshit.
have an argument. Since you don't have an argument, you just go
I
to tell
do.
somebody they
I-
don't know what
I-
they're talking
I do
about.
have
It's
an
literally
Okay, cool.
the meaning of the word, Clay.
Ignorant, without knowledge, ignosis. That's all it means. It means you don't know something. It's not saying you're stupid, you moron.
Tell me that I don't know something is
you haven't learned
literally a fucking insult. You're an ad hom machine. It's cool, bro.
No, you haven't.
It's not
learned
an ad hom.
Can
If
you
somebody
tell
asks
me
me
why
the
I'm
capital of
wrong
the country and I
without
don't know
saying
it,
I
I'm
don't
ignorant
know?
of
I
it.
just don't know. I just don't know. You just
You
don't
haven't
know.
learned it
You just
yet.
don't. Can you do it without just telling me I don't know?
Clay's interrupting.
Boy, you are fragile
because
if
you
if
can't
people
tell
telling
me
you
what
you're
the fuck
ignorant is
you're
what
talking
triggers you.
I can tell you what I'm talking about. I would
Then tell
just
me.
ask that you listen. I would ask that everyone else be quiet. You can be as histrionic as you would like to be. The meaning of the word ignorant means you don't know yet.
So
it's not a
that's
put down.
You insult me. Exactly. Can you
It's
tell
not
me
a put
what
down.
you are trying to say without insulting me?
I am ignorant to having a baby. That's not an insult. I've never passed a baby through feminine tissues in my body. I am ignorant about that.
That was gross coming out of your mouth.
Okay,
Fair
I would
enough.
disagree with your. I would
I don't
disagree with
study
your
scripture.
premise.
I am completely
that's
ignorant
what the
to
word
scripture.
ignorant means. I am ignorant about walking on the surface of the moon.
I would disagree with that one as well.
Okay, but that's what the word means.
Yeah.
Ignorant means you just don't know it yet. You still have the opportunity to learn it. Stupid is more you've been given chance after chance after chance after chance, and you refuse to learn it.
Like tonight.
That one I actually do agree with, but except for not what Sarah said. So
Okay.
essentially, you're being ignorant, right? But then but essentially, ignorance. You can still understand something. You can still understand something.
Ignorant. You can't say. Give me any subject, and I'll use ignorant correctly, and it's not a put down. Did you know all the Bible before you started reading it?
No.
Right. That just means you were ignorant. And then as you read it, you became more knowledgeable.
That's
what
not
the
what
word
ignorant
bud.
means.
Yes, it is what it means.
No.
It is literally what the word means.
No.
It is from the word gnosis, ignosis, without knowledge.
And we can all get stuck in this to various ways. Yours is just very public, and that sucks. And that was my joke back to Bones, because I said paradigm in a group of very scientifically astute people, and they laughed at me like I was tarded, as is often said on the channel.
I was laughing at.
Oh, I missed that. I'm sad.
So I'll read you the definition since you can't seem to understand what it is.
Okay,
Lacking
yeah.
knowledge, information, or or awareness about specific subjects or in general. So you can have knowledge of subjects and still be fucking.
Oh my God, he's ignorant to ignorance.
This
Is this the Dunning-Kruger?
He literally just read what we said.
Yes.
No, you literally can have some
This is
knowledge.
Dunning-Kruger.
Some knowledge.
To the max. And I usually hate using commonly known ones. Now, Clay, you're taking this as a put down, and we're not. What we're laughing at is how hard it is for you to accept it.
No, what you're laughing
His
at is
ego
your
will not
own
let him-
ignorance of a fucking word.
He wants to be the smartest person in the room, but he's also like the most retarded person in the room. It's amazing.
Clay, are you
I've
omniscient?
been through enough that I'm not worried about any of the groups.
What is
What do
knowledge?
you hear me say at the
What is
end of
knowledge?
almost every
I'm gonna
group?
go Socrates on you.
I
I've
know
been
you're going to
Socrates
keep
all night
talking
on
over
you.
me because
What
you
is
don't want to
knowledge?
face what my question
What
is.
is knowledge?
Knowledge is our best
What do you
understanding of
hear
a
me
subject.
talking
So
about
no,
at the
that's
end
not
of
the
nearly
definition of
every chat.
knowledge.
I don't care. That's my definition. You
Yeah,
ask
I
me,
know it's
motherfucker.
your definition because you don't want the actual definition.
So Clay,
No, I don't
Knowledge
trust
is
you for
what?
actual
True
definitions. You're
justified
full of
what?
shit.
like a serious
Belief.
I'm just gonna say one thing to the chat, okay? I let this free content continue on, and I should have just shut this shit down when you missed the goal. I'm just saying. Do you see what's happening? I would be in bed right now. I would be in bed right now. So maybe you should fucking donate some freaking money. Okay. Fourth says, before I come on, Sarah, I'll give you a heads up so those who are watching on Apple iPhones can upgrade to Watermelon U phones 8G service so ISPs have an extra node to prevent lockup buffering. I still think Fourth Wiseman needs to get his ass up here. Bones, go ahead, give your thought.
So, Clay, what is your take on knowledge before I move on here? He's looking it up. Okay. So, anyways, while he's doing that, I do have a syllogism. If Clay interrupts someone in the middle of their point, then he's an arrogant asshole. P2, Clay interrupts people in the middle of their points, therefore he's an ignorant asshole or arrogant asshole. So yeah, that's that is deductively like solid right there. That is both logically sound and also just like sound in terms of all the premises are true and the conclusion's true from that. So valid and sound. That's what I was going for.
May I go if Clay is not replying back with an
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons, Clay, I hope that you've heard, because I'm not failing to practice what I preach, is generally in every panel or every group, I thank people for teaching me something new or, entertaining different perspectives, because all that does is make me stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And so I lose nothing in hearing people out who have beliefs that I think are downright silly, but where I look for the wisdom or the strength in their argument, I become more sure of my own. And I think this venue really provides us a good opportunity with some histrionics to engage some very serious things. And I love it. And I think this is a place of learning rather than defending, because we have different ideas. As Andrew and I and Bones were talking about the two slit experiment, there are multiple interpretations of that. That doesn't mean there's not one solid answer. And when we talk about these other things in theology or metaphysics, there's not necessarily one solid answer, but we all grow as we entertain them. You entertain them in your faith. Okay, there could be something that somebody else is talking about and you see it under the auspices of God. Awesome. It takes nothing away from them. It takes nothing away from you. But I would hope that you would learn that, and I can understand being embarrassed. That was my point of bringing up the paradigm thing. And it was a joke for the rest of the time I was in college with that group of people. And I still laugh about it every time I think about it. Because like this cadre, if you will, they laughed about it, but it was really with a warm spirit to it. Not to demean, not to put down. It's when you argue something, though, best be prepared, because somebody here is going to call you on it. I hope you learn from it, bro. We're good. You got a good heart.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Spin would like to make his exit. Spin, your final thoughts in closing, and thank you for joining tonight.
You're welcome. I do not dare poke the raging tomato when she is raging anyway. Santa, it is good to see you. We will have a morality discussion after this weekend. Hopefully the Moon Squad will be available. Bones, as always, fuck you. Asbaroom, it's good to see you.